Section 1 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story. A History of the World in Story, Song and Art. Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 1. Chaucer at the Court of Edward III. By Ford Madox Brown, English painter, 1821 to 1893. Painting, frontispiece. The following is the painter's description of the scene. Chaucer is supposed to be reading these pathetic lines from the legend of Custance. Here a little child lay weeping in her arm, and kneeling piteously to him she said, Peace, little sonne, I wold to thee no harm. With that here a coverchief of her head she braid, and over his little eyen she it laid, and in her arme she lulled it full fast, and into the heaven her eyen up she cast. Edward III is now old, Philippa being dead. The Black Prince is supposed to be in his last illness. John of Gaunt, who was Chaucer's patron, is represented in full armour to indicate that active measures now devolve upon him. Pages holding his shield, etc., wait for him, his horse likewise, in the yard beneath. Edward the Black Prince, now in his 40th year, emaciated by sickness, leans on the lap of his wife Joanna, surnamed the Fair Maid of Kent. There had been much opposition to their union, but the prince ultimately had his way. To the right of the old king is Alice Perrers, a cause of scandal to the court, such as, repeating itself at intervals in history, with remarkable similarity from David downwards, seems to argue that the untimely death of a hero may not be altogether so deplorable an event. Seated beneath are various personages suited to the time and place. A troubadour from the south of France, half jealous, half in heart-struck admiration. A cardinal priest on good terms with the ladies. A jester forgetting his part in rapt attention of the poet. This character, I regret to say, is less medieval than Shakespearean. Two dilettante courtiers are learnedly criticizing, the one in the hood is meant for Gower. Lastly, a youthful squire of the kind described by Chaucer as never sleeping at night more than doth the nightingale, so much is he always in love. Sitting on the ground being common in these days, rushes used to be strewn to prevent the gentlemen from spoiling their fine clothes. End of section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. England, Part 1. Stories of the Ancient Britons. Historical Note. In prehistoric days people lived in Britain who used weapons of stone, and occasionally drew figures of animals upon bone or ivory. From the east there came upon these primitive folk Celtic tribes. The first of these invaders are known as Goidels, or Gaels. They were the tribe that peopled Ireland and the Highlands of Scotland. The later comers are distinguished as Britons. From their name Britain is derived. Their descendants are the Welsh. There are somewhat vague stories of voyages to Britain by Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Greeks, but our first definite knowledge of the country comes from the account which Julius Caesar wrote of his landing on the British shores in 55 B.C. The actual conquest of the land by the Romans was begun in 43 A.D., and by the year 84 they held all the territories south of the Firth of Forth. In A.D. 122 the Emperor Hadrian visited Britain and ordered the construction of a great wall 70 miles long from the Tyne to the Solway, to ward off the attacks of the Picts, or painted folk, as the Romans called them, a primitive Celtic people inhabiting Scotland. As the Roman Empire slowly grew weaker, legion after legion of the soldiers was recalled from Britain. In the year 409 the last of the Roman troops withdrew from the island, leaving the prosperous and peace-loving natives an easy prey to the wild Celtic tribes of Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. End of section 2. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2019. The World's Story, Volume 9. England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 3. The Building of Stonehenge. By G. F. Scott Elliot. On Salisbury Plain in southern England stands one of the most impressive of all existing monuments of ancient man. Stonehenge, as it is called, was probably constructed during the Bronze Age in connection with the worship of the sun. It originally consisted of 2 concentric circles of immense stones, the outer 100 feet in diameter, within which are 2 smaller rows in the form of a horseshoe. These enclose a block of blue marble 15 feet long, known as the altar stone. The inner circle opens to the northeast, and from the arrangement of certain stones it is supposed that one use of the temple was to determine the time of the summer solstice. No one knows just how or why this gigantic cromlech, or stone circle, was built, but the story from which the following selection is taken tells how it might have been built. The Editor. Next morning the whole village was collected. Burmax informed them of the privilege which the great king had conferred upon them, that of volunteering to help in building Stonehenge, and of offering sacrifices towards the great work. The wretched people, looking even more glum and sallow than usual, broke out into enthusiastic thanksgiving. The king then indicated who would be allowed to volunteer, seeing that everyone was anxious to go. Dannochaux was one of them. He also selected from the flocks and herds of the villagers, not from his own animals, such offerings as he thought might satisfy the great king. The unfortunate villagers expressed their sincere thanks for the privilege, and withdrew. The future looked very black so far as Dannochaux was concerned. The work at Stonehenge had been going on for years. Neither slave nor volunteer sent to labor on that great national memorial ever returned to his native village. When he arrived with King Burmax's presents of slaves, animals, and provisions, his interview with the great king was short. "I like to see a strong young man like yourself coming of his own free will to serve his country's religion, but I am sure you wish to begin work at once. Take him to help with the great leaning stone. Now the friar's heel." This huge unworked boulder, 29 feet long, had been brought to the edge of the pit intended to receive it. This pit had one side sloped or inclined, whilst the others were vertical. The end of the great stone was being carefully brought square to the edge of the pit. The levers were huge tree trunks, with many ropes attached, each pulled by one man. Cables of twisted hide strips had been tied round the boulder, which was lying on large rounded tree trunks, the rollers on which it had been brought. Hide ropes held by parties of 10 men, each under an overseer, were attached to the great cables at various points, and, by pulling on these and by levers, it was being brought square and level with the edge of the pit. At one of the ropes a slave had fallen exhausted and half dead. The overseer stopped flogging him, and he was dragged aside and Dannochaux put in his place. Then came the exciting moment. The great boulder was dragged forward over the pit. The end began to sway downwards, and then toppled forward. It slid down the inclined plane or sloping side amidst intense excitement. The whips of the overseers descended freely, but at last it stopped. It had taken the position embedded in stones and gently leaning towards the temple in which it had remained ever since, that is, for some 4,000, or at any rate 3,588 years. Dannochaux had no hope now, for no distinction was made between the so-called free man and the slave. He had no rest from sunrise to sunset, except for the scanty meals of millet and barley bread, in which they were systematically swindled by their brutal overseers. He next had to help in placing one of the great table stones in position on the top of its two upright pillars. A sloping embankment of earth and stones had been built, leading up to the top of these two upright boulders. Up this the table stone was dragged and pushed on carefully smoothed rollers. 200 men attached to the ropes made this quite an easy matter. When it had reached its destined place, where the guides on the top of the uprights projected through the surface of the embankment, it was hauled into position, and then the earth was carefully picked away until it settled down like the lintel of a giant's door on its two stone posts. Then he was sent to the quarry at Frome, where the great altar stone was approaching completion. It was a busy scene. At the edge of the quarry men were cutting out with flint adzes small wedge-shaped openings on the sandstone. These openings were arranged in lines, following the outline of the block which it was intended to break out of the cliff. Then dry wooden wedges were hammered into the openings. When these were all in place, water was poured on the wedges, which of course soaked it up, and the wood began to swell and expand. The result was to split the stone along the line of the wedges, and, if the operation was successful, a block of the required size was broken out. It was by this method that Cleopatra's Needle and other Egyptian obelisks were wedged out of the hard syenite at Aswan, where one used to be able to see the holes cut by Egyptian masons thousands of years ago, and often a broken block lying beside them. Over the great altar stone 3 tree trunks had been placed, forming a tripod. A heavy quartzite hammer, 70 pounds in weight, was hauled by ropes to the top of the tripod, and then let fall. It was guided by wooden handles and struck the sides of the altar stone at the exact point required. Skilled masons with polished stone hammers were trimming the sides of the block more exactly. As time went on, Stonehenge was nearing completion. The strings of women and children, laden with baskets of earth and stones, had made a smooth road all the way from Frome to Stonehenge. Then the altar stone, cased in timber and rolling on giant rollers, started on its journey. 40 teams of 50 men each, tugging at the boulder, made it travel as easily as a wheelbarrow. The great king himself, with his priests and musicians, as well as the animals for sacrifice, adorned with garlands and flowers, paced slowly along at the head of the solemn procession. Days of feverish toil followed, for all embankments and all refuse had to be cleared away. The great avenue, with its ditches and embankments, had to be prepared, and the temple roofed in before the summer solstice. There was the great circular rampart and its ditch to be finished off, as well as the work necessary in clearing up 1. The outer stone circle, 2. The inner ring of diabase pillars, 3. The horseshoe of great tables or dolmens, 4. Another ellipse of diabase pillars, as well as the great altar stone itself. At last all was ready. The central part of Stonehenge was entirely roofed over except for the narrow opening towards the east. All night long, prayers and invocations were being chanted in the interior, only lit by the sacred fire kept forever burning. The longest day of the year was about to begin. The king was seated on his throne and looking east, whilst his most trusted nobles crouched on the ground, and all waited anxiously for the sunrise. The ancient priest, in his rich linen robes, whose skill in astronomy and architecture was responsible for the design and calculations, had perhaps more reason for fear than anyone else. The great mass of people were lying prostrate in the outer ring, with their faces on the earth. But it was in the darkness and awful silence of the inner temple that the most horrible fear and dread filled every soul as hour after hour passed away and the sunrise approached. Then the small eastern doorway was outlined by a faint grey fairy-like light. Priests who were standing there raised the curtain. Immediately the sacred fire was extinguished, and again a dread, mysterious darkness, more intense than before, descended on the people. But suddenly the curtain dropped. The sun had arisen. A clear and brilliant ray of sunlight struck across through the darkness from the eastern door and shone full upon the forehead of the great king, seated in his magnificent linen robes with his most ancient and venerable priests on either side of him. The calculations were correct. Chants, invocations, sacrifices, and a general feast followed, which lasted for days together. All discipline was relaxed. The precious results of the vineyards, sedulously cultivated, but never very successful in England, were recklessly used up, and presents of wine were liberally bestowed on all the officials concerned. So, overseers and headmen, courtiers and guards were for the most part drunk, though this was a difficult achievement, seeing that it was British wine preserved with turpentine. But at any rate they had overeaten themselves, and all were asleep. But Danahawks had fled. End of section 3.
Section 4 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 4. King Leir and His Daughters, a Tradition of Early Britain, by John Milton. Leir, who next reigned, had only 3 daughters and no male issue, governed laudably and built Leir, now Leicester, on the bank of Sora. But at last, failing through age, he determines to bestow his daughters, and so among them to divide his kingdom. Yet first to try which of them loved him best. A trial that might have made him, had he known as wisely how to try, as he seemed to know how much the trying behooved him. He resolves a simple resolution, to ask them solemnly in order, and which of them should profess largest, her to believe. Goneril, the eldest, apprehending too well her father's weakness, makes answer invoking heaven, that she loved him above her soul. Therefore, quoth the old man overjoyed, since thou so honourest my declining age, to thee and the husband whom thou shalt choose I give the 3rd part of my realm. So fair a speeding for a few words soon uttered, was to Regan, the second, ample instruction what to say. She on the same demand spares no protesting, and the gods must witness that otherwise to express her thoughts she knew not, but that she loved him above all creatures, and so receives an equal interest with her sister. But Cordelia, the youngest, though hitherto best beloved, and now before her eyes the rich and present hire of a little easy soothing, the danger also, and the loss likely to betide plain dealing, yet moves not from the solid purpose of a sincere and virtuous answer. Father, says she, my love towards you is as my duty bids. What should a father seek? What can a child promise more? They who pretend beyond this flatter. When the old man, sorry to hear this, and wishing her to recall those words, persisted asking, with a loyal sadness at her father's infirmity, but something on the sudden harsh, and glancing rather at her sister's than speaking her own mind, 2 ways only, says she. I have to answer what you require me. The former, your command is, I should recant, except then this other which is left me. Look how much you have, so much is your value, and so much I love you. Then hear thou, quoth Leir, now all in passion, what thy ingratitude hath gained thee, because thou hast not reverenced thy aged father equal to thy sisters, part in my kingdom, or what else is mine, reckon to have none. And without delay he gives in marriage his other daughters, Goneril to Magellanus, Duke of Albania, Regan to Heninus, Duke of Cornwall, with them in present half his kingdom, the rest to follow at his death. In the meanwhile, fame was not sparing to divulge the wisdom and other graces of Cordelia, insomuch that Aganippus, a great king in Gaul, however he came by his Greek name not found in any register of French kings, seeks her to wife, and nothing altered at the loss of her dowry, receives her gladly in such a manner as she was sent him. After this, King Leir, more and more drooping with years, became an easy prey to his daughters and their husbands, who now, by daily encroachment, had seized the whole kingdom into their hands, and the old king is put to sojourn with his eldest daughter, attended only by 60 knights. But they in a short while grudge that, as too numerous and disorderly for continual guests, are reduced to 30. Not brooking that affront, the old king betakes him to his second daughter. But there also, discord soon arising between the servants of different masters in one family, 5 only are suffered to attend him. Then back again he returns to the other, hoping that she, his eldest, could not but have pity on his grey hairs, but she now refuses to admit him, unless he be content with only one of his followers. At last the remembrance of his youngest, Cordelia, comes to his thoughts, and now acknowledging how true her words had been, though with little hope from whom he had so injured, be it but to pay her the last recompense she can have from him, his confession of her wise forewarning, that so perhaps his misery, the proof and experiment of her wisdom, might something soften her, he takes his journey into France. Now might be seen a difference between the silent or downright spoken affection of some children to their parents, and the talkative obsequiousness of others, while the hope of inheritance overacts them, and on the tongue's end enlarges their duty. Cordelia, out of mere love, without the suspicion of expected reward, at the message only of her father in distress, pours forth true filial tears, and not enduring either that her own or any other eye should see him in such forlorn condition as his messenger declared, discreetly points one of her trusty servants first to convey him privately towards some good sea town, there to array him, bathe him, cherish him, furnish him with such attendance and state as beseemed his dignity, that when, as from his first landing, he might send word of his arrival to her husband Aganippus. Which done, with all mature and requisite contrivance, Cordelia, with the king her husband, and all the barony of his realm, who then first had news of his passing the sea, go out to meet him. And after all honourable and joyful entertainment, Aganippus, as to his wife's father, and his royal guest, surrenders him, during his abode there, the power and disposal of his whole dominion, permitting his wife Cordelia to go with an army and set her father upon his throne. Wherein her piety so prospered, as that she vanquished her impious sisters with those dukes, and Leir again, as saith the story, 3 years obtained the crown. To whom, dying, Cordelia, with all regal solemnities, gave burial in the town of Leicester, and then, as right heir succeeding, and her husband dead, ruled the land 5 years in peace. Until Marganus and Cunedagius, her 2 sisters' sons, not bearing that a kingdom should be governed by a woman, in the unseasonablest time to raise that quarrel against a woman so worthy, make war against her, depose her, and imprison her, of which impatient, and now long unexercised to suffer, she there, as is related, killed herself. End of section 4. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 5. Of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 9. England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 5. The City in the Lake, by G. F. Scott Elliot. The night was dark and stormy, and the wild southwesterly wind seemed to be increasing in violence with almost every hour that passed. The branches were wildly lashing to and fro, and the moaning and whistling of the wind as it raged through the dark and sombre forest, with every now and then the sharp crack and thud of a branch torn off and whizzing to the ground, seemed to create new terrors and a spirit of unutterable despair amongst the wretched fugitives crouching over a feeble and faint-hearted fire in one of the wild recesses of the Polden Hill forest. The very cattle seemed to be uneasy, and bellowed piteously. They were restless and perpetually jostling one another in the rude zareba of branches hastily thrown up by very wearied hands. The chieftain looked gloomily at the small remnant of his people. Were these all that remained to him of the numerous serfs and freemen who had made the great village on the downs such a busy and cheerful home? It had been totally impossible to make any defense whatever. Those gigantic, yellow-haired people, Britons as they called themselves, had stormed the place with a fury and a vigor that carried all before them. If it had not been that they were now occupied in gorging themselves on his special acorn-fattened pork and drinking themselves into stupidity on his own particular mead and beer, he groaned to think of it. Not one of his party could have escaped. Alas! Never would he see the splendid rolling grass covered by his flocks and herds, nor watch them, plodding on their leisurely way homewards along those deeply worn cattle tracks, which had been formed thousands of years before his time. Never could he see the dew-pond so cunningly constructed of chaff and clay that it never failed to keep full of water, even during the greatest drought. But what was he to do? Where was he to go? They could not live in the forest, and if they settled themselves anywhere in the open country, their cattle would assuredly be stolen by more Brythonic or Celtic robbers. The chief was a tall, well-built man, with the brown hair, grey eyes, round head, and broad features of what we call a typically Irish face. He sighed gloomily as he realized to the very full, as only Irish people can do, the extremity of their distress. He looked on the remnant of his people. They were pure Picts, for the most part, short, dark, graceful, and refined-looking men and women, cunning with their fingers, really clever as carpenters, miners, and potters, and very biddable and patient. But in the war they had neither weapons nor the strength or even courage to use them against such enemies as those great, fair-haired, roaring Brythonic, or, as they called themselves, Pyrotonic strangers. What on earth was he to do? Where was he to go? As the wind faded away for a little, an awful downpour of heavy rain swept down on the defenseless fugitives. What was that? He heard distinctly through the storm the howl of a wolf. The great dogs heard it too, and a furious barking arose. He at once called loudly to the wet, benumbed, and shivering women to help the fire, and seizing his spear, called loudly to the men to follow him. Taking firebrands and spears, they ran to the zareba, where the wolves were already snarling and whirring at the thorny branches. Those cowardly brutes were very soon driven off, but the chief and his trustiest men were awake all night, and the persistent wolves were driven off, not once, but over and over again. But what was he to do? Life in the forest was quite impossible, for this night showed the dangers from wild beasts, and there was neither pasture nor cornland. But the Gaelic Celt is often at his best when everything seems black and gloomy, and he suddenly called, "Where is Morgasius?" A tall youth of his own race sprang up lightly with a grin and came to him. "What was that wild tale of yours about a village in the water?" "It is true. It is what I said it was. 600 paces long and 50 paces broad. All the houses are on long poles, worked deep into the bed of the lake, and it is so far out in the water that no one can get there unless he swims or paddles in a canoe." "Could we make one in the lake at Glastonbury?" The boy, Morgasius, sat down awestruck and hopeless by the chief's side, and then the sanguine audacity of the Celt awoke within him. "Why not? Of course we can. We shall be safe and secure, for no Brython ever swims, and they have no canoes." All that night the chief questioned Morgasius, but with very indifferent success. He could not say how long it would take to build. The building of his Swiss village had been centuries in progress. He knew nothing of the dry details of carpentry and design, so that, in the end, the chief was guided mainly by his own common sense. Next morning he threw himself into the congenial task of making an eloquent speech. He succeeded, as only an Irish Celt could have done, in inspiring the people with a fine fervent glow of enthusiasm, and all about nothing, for all that he had to offer was a suggestion to build houses in a lake. But they went on with renewed spirits, through long miry paths right over the hills and down to the great lake near Glastonbury. Every one was soon hard at work. Some were cutting down trees with polished stone axes, cumbrously mounted on wooden handles by means of a deer-horn socket, with bronze swords and even precious iron daggers. Others were tearing up ferns and bracken, or gathering brushwood. A small fishing canoe was hidden in the reeds by the lake, and the chief, Glees by name, and Morgisius pushed off in this to search for a good position. They discovered a fine, shallow place about a mile from the present town of Glastonbury, and a few hundred yards from the forest. Glees was working very much in the dark, for on any practical point Morgisius was hopeless, but it would never have done to show any doubt as to what had to be done. The great point was to keep the people's enthusiasm at concert pitch. So a huge raft of big branches and tree trunks was prepared. Some of the logs were fixed together by oaken pins driven in, the holes were bored by a revolving bone point, and the oak pin placed in them. Then heavy stone clubs or mauls were used to drive the two beams together, so that the oak pin was firmly fixed. Underneath the raft was a huge mass of fern and brushwood. Morgisius and others pulled this great arrangement to the chosen shallows, where a few upright, sharpened poles were driven vertically downwards through it into the bed of the lake. The shape of this raft was approximately circular or round, and it was about 60 yards in diameter. The next undertaking was to make a causeway from the shore. This was a very rude sort of affair, consisting of only a line of stakes, most of them below the water, with broad branches fixed to them. It was not straight, but curved irregularly, and the footpath, that is, the horizontal branches, was below water, so that an enemy would find it very difficult to traverse. Then more branches and logs were towed by the canoe to the village, and arranged in a layer crossing the first set of timbers. Along the causeway women and children were always bringing baskets of stones and of clay, which were heaped upon the surface of the raft. So for several days, from the first light of morning until it was too dark to see, they continued adding layers of tree trunks and of stones and clay, until the great raft was firmly embedded in the mud of the lake, and eventually the surface rose above the water. Then a good platform of stones was placed over it, and a bed of clay above that, and they were ready to build their houses. Before doing this, however, Glees insisted on having a palisade round the whole artificial island. This was a long and weary task, for a great number of poles from 3 to 9 inches in diameter and 11 feet long had to be stuck in the lake all round the island. Hurdles were arranged between these poles, and so of course the people were fairly safe from the javelins and arrows of any enemy. Their food was very scanty during this period of incessant labor, but beech-nuts, hazelnuts, crab-apples, raspberries, and brambles were busily collected, and 1 or 2 of the men who had to watch the forest paths did their best to bring in sometimes a roebuck, and on one occasion a fine fat red deer. One small boy, who was very clever with the sling, brought in occasional birds, such as a heron or a seagull, and sometimes a duck or teal. He used small clay bullets baked in the fire. They also had a certain amount of milk, butter, and cheese. Most of them were, however, able to sleep in safety on their island, though a few of the best hunters and the dogs had to remain on shore to guard the cattle and other animals. They built on shore and within sight of the settlement cattle pounds and watch-houses for the sentinels and their dogs. These were chiefly intended to keep off wolves, bears, and foxes, and consisted of a deep ditch, a high mound, and a close palisade of thorny branches and poles along the top of it. Then they thought about making themselves comfortable. During all these weeks, scarcely one of them had known what it was like to have dry clothes. They had no shelter from rain, and, of course, were always falling into the water. The great house was built first, which was a big undertaking. A long stout pole was driven through the island to form the central roof pole. Then in a circle around it, at intervals of about a foot, other shorter poles were driven in. Long branches were placed from the high central one to those outer supports extending a foot or two beyond them, and were carefully tied on with creepers and lime tree bark. A thatched roof was very soon placed on the long branches. The people spent the whole of one rainy day under it for sheer delight in being out of the wet. The side walls were very soon put in, for they consisted only of rude wicker-work, of interlaced branches daubed with clay. This house was 35 feet in diameter. Then a big, flat stone was brought to act as a hearthstone. The chimney was an opening in the roof, and other stones for an outside fire were put before each door. The doors were made of rough planks, and were only 3 feet high. Some of the men had brought rude saws, gouges, chisels, and other tools, for the most part of iron. A good deal of excitement was caused at this stage of the work by a small child tumbling into the water, but the chief made a law that every infant was to be tied to its mother by a string attached to its toe. He also covered in, by a platform, the space between the palisade and the island, and had a trapdoor made in this platform, with a ladder 7 feet long, so as to admit of easy entrance to the island. There were other smaller houses to build, but they were only some 15 feet across. It was also necessary to make a slanting arrangement of beams and stones round the island to prevent the waves on a stormy day from interfering with the foundations. Then they set to work on their ordinary daily life, and began to heap up riches, for it was really worth while now, seeing that there was a distinct chance for them to escape being murdered and plundered on account of them. Patches of forest were cut and burnt, and sowed with wheat. Apples were collected and split, and dried for winter use. Some specialized on fishing, and manufactured nets, with floats and sinkers, lines and fish-hooks, some of which scarcely differ in design from those we use today. Pike and carp were common in the lake, and salmon swarmed in the neighboring streams. Fish became, therefore, a very important article of diet. They even tried to feed their horses on fish in the winter, but the stupid animals would not eat them. They made traps for beaver and for otters. Those for the last were like a shallow wooden trough, with a square hole in the middle. A stout springy sapling was fixed and kept bent, like a bow, by a short piece of wood. Its end passed under the 2 holes at each end. When the otter put its head through the hole to seize the bait, the stout sapling was set free and caught it under the neck, so that it was very soon drowned. By this time they had fixed polishing or grinding stones before each hut, as well as a proper quern for grinding corn. So they were once more able to make bread. The forest yielded an abundance of acorns for their pigs, as well as honey and beeswax. They became much more expert in catching wild fowl and wild geese. Wild swans and other birds were often taken. The small boy who had taken to bird hunting found a frog in a heron's crop, and in a rash spirit of adventure cooked and ate the frog. He was injudicious enough to boast about his discovery, for so many others overcame a natural prejudice and ate both frogs and toads that there was a serious scarcity in the supply of these animals near Glastonbury. The women also set up a rough loom, and made clay weights, spindles, and other necessary apparatus for it, so that linen and woolen clothes were soon being actively prepared. Very pretty, long-handled combs of bone were soon the fashion. Indeed, the delicious feeling of security, of having an hour or 2 of leisure every day, was so new and strange to these Picts and Gauls, that they were at first utterly happy and contented. Glius had even begun to make experiments in glass-making, for his people were expert miners and blacksmiths. and in the old days lead mining had been one of his most profitable undertakings. But a strange and unexpected interruption occurred. He was sitting one evening beside the outside fire, ruminating over the problem of producing a scarlet bead of vitreous paste, when the alarm signal sounded from the land, followed by the yodel, which meant peaceful strangers. He at once seized his spear and sword, and just as he was, jumped into the small canoe and paddled ashore. He had nothing on but a tunic, breeches, and an old bearskin, very much the worse for wear. He had only a small gold bracelet. The first that he heard was Morgisius talking hard, and in a very bold, offhand, and conceited fashion. That youth was inclined to swagger too much, but then the last twist of the miry forest path was turned, and a strange party came into view. First was Morgisius swaggering, then a most beautiful girl, divinely tall and most divinely fair, with deep, mysterious blue eyes, and a great mass of yellow hair, loose and disordered on her shoulders. He scarcely noticed the rest of the party, which consisted of an old Brython king, weeping bitterly, and several serfs, mostly wounded, and 2 or 3 miserable handmaidens. It was the Brython princess who occupied him altogether. She was proud, haughty, and contemptuous, even though weary and scarce able to walk, and most sorely travelled, stained. Her kirtle was miry with the black mud of the forest. Her dainty feet were bleeding from many thorn scratches, which her absurdly frivolous sandals were unable to keep off. Morgisius boastfully explained how he had found them lost and wandering in the forest, and induced them to come to Glea's court. But the latter cut him short, and curtly ordered him to fetch the big canoe. The old chief, King Uther, could do nothing but weep, and knelt before him, taking his knee and asking for protection, greatly to the disgust of his daughter. He was idiotic from grief, and not very intelligent at any time. The daughter explained that their neighbor king had suddenly stormed their fort and utterly beaten their retainers. Then Gleus, with his best air and in a very courtly style, begged to offer them shelter and food until they could make their plans. But in the midst of a very eloquent speech he perceived the lady's cold blue eyes fixed intently on his ragged bearskin, and suddenly grew confused and faltered. The lady thanked him haughtily and coldly, but when the canoe came, he saw that she had never been in a dugout before. This was a specially good one, 22 feet long and 2 feet 10 inches broad, with a square stern closed by a board. But even good ones like this require care. So he got into the water and told her to put her hand on his shoulder and get in very carefully. She tried to spring in without doing so, and the canoe rocked fearfully. Then she lost presence of mind and clutched at him. But the canoe upset, and she fell full length into the water. In a moment he had righted the canoe and placed her carefully in it. Then the old king entered, and he paddled them skillfully off to the settlement. His paddle was about 3 feet long and 5 inches broad. But she was very angry and hated him worse than ever, for she could not but be aware that she had made a fool of herself. When they arrived there was great excitement, but he handed her over to his mother and went off to prepare for dinner. His mother came to tell him that she was absolutely worn out and would not be able to see him that night. From the old king's conversation, he gathered that they were absolutely destitute. His palace had been raided, his cattle taken, and unless he could find a place for his serfs, they would be forced to put themselves under his enemy, who, it seems, had been offended by the not too courteously expressed refusal of his daughter to marry him. This was good news to Gleus, for if the Brythons were quarreling among themselves, they might perhaps leave him alone. Next morning Gleus's boy had a hard time of it. His master was shaved with a bronze razor. His hair and mustache were carefully combed and trimmed. He put on a splendid linen cloak, fastened it on the right shoulder with a coral-studded brooch. He had his best sword on, with its splendid leather scabbard adorned with gold, and also his best armlets, bracelets, and finger rings. At the last moment he tastefully decorated his cheeks with a chaste design in red ochre and charcoal, mixed with grease. The boy stared at him, for this was a new development in Glias. But she was anything but courteous, would scarcely speak to him, and complained of the dampness of the hut. He tried in vain to explain that was very easily remedied. His people would lay down a new hearthstone and a fresh layer of clay in a day or two. Then she said she could not think of putting him to so much trouble. Would it not be best for him to give her up to King Maglacone, who was at least wealthy and a warrior? So their conversation during the next day or two was not specially agreeable to Glias, whose thoughts were very much taken up with that very Maglacone and his probable doings on this emergency. Nor was he at all deceived. There was cause for grave anxiety, and he had already given orders to hide cattle, sheep, and horses, and destroy all paths. Every person who could be spared was kept on the settlement, and all canoes save one were kept in the palisades. It was well that he had done so, for a wild note of alarm sounded 2 days afterwards, and Morgisius and the scouts came running in to report a strong set of Britons advancing to the attack. His mother and the older men begged him to give up the girl, who was a useless burden to them, but he would not listen to them. He was already busy superintending the execution of his long-planned schemes for defense, for he could not hope to be always left alone. He and Morgisius were already dismantling the causeway beams, and carefully planting stakes where the water was deep and the bed very muddy, and where the causeway did not go. So when the fierce yellow-haired Britons came enraged at him, he simply let them rave as long as they liked. They fired arrows and javelins, but the range was very long, and there was nothing but a palisade to fire at. They then tried the causeway, but fell into deep water and mud, and had much trouble in rescuing one another. After this there was a long consultation, and they began cutting down trees and hauling them to the waterside. A rough raft was made of this, and very slowly this crank craft began to make an erratic and devious course towards the settlement. As soon as it had started, Glias was surprised by his mother. "That girl has lifted the trap-door, and is going to give herself up." Glias hurried to the place and saw her struggling in the water. He promptly hauled her up the ladder and told her sternly to listen to what Maglacone was saying. The chieftain was explaining forcibly what he would do to the girl who had refused him, and his ideas of torture were ingenious and too horrible to quote. So Glias tied her arms and carried her to the hut before hastening back to the palisade. It is not very easy to steer a very self-willed and cranky raft, and at the same time hold a shield over you, as Maglacone and his people discovered. One man was dead already, and several were wounded with arrows, but still they were approaching far too close. So Glias suddenly attacked. He, Morgisius, and 3 of his stalwarts sallied out in their best canoe. When only 10 yards off, all discharged their arrows and threw spears. The men on the left were discomfited with the sudden attack and the storm of arrows, and the raft rocked wildly and upset. Maglacone and some of his warriors swam towards the canoe, but Glias had his wits about him. By his orders, Maglacone was left alone. Those men who swam ashore were allowed to go, but 2 or 3 who clung to the raft and those who followed the chief to attack the canoe were soon disposed of. Then Glias gave his orders. His men, even the bold Morgisius, remonstrated, but he knew what he was about. Glias had the canoe brought behind Maglacone. Then he suddenly rose upright and neatly jumped into the water, a very difficult feat without upsetting the craft. A few strong strokes brought him on to the back of Maglacone, whom he proceeded to half-drown in a cool and scientific manner. When the poor wretch was almost dead, he made him swear by the god of thunder and of fire that he would never attack the settlement, and would leave the girl alone. Then he took him to the remains of his raft and towed it near the shore. Other well-armed canoes sallied out, and they kept arrow on string until the half-drowned Briton chief had been carried off by his men into the forest. Then they had a happy time in searching for the slain Britons. Their heads were cut off, and stuck on poles outside the palisade as trophies of war. Only one of their boys had been killed, and he was buried in the village tomb. This was a vault about 6 feet long and 5 feet deep, lined with huge stone slabs on the shore and about a mile away. This victory enormously encouraged and heartened the settlement. To have got the better of Maglacon, the famous warrior, was in itself a great glory, but to have spared his life and sent him back like a drowned rat was the sort of story that appealed to the Celtic imagination. Whether Gaelic or Brython, the person who enjoyed it least was Glius himself. He could not understand why the girl had wanted to throw herself into the water and to be taken to Maglacon. So a day or two afterwards he had his chariot furbished up. It was a rough one, of 2 wheels, 12 spokes, and drawn by 2 sturdy ponies. With a few other men on ponies, he drove off to visit a respectable Brython chief, with whom he had established correct, if not cordial, relations, and who was beginning to understand that Glius's people, with their skill in pottery and other useful arts, were really valuable as neighbors. He took a present of some glass beads, yellow, green, and blue, with zigzag patterns in wavy white lines. He was well received, for the king hated Maglacon, and wanted to hear the tale. This king had no objections to the great waste forest land, bordering the lake on the north, being settled by old King Uther's serfs. They did a little trade also in pottery, wooden bowls, and otter skins. He laughed heartily when he heard what was the present that Glius wished, thumped him jovially on the back, and told him if the girl did not want him after that, she had better be drowned in the lake. Glius, much encouraged, returned to the settlement, and immediately sent for his mother. She grinned horribly when she saw the presents, but brought Glius to the girl, who was looking very much ashamed of herself. But as soon as she saw what Glius offered, namely a bronze mirror, a small lump of rouge, another of antimony, and an exquisite pair of bronze tweezers, she laughed heartily, and Glius had no further trouble in wooing her. Here, however, we must take leave of him, only remarking that the settlement flourished, that there were 60 or 70 huts, and that some of the wooden bowls and pottery designed by his people are amongst the most valued treasures of the British Museum. End of section 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Sacred Grove by Arnold Böcklin, Swiss painter, 1827 to 1901. Painting, page 28. The Druids were a remarkable brotherhood of priests, teachers, and judges who ruled over the ancient Celts of Gaul and Britain. Their power was such that the chiefs bent humbly before them, and yielded to their decisions not only in matters of religion, but in all sorts of disagreements. Even in cases of crime, they were the judges, and from their decision there was no appeal. Whoever refused to obey them was shut out from the benefits of the sacrifices until he came to terms of humility and obedience. They themselves did not go to war, but their influence was so great in arousing the people to warfare that enemies hated them even more bitterly than they did those who met them in battle. Even the Romans dreaded them, and after the Roman rule was established in Britain, every possible vestige of Druid sway was destroyed. It is possible, though by no means certain, that Stonehenge and other similar ruins are the remains of ancient Druidical temples. The Druids taught the immortality of the soul, but in the form of transmigration. They had a great reverence for the oak tree, and even more for the mistletoe growing upon it. It is said that when such a mistletoe had been discovered, one priest stood on a white cloth under the tree to receive the plant, while a second cut it with a golden knife. Both must wear spotless robes of white. From a temple concealed by the dark grove of trees in the background of this picture, white-robed priests advanced with slow and stately steps. In front, a sacrificial fire burns upon an altar, before which 2 worshippers prostrate themselves in prayer. End of section 6. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 7 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. The World's Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 7, Julius Caesar's 2 visits to Britain, 55 and 54 BC, by Anthony Trollope. There were left of the fighting season after Caesar came back across the Rhine just a few weeks, and what could he do better with them than go over and conquer Britannia? This first record of an invasion upon us comes in at the fag end of a chapter, and the invasion was made simply to fill up the summer. Nobody, Caesar tells us, seemed to know anything about the island, and yet it was the fact that in all his wars with the Gauls were helped by men out of Britain. Before he will face the danger with his army, he sends over a trusty messenger to look about and find out something as to coasts and harbours. The trusty messenger does not dare to disembark, but comes back and tells Caesar what he has seen from the ship. Caesar, in the meantime, has got together a great fleet somewhere in the Boulogne and Calais country, and, so he says, messengers have come to him from Britain, whither rumours of his purpose have already flown, saying that they will submit themselves to the Roman Republic. We may believe just as much of that as we please. But he clearly thinks less of the Boulogne and Calais people than he does even of the Britons, which is a comfort to us. When these people, then called Morini, came to him, asking pardon for having dared to oppose him once before, and offering any number of hostages, and saying that they had been led on by bad advice, Caesar admitted them into some degree of grace, not wishing, as he tells us, to be kept out of Britain by the consideration of such very small affairs. Nec has tantularum rerum occupationes sibi Britannici antiponendas judicabat. We hope that the Boulogne and Calais people understand and appreciate the phrase. Having taken plenty of hostages, he determines to trust the Boulogne and Calais people and prepares his ships for passing the Channel. He starts nearly at the 3rd watch, about midnight, we may presume. A portion of his army, the cavalry, encounters some little delay, such as has often occurred on the same spot since, even to travellers without horses. He himself got over to the British coast at about the 4th hour. This, at midsummer, would have been about 8:15. As it was now late in the summer, it may have been 9 o'clock in the morning when Caesar found himself under the cliffs of Kent, and saw our armed ancestors standing along all the hills, ready to meet him. He stayed at anchor, waiting for his ships till about 2 p.m. His cavalry did not get across till 4 days afterwards. Having given his orders and found a fitting moment and a fitting spot, Caesar runs his ships up upon the beach. Caesar confesses to a good deal of difficulty in getting ashore. When we know how very hard it is to accomplish the same feat on the same coast in these days, with all the appliances of modern science to aid us, and, as we must presume, with no real intention on the part of the Cantii or men of Kent to oppose our landing, we can quite sympathise with Caesar. The ships were so big that they could not be brought into very shallow water. The Roman soldiers were compelled to jump into the sea, heavily armed, and there to fight with the waves and with the enemy. But the Britons, having the use of all their limbs, knowing the ground, standing either on the shore or just running into the shallows, made the landing uneasy enough. Nostri, our men, says Caesar, with all these things against them, were not all of them so alert at fighting as was usual with them on dry ground. at which no one can be surprised. Caesar had two kinds of ships, naves long ships for carrying soldiers, and naves honorarias, ships for carrying burdens. The long ships do not seem to have been such ships of war as the Romans generally used in their sea fights, but were handier and more easily worked than the transports. These he laid broadside to the shore, and harassed the poor natives with stones and arrows. Then the eagle-bearer of the 10th Legion jumped into the sea, proclaiming that he, at any rate, would do his duty. Unless they wished to see their eagle fall into the hands of the enemy, they must follow him. "Jump down," he said, "my fellow soldiers, unless you wish to betray your eagle to the enemy. I, at least, will do my duty to the Republic and to our general." When he had said this with a loud voice, he threw himself out of the ship and advanced the eagle against the enemy. Seeing and hearing this, the men leapt forth freely, from that ship and from others. As usual, there was some sharp fighting. Pugnatum est utrisque acrite. It is nearly always the same thing. Caesar throws away none of his glory by underrating his enemy. But at length the Britons fly. This thing only was wanting to Caesar's good fortune, that he was deficient in cavalry wherewith to ride on in pursuit and take the island. Considering how very short a time he remains in the island, we feel that his complaint against fortune is hardly well founded. But there is a general surrender and a claiming of hostages, and after a few days a sparkle of new hope in the breasts of the Britons. A storm arises, and Caesar's ships are so knocked about that he does not know how he will get back to Gaul. He is troubled by a very high tide, not understanding the nature of these tides. As he had only intended this for a little tentative trip, a mere taste of a future war with Britain, he had brought no large supply of corn with him. He must get back by hook or by crook. The Britons, seeing how it is with him, think that they can destroy him, and make an attempt to do so. The 7th Legion is in great peril, having been sent out to find corn, but is rescued. Certain of his ships, those which had been most grievously handled by the storm, he breaks up, in order that he may mend the others with their materials. When we think how long it takes us to mend ships, having dockyards and patent slips, and all things ready, this is most marvellous to us. But he does mend his ships, and while doing so he has a second fight with the Britons, and again repulses them. There is a burning and destroying of everything far and wide, a gathering of ambassadors to Caesar asking for terms, a demand for hostages, a double number of hostages now, whom Caesar desired to have sent over to him to Gaul, because at this time of the year he did not choose to trust them to ships that were unseaworthy, and he himself, with all his army, gets back into the Boulogne and Calais country. 2 transports only are missing, which are carried somewhat lower down the coast. There are but 300 men in these transports, and these the Morini of those parts threaten to kill, unless they will give up their arms. But Caesar sends help, and even these 300 are saved from disgrace. There is, of course, more burning of houses and laying waste of fields because of this little attempt, and then Caesar puts his army into winter quarters. What would have been the difference to the world if the Britons, as they surely might have done, had destroyed Caesar and every Roman, and not left even a ship to get back to Gaul? In lieu of this, Caesar could send news to Rome of these various victories, and have a public thanksgiving decreed, on this occasion for 20 days. On his return out of Britain, Caesar, as usual, went over the Alps to look after his other provinces. and to attend to his business in Italy, but he was determined to make another raid upon the island. He could not yet assume that he had taken it, and therefore he left minute instructions with his generals as to the building of more ships and the repair of those which had been so nearly destroyed. He sends to Spain, he tells us, for the things necessary to equip his ships. We never hear of any difficulty about money. We know that he did obtain large grants from Rome for the support of his legions, but no scruple was made in making war maintain war, as far as such maintenance could be obtained. Caesar personally was in an extremity of debt when he commenced his campaigns. He had borrowed an enormous sum, 830 talents, or something over £200,000, from Crassus, who was the specially rich Roman of those days, before he could take charge of his Spanish province. When his wars were over, he returned to Rome with a great treasure, and indeed during these wars in Gaul he expended large sums in bribing Romans. We may suppose that he found hordes among the barbarians, as Lord Clive did in the East Indies. Clive contented himself with taking some. Caesar probably took all. Having given the order about his ships, he settled a little matter in Illyricum, taking care to raise some tribute there also. He allows but a dozen lines for recording this winter work, and then tells us that he hurried back to his army and his ships. His command had been so well obeyed in regard to vessels that he finds ready, of that special sort which he had ordered with one bank of oars only on each side, as many as 600, and also 28 of the larger sort. He gives his soldiers very great credit for their exertions, and sends his fleet to the Porta Sitius. The exact spot which Caesar called by this name the geographers have not identified, but it is supposed to be between Bologna and Calais. It may probably have been at Ouessant. Having seen that things were thus ready for a second trip into Britain, he turns round and hurries off with 4 legions and 800 cavalry, an army of 25,000 men, into the Trèves country. There is a quarrel going on there between 2 chieftains, which it is well that he should settle, somewhat as the monkey settled the contest about the oyster. This, however, is a mere nothing of an affair, and he is back again among his ships at the Porta Sitius in a page and a half. He resolves upon taking 5 legions of his own soldiers into Britain, and 2,000 mounted Gauls. He had brought together 4,000 of these horsemen, collected from all Gaul, their chiefs and nobles, not only as fighting allies, but as hostages, that the tribe should not rise in rebellion while his back was turned. These he divides, taking half with him, and leaving half with 3 legions of his own men, under Labienus, in the Bologna country, as a base to his army, to look after the provisions, and to see that he be not harassed on his return. There is a little affair, however, with one of the Gaulish chieftains, Dumnorix the Eduan, who ought to have been his fastest friend. Dumnorix runs away with all the Eduan horsemen. Caesar, however, sends after him and has him killed, and then all things are ready. He starts with altogether more than 800 ships at sunset, and comes over with a gentle southwest wind. He arrives off the coast of Britain at about noon, but can see none of the inhabitants on the cliff. He imagines that they have all fled, frightened by the number of his ships. Caesar establishes his camp, and proceeds that same night about 12 miles into the country. 11 miles, we may say, as our mile is longer than the Roman, and there he finds the Britons. There is some fighting, after which Caesar returns and fortifies his camp. Then there comes a storm and knocks his ships about terribly. although he had found, as he thought, a nice soft place for them. But the tempest is very violent, and they are torn away from their anchors and thrust upon the shore and dashed against each other, till there is infinite trouble. He is obliged to send over to Labienus, telling him to build more ships, and those which are left he drags up over the shore to his camp, in spite of the enormous labour required in doing it. He is 10 days at this work, night and day, and we may imagine that his soldiers had not had an easy time of it. When this has been done, he advances again into the country after the enemy, and finds that Cassivelaunus is in command of the united forces of the different tribes. Cassivelaunus comes from the other side of the Thames, over in Middlesex or Hertfordshire. The Britons had not hitherto lived very peaceably together, but now they agree that against the Romans they will act in union under Cassivelaunus. Caesar's description of the island is very interesting. The interior is inhabited by natives, or rather by aborigines. Caesar states this at least as the tradition of the country, but the maritime parts are held by Belgian immigrants, who for the most part have brought with them from the continent the names of their tribes. The population is great, and the houses, built very like the houses in Gaul, are numerous and very thick together. The Britons have a great deal of cattle. They use money, having either copper coin or iron rings of a great weight. Tin is found in the middle of the island, and about the coast, iron, but the quantity of iron found is small. Brass they import. They have the same timber as in Gaul, only they have neither beech nor fir. Hares and chickens and geese they think it wrong to eat, but they keep these animals as pets. The climate on the whole is milder than in Gaul. The island is triangular. One corner, that of Kent, has an eastern and a southern aspect. This southern side of the island he makes 500 miles, exceeding the truth by about 150 miles. Then Caesar becomes a little hazy in his geography, telling us that the other side, meaning the western line of the triangle, where Ireland lies, verges towards Spain. Ireland, he says, is half the size of Britain, and about the same distance from it that Britain is from Gaul. In the middle of the channel dividing Ireland from Britain there is an island called Mona, the Isle of Man. There are also some other islands, which at midwinter have 30 continuous days of night. Here Caesar becomes not only hazy, but mythic. But he explains that he has seen nothing of this himself, although he has ascertained by scientific measurement that the nights in Britain are shorter than on the continent. Of course, the nights are shorter with us in summer than they are in Italy, and longer in winter. The western coast he makes out to be 700 miles long, in saying which he is nearly 100 miles over the mark. The third side he describes as looking towards the north. He means the eastern coast. This he calls 800 miles long, and exaggerates our territories by more than 200 miles. The marvel, however, is that he should be so near the truth. The men of Kent are the most civilized. Indeed, they are almost as good as Gauls in this respect. What changes does not time make in the comparative merits of countries? The men in the interior live on flesh and milk, and do not care for corn. They wear skin clothing. They make themselves horrible with woad, and go about with very long hair. They shave close, except the head and upper lip. Then comes the worst habit of all. 10 or a dozen men have their wives in common among them. We have a very vivid and by no means unflattering account of the singular agility of our ancestors in their mode of fighting from their chariots. This, says Caesar, is the nature of their chariot fighting. They first drive rapidly about the battlefield, per omnes partes, and throw their darts and frequently disorder the ranks by the very terror occasioned by the horses and by the noise of the wheels. And when they have made their way through the bodies of the cavalry, they jump down and fight on foot. Then the charioteers go a little out of the battle, and so place their chariot that they may have a ready mode of returning should their friends be pressed by the number of their enemies. Thus they unite the rapidity of cavalry and the stability of infantry, and so effective do they become by daily use and practice that they are accustomed to keep their horses, excited as they are, on their legs on steep and precipitous ground, and to manage and turn them very quickly, and to run along the pole and stand upon the yoke, by which the horses were held together at the collars, and again with the greatest rapidity to return to the chariot, all which is very wonderful. Of course there is a great deal of fighting, and the Britons soon learn by experience to avoid general engagements and maintain guerrilla actions. Caesar by degrees makes his way to the Thames, and with great difficulty gets his army over it. He can do this at only one place, and that badly. The site of this ford he does not describe to us. It is supposed to have been near the place which we now know as Sunbury. He does tell us that his men were so deep in the water that their heads only were above the stream. But even thus they were so impetuous in their onslaught that the Britons would not wait for them on the opposite bank but ran away. Soon there comes unconditional surrender and hostages and promises of tribute. Cassivellaunus, who is himself but a usurper, and therefore has many enemies at home, endeavours to make himself secure in a strong place or town, which is supposed to have been on or near the site of our St. Albans. Caesar, however, explains that the poor Britons give the name of a town, Oppidum, to a spot in which they have merely surrounded some thick woods with a ditch and rampart. Caesar, of course, drives them out of their woodland fortress, and then there quickly follows another surrender, more hostages, and the demand for tribute. Caesar leaves his orders behind him, as though to speak were to be obeyed. One Mandubratius, and not Cassivellaunus, is to be the future king in Middlesex and Hertfordshire, that is, over the Trinobantes who live there. He fixes the amount of tribute to be sent annually by the Britons to Rome, and he especially leaves orders that Cassivellaunus shall do no mischief to the young Mandubratius. Then he crosses back into Gaul at 2 trips, his ships taking half the army first, and coming back for the other half. And he piously observes that though he had lost many ships when they were comparatively empty, hardly one had been destroyed while his soldiers were in them. So were ended Caesar's second and last invasion of Britain. That he had reduced Britain as he had reduced Gaul he certainly could not boast. Though Quintus Curtius had written to his brother to say that Britannia was confecta, finished. Though he had twice landed his army under the White Cliffs, and twice taken it away with comparative security, he had on both occasions been made to feel how terribly strong an ally to the Britons was that channel which divided them from the continent. The reader is made to feel that on both occasions the existence of his army and of himself is in the greatest peril. Caesar's idea in attacking Britain was probably that of making the Gauls believe that his power could reach even beyond them, could extend itself all around them, even into distant islands, than of absolutely establishing the Roman dominion beyond that distant sea. The Britons had helped the Gauls in their wars with him, and it was necessary that he should punish any who presumed to give such help. Whether the orders which he left behind him were obeyed, we do not know, but we may imagine that the tribute exacted was not sent to Rome with great punctuality. In fact, Caesar invaded the island twice, but did not reduce it. End of section 7.
Section 8 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Alan Mapstone as Cymbeline.
Jim Locke as Lucius.
Devorah Allen as Queen.
And Thomas Peter as Cloten.
The World's Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 8. A Messenger from Rome, 43 A.D. by William Shakespeare. Cymbeline, or Cunobelinus, was a grandson of Cassivelaunus. So much of a foundation has Shakespeare for his Cymbeline, the rest of the play is purely imaginative. Whenever Caesar overcame a tribe, it was his custom to demand that tribute be paid to him. In the following scene, Caius Lucius, a messenger from the Roman Emperor, has come to the court of Cymbeline in 43 A.D. to demand that the tribute which the king had of late left untendered shall be paid. The Editor. Scene 1. Britain. A room of state in Cymbeline's palace. Enter at one side Cymbeline, Queen, Cloten, and lords. At the other, Caius Lucius and attendants.
Now say, what would Augustus Caesar with us?
When Julius Caesar, whose remembrance yet lives in men's eyes, and will to ears and tongues be theme and hearing ever, was in this Britain, and conquered it, Cassibelan, thine uncle, famous in Caesar's praises, no whit less than in his feats deserving it, for him and his succession granted Rome a tribute yearly 3,000 pounds, which by thee lately is left untendered.
And to kill the marvel shall be so ever.
There be many Caesars ere such another Julius. Britain is a world by itself, and we will nothing pay for wearing our own noses.
That opportunity which then they had to take from us to resume, we have again. Remember, sir, my liege, the kings your ancestors, together with the natural bravery of your isle, which stands, as Neptune's park, ribbed and paled in, with rocks unscalable and roaring waters, with sands that will not bear your enemies' boats, but suck them up to the topmast, a kind of conquest, Caesar made here, but made not here his brag, of came and saw and overcame. With shame, the first that ever touched him, he was carried, from off our coast, twice beaten, and his shipping, poor ignorant baubles, on our terrible seas, like eggshells moved upon their surges, cracked, as easily against our rocks, for joy whereof the famed Cassibelan, who was once at point, O giglet fortune, to master Caesar's sword, made Lud's town with rejoicing fires bright, and Britain strut with courage.
Come, there's no more tribute to be paid. Our kingdom is stronger than it was at that time, and, as I said, there is no more such Caesar. Other of them may have crooked noses, but to owe such straight arms, none.
Son, let your mother end.
We have yet among us can gripe as hard as Cassibelan. I do not say I am one, but I have a hand. Why tribute? Why should we pay tribute? If Caesar can hide the sun from us with a blanket, or put the moon in his pocket, we will pay him tribute for light. Else, sir, no more tribute, pray you now.
You must know, till the injurious Romans did extort this tribute from us, we were free. Caesar's ambition which swelled so much that it did almost stretch the sides of the world, against all colour here, did put the yoke upon us, which to shake off becomes a warlike people, whom we reckon ourselves to be.
We do.
Say then to Caesar, our ancestor was that Murmutius which ordained our laws, whose use the sword of Caesar hath too much mangled, whose repair and franchise shall by the power we hold be our good deed, though Rome be therefore angry. Murmutius made our laws, who was the first of Britain, which did put his brows within a golden crown, and called himself a king.
I am sorry, Sibylline, that I am to pronounce Augustus Caesar, Caesar that hath more kings his servants than thyself domestic officers, thine enemy. Receive it from me then. War and confusion in Caesar's name pronounce I 'gainst thee. Look for fury not to be resisted.
End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmit. Boadicea, 62 AD, by William Cowper. Boadicea was the wife of the chief of one of the tribes of early Britain. In the hope of saving his family from trouble, this chief willed his wealth to his daughters and to the Roman emperor. The officials seized the wealth, flogged Boadicea, and enslaved others of the family. She led a revolt against the Roman power in 62 AD, but was overcome. The Editor. When the British warrior queen, bleeding from the Roman rods, sought with an indignant mien counsel of her country's gods, sage beneath a spreading oak sat the Druid, hoary chief. Every burning word he spoke, full of rage and full of grief. Princess, if our aged eyes weep upon thy matchless wrongs, 'tis because resentment ties all the terrors of our tongues. Rome shall perish, write that word in the blood that she has spilt, perish, hopeless and abhorred, deep in ruin as in guilt. Rome, for empire far renowned, tramples on 1,000 states. Soon her pride shall kiss the ground. Hark, the Gaul is at her gates. Other Romans shall arise, heedless of a soldier's name. Sounds, not arms, shall win the prize, harmony the path to fame. Then the progeny that springs from the forest of our land, armed with thunder, clad with wings, shall a wider world command. Regions Caesar never knew, thy posterity shall sway, where his eagles never flew, none invincible as they. Such the bard's prophetic words, pregnant with celestial fire, bending as he swept the chords of his sweet but awful lyre. She, with all a monarch's pride, felt them in her bosom glow, rushed to battle, fought, and died, dying, hurled them at the foe. Ruffians, pitiless as proud, heaven awards the vengeance due, empire is on us bestowed, shame and ruin wait for you. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 10. How the Romans Lived in Britain, about the 3rd century AD, by G. F. Scott Elliot. The villa of Quintus Natalius a Romanised Briton, whose father had amassed great wealth by means of his iron mines, was very prettily situated. It stood on a small terrace halfway up the low hill, which, rising behind the buildings, perfectly sheltered it from the driving westerly gales. Before it lay a long, winding and lovely valley, with remains of wild forest still clinging to the more precipitous slopes. The river was clear and transparent, and the hills beyond shut off the cold easterly and northerly gales. But all this peaceful beauty made no impression on the wretched Marvia as she followed the slave merchant into the great courtyard. There, wondering, she looked about her. On one side were the buildings in which corn, apples, wood, wine, oil, and the like were stored. On the other was a long line of rooms inhabited by servants and slaves. The great courtyard itself was nearly 60 feet long and almost as broad. It had 2 paths running across it at right angles. A few fruit trees were arranged symmetrically along them. In the midst was a shallow concrete pond, full of living fish awaiting a passage to the kitchen. But the skilful architect had arranged all the lines so that the eye necessarily tended towards the master's own house, which closed the courtyard at the upper or northern side. The bright sunlight was reflected by myriads of tiny points of light all over the roof, for this was made of thin pieces, arranged diagonally, of a sandstone full of glittering mica. The roof was carried forward so as to form a lovely veranda, supported by elegantly carved slender columns, and full of vases, statues of Diana and Meleager, and other ornaments. A very fat man with sword and spear and a British slave had been seated on the veranda steps. While the latter was sent to inform the owner that one Atticus desired to speak with him, Balbus, the soldier, chatted with the slave merchant. The latter was going to Rome, and said he liked not the news either from the north or from Wales. Balbus laughed heartily. "Why, man," he said, "there has been talk of a Caledonian invasion ever since I can remember. Hast thou not seen the great wall that crosses from Luguvallium to the Tyne? It is 15 feet high, 9 feet thick, and in front there is a ditch 34 feet wide and 15 feet deep. That goeth right across the whole island. There are 12,400 men upon it, and sentry stands and a castle at every mile where is a gate. I know it well, for I, Balbus, carried stone to build it on 2 sticks held over my shoulder, where there is still a scar. What Caledonians could storm that?" The slave merchant shook his head and hinted that the only legion had been sent to York, and that with so many stout soldiers sent to the Rhine and to Rome, either the Welsh or the Caledonians might invade Britain. I heard that the Welsh were gathering in the mountains, and that many had fled to Uriconium for safety. At this point a woman came out to call in Atticus. She jeered at the raw barbarian and shivered at the cold air outside. But a keen, wizened-up, Jewish-looking steward thrust her aside. "Make way, Julia," he said. "Thou mayest go to the spinning-room now, for here is a prettier than thou, with a nose not red, nor always moist with water." Then, in an undertone to Atticus, "How much wilt thou give me?" 5%. "Oh, no, I want 15%, said the steward. 10 then, growled the slave merchant. During this murmured conversation they had stepped up upon the veranda. Marvia started and stared at the floor, for it was like a vivid and brilliantly coloured painting. She had never seen Roman mosaic before, and wondered at the pictures. Bacchus on his tiger, and Actaeon pursued by his hounds, with the corners filled in by graceful scrolls, garlands, and flowers. The colours were many and vividly contrasted, for there were pieces of ruby, 2 shades of red, black, slate colour, chocolate, yellow, grey, cream colour, and pure white. Even more sumptuous and luxurious was the room into which she entered. A great apartment it was, of which the whole floor was occupied by an elaborate mosaic, representing Orpheus playing on his lute and surrounded by many and diverse sorts of animals. Along the foot of the wall was a moulding or skirting of red cement. The rest of the wall was prettily painted, or rather distempered in many lovely colours, with subjects such as boys carrying flowers, garlands of flowers, and strange birds. An arched recess held the family altar, where an exquisitely worked bronze lamp was burning. The room was pleasantly warm, though the day was cold. A stout young man, peevish and flushed in the face, was lolling on a couch covered with soft cushions, though it was near midday. He was examining a little bronze statuette, of which there were many in the room, as well as beautiful bowls of Samian ware, richly ornamented, beautiful coloured and iridescent glass vessels, full of fruit and flowers. To us the apartment might seem perhaps bare, cold, and clean, but there was no question as to the luxury and artistic taste of the owner. Marvia stared about her while they bargained for her. A high price was asked, and Quintus refused to give it. He had more slaves than he wanted. But after the steward had left the room, a stately Roman woman swept into it. She wanted a yellow-haired slave to carry her messages. Every woman in Rome had one, and Quintus must buy this one. A lively wrangle ensued, and the lady wept and stormed until at last Quintus sulkily called the steward and opened a huge brass-bound chest with a great iron key. Marvia was bought and sent to wait on Faustina, wife of Quintus, who amused herself for a time by trimming her hair and dressing her like a Roman handmaiden. Then Faustina called for her litter, and borne by 4 sturdy British slaves and attended only by Marvia, started for a country promenade. They soon reached the straight Roman road, marked by milestones which led across the hills, and passed a village of dirty, miserable hovels, where wretched serfs, working in Quintus's iron mines, crouched before their master's wife, but turned off along a small footpath that led down to the riverside. The whole way Faustina reviled and stormed at the slaves, but at last she stopped the litter, and grumbling at the exertion and the cold, tottered, leaning on Marvia, along the footpath. A small ragged boy who was herding goats called out a loud and musical cry and ran uphill. The path was beside the steep banks, or almost little cliffs, 30 feet high, which had been at one time cut out by the river. Turning one of these projecting cliffs, they found a deep cave hollowed out of the side of the cliff, at which Marvia stared in awe. A tall man in a black cloak, marked with strange symbols, the swastika, or philfot, and with curious Eastern silver and gold ornaments, was holding forth his hands and uttering a long musical hymn of weird Greek and Arabian invocations. Before him was a long stretch of the river lying south by west, and at this hour blazing like molten gold with the sunlight, which fell full on his dark Egyptian features, and also shone brightly on the face of a statue, the god Mithras, which was placed in a recess in the back of the cave. 2 smaller statues, the god's assessors, were on either side of him. The priest took no notice of them, and Marvia wondered at the cave. It was cut 20 feet deep into the cliff, and about 40 feet across, and the keystone of the semicircular arched roof was at least 15 feet above the ground. All of it was neatly built of chalk blocks, carefully fitted together. Faustina and Marvia waited, full of superstitious fear, till the resounding Greek phrases ceased. Then the priest motioned to them. "Will Mithras favour my voyage, O Arsaces?" "Yes, verily, lady, if thou dost place a suitable offering on his altar." Faustina produced a rich string of amber beads. "Nay, lady, gold like the sunlight, that is the offering fit for Mithras." Faustina unhooked a rich gold bracelet from her arm, and would have removed the amber beads. But the priest majestically and very gravely waved her off, and took them himself. "Hast thou the rare drug thou promised me?" "Yes, lady, here is the rich wolfsbane, of whose power thou art not ignorant." To Marvia's horror, the priest gave her a root of the accursed aconite, of whose deadly powers all Britons were well aware. Faustina snatched at it, and they returned to the litter and passed back to the villa. During this time Quintus had been occupied in the main business of his life. He had gone to take a bath, leaving his steward to haggle with the serfs, who brought the iron for which they were paid. But they had to give a fee to the steward. Others brought in corn and apples, and always, after openly leaving them in the granary, passed round to the steward's office, where they bought some of it for themselves, and this money did not appear in his accounts. Quintus, however, had now reached the series of rooms and begun his bath. These rooms were all carefully heated by a simple and yet efficient system which must be described. The floors of all rooms used in winter were raised about 2 to 4 feet above the ground on a quantity of little brick or chalk pillars. The floor itself consisted of thin tiles or flags laid on these pillars and covered by cement. An opening in the outside wall of the house acted as the furnace. Here a fire of wood was kept up, and the heat and smoke from it passed under the floor between these pillars, and sometimes even up the wall through hollow earthenware flues. A hot bath was often warmed by means of similar flues, which were in connection with this system of hot air spaces. Quintus entered the first room, which was gently or moderately heated, and undressed. Then a whole number of slaves began to attend to him. There was one who acted as a barber, another with tweezers who pulled out any superfluous hairs, others with toothpicks and ear instruments, and each one of them was a master in his particular craft. The second room was a hot vapour bath, in which the object was to produce profuse perspiration. In the third room he lay on a couch, and a specially strong and muscular slave scraped him all over with scrapers, which were curious iron knives with the edge turned sideways. Next came the bath, 30 feet long and with a long step or seat, rounded at the edge and covered with plaster, on which he could sit whilst another slave sponged him. He might now enter another room where was the cold bath. Then towels warmed on the hot flues would be brought by other slaves, and he would be carefully dried, and perhaps played ball to warm himself. Still another room was devoted to the storage of oils, unguents, and cosmetics, preserved in coloured glass bottles or sometimes in cakes stamped with the maker's name. So Quintus, having been oiled and curled in this chamber, now donned his toga and returned to the great hall, where the clients and slaves were already gathered for dinner. In another room, Faustina was having her hair dressed. She half reclined on a couch supported by cushions, whilst a frightened slave held up a mirror before her. She had already stencilled her eyebrows, above and below, and had adorned her haggard cheeks with plentiful cosmetics, but it was the arrangement of her hair that caused all this trouble. The wrinkled and ugly hag that acted as mistress of the slaves gave her opinion. Each slave girl had to say what she thought. One anxious woman was endeavouring to get one particular curl to her mistress's satisfaction. "That is too high. Now it is too low. Be careful." Upon this, Faustina seized a cowhide latch that lay beside her, and cruelly whipped the wretched handmaid across her naked shoulders. Marvia, frightened and disgusted at this scene of vanity and cruelty, was engaged in extracting the aconite according to the shrill and peevish directions of her mistress. The extract was placed in a prettily shaped vase of iridescent glass and locked up in a cupboard. But Faustina's toilet seemed an endless task. Now hot water was loudly called for and hurriedly brought from a bronze tap, modelled like a dog's head, for there was a leaden pipe in the room from the hot baths. Then Faustina's little girl Julia, a spoilt, unhealthy little creature, who was running about with a rag doll and a rattle made like a bronze pig, came to see the pretty mother and was kissed and fondled until another lock of hair was disarranged, when Julia was soundly smacked, and Faustina raved and stormed and lashed her miserable handmaidens. Then at the door of the room a silky, humble voice murmured, "Gracious lady, queen muse of this rude, barbarous island, the dinner is awaiting thy presence." "Fetch me the calendar," cried Faustina. So a calendar with the lucky hours for every day was produced and carefully studied by the superstitious Roman matron. "Fairest of priestesses, Phoebus Apollo has long descended from the azure empyrean. The rays of the sun god are failing, and rude Boreas begins to blow. Here, Marvia, take him this missive." So saying, Faustina seized her writing tablets, 2 pieces of thin wood folding like a book and covered inside with a thin layer of wax, and wrote upon the wax with a fine-pointed stylus. Then closing the leaves, she tied it with string and handed it to Marvia, who, followed by the Greek slave who had spoken, hurried to the dining-room. When Quintus read the missive, his face fell. "It is not propitious to dine for half an hour yet." Deep gloom descended on the faces of the clients. "Shall we play at dice? Bring the knuckle-bones." A deeper depression fell on the company. "No." "Shall we try those cocks of Balbus? Fetch thy fighting birds." Everyone tried to look pleased, but the fight was a failure, for the birds had just been fed. "Thou, Aristides, canst thou not amuse me?" The cunning Greek began an eloquent harangue, comparing the neck of Quintus to the brawny shoulders of Hercules holding Antaeus far from his mother earth, etc. But he was suddenly checked. "Come hither, Aristides. I gave a high price for thee as a scholar and a poet, but I hear strange talk from Faustina about Rome and thee. See thou to it that thou goest not thither in the next party of slaves. Fetch her to dinner forthwith." The Greek grew pale and hurried off. Quintus went on. "When I married the penniless daughter of an official convicted of oppression, I did not bargain for this. I hear each day of an ancestor who died when fighting Hannibal. She quotes verses I never knew, and corrects my Latin as old-fashioned and provincial, and her tongue never stops." But then a great tumult was heard. The faces of the company brightened. Then the painted elderly dame swept into the room, and they went into the dining-room, where soon the dinner was served. Marvia had never seen such gluttony before. A great boar was brought in. There were dishes of eggs and of hares, kept in a warren for the purpose, salmon and other fish, oysters from Richborough, and a plate of snails carefully imported from France and kept as a great luxury. There was fruit also, not only apples from Britain, but figs, mulberries, and grapes imported from Gaul. These were tastefully arranged in bowls of Samian ware, covered with beautiful designs in pottery manufactured at Canterbury, and beautiful glass vessels. But a fat and perspiring slave handed to Marvia a graceful glass vessel, and she was soon busy pouring out wine. But even this required a little experience. She soon found that if anyone wanted his cup filled, he held up his hand. An elderly client with a threadbare toga did so, and she poured out wine for him from her glass vessel. Everyone laughed at her and congratulated the client. An old black slave poured British wine for the clients from a jar of rude yellowish earthenware with looped handles. That dinner lasted for 3 hours, and the time was chiefly occupied in listening to Faustina's comparison of Virgil and Homer, with a chorus of applause and flattery thrown in by Aristides and the clients. At last Quintus became foolish and muddled with wine, and called to Faustina, "Is there anything a woman does not understand?" "Ah," she said, "that deserves a special draught of my cherished Falernian. Go thou and fetch it, Aristides, and bring also a meet vessel for holding it." Aristides returned with an ancient jar carefully corked up. And to Marvia's horror and disgust, he brought also the identical iridescent glass in which lay the aconite. Faustina, with her glittering eyes, uncorked the jar, poured out the wine in her own cup, drank it ostentatiously, and then poured the rest of the jar into the poisoned glass decanter. "Come hither, Marvia, give it to thy master. Why lookest thou so glum?" Then the whole foul plot was clear to the wretched British girl. She was to pour the poisoned draught into her master's cup. She would be tortured to death, probably wrapped in linen saturated with pitch and burnt to death. Then Faustina and Aristides would seize the dead man's riches and hasten to Rome. Who would believe her word? So she took the glass vessel and turned to carry it. But as she went, she pretended to stumble and fell and dashed the jar to pieces on the mosaic. Faustina was almost mad with fury and fright. "Send for the torturer," she cried. "Scourge me this girl to death, but torture her first." A repulsive Arabian came in, carrying a small brazier and curious metal tools. But while the wretched Marvia, bound and helpless, awaited the heating of those instruments, a strange and unexpected interruption took place. "What is that clamour?" cried Balbus, and went to the court. A panting British serf, bleeding with wounds, covered with dust and half dead with fright and fatigue, stumbled into the hall and cried, "Fly, O Quintus, the Welsh savages are after me. They have burnt the villages and slain thy people. They are coming fast after me." A few of the clients, chiefly poor elderly men, rallied round Quintus with swords drawn. Fat Balbus in vain endeavoured to get into his chain armour, which was far too tight for him. Some tried to plunder, and ran off laden with booty. The rest shrieked and ran to and fro, helplessly wringing their hands. The steward and Faustina disappeared. But as Quintus called loudly for his daughter Julia, wild discordant yells and the Celtic trumpet sounded at the gate, and a fierce horde of savages burst into the court. Marvia was recognised by the leader, but those splendid, luxurious apartments were soon streaming with blood. That dissolute crew of Romans, Greeks, and debased Britons were dead or flying panic-stricken over the hills. Soon a great fire began to kindle on the beautiful villa, and rapidly grew into a roaring conflagration. The roof fell, and then only a few blackened heaps of broken stone and potsherds marked the site of Quintus's splendid villa. But even today, underneath the shapeless, grassy mounds which cover the broken tiles and ruined floors, far inside the soot-blackened hypocaust, there lie 3 skeletons. The steward had crawled there, carrying his ill-gotten money, which now lies scattered amongst his bones. Faustina and her daughter had also crept in there to escape. All 3 were suffocated below the ruins of the burning villa. End of section 10.
Section 11 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by alanmapstone. The Converted Britons by William Holman Hunt, English painter, 1827 to 1910. Painting, page 58. In the latter part of the 2nd century, Britain, then a Roman province, was converted to Christianity. The new religion was not introduced, however, without a bitter struggle on the part of the Druid priesthood. An episode of this struggle is shown in the illustration. A party of Britons, incited by the Druid priests, has attacked the Christian missionaries. One, at least, is already captured, but another has escaped to the protection of the frail hut of a family of Christian natives. He is exhausted by his flight, and they are caring for him and trying to revive him. 2 men are anxiously guarding the doorway, and a young boy with his ear to the ground is listening to the sounds without. One woman supports the fainting form of the missionary, looking fearfully toward the door. Another is bathing his forehead. A little boy at the left is holding a cup into which an older brother is squeezing the juice of a bunch of grapes from the vines overhead. A girl is tenderly removing a briar from the victim's robe. The father of the family is evidently a fisherman, for a net hangs on the post at the right, and the cabin stands beside a stream. Against the wall of the hut stands a druidic stone, but upon it a cross is rudely drawn to indicate a change of faith. End of section 11. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 12 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. England, Part 2. The Anglo-Saxon Invasion. Historical Note. After the withdrawal of the Roman garrisons, the Britons were harassed by the Scots, Irish, on the west, and the Picts, Gauls, on the north. Against these marauders they struggled bravely, but in vain. There was also trouble from the east, for bands of Teuton pirates from the western shores of the Baltic were coming down upon them. At length, as tradition says, the Britons invited these pirates to come to aid them in repelling the other invaders, and promised them the island of Thanet as their reward. The newcomers were known as Saxons, Angles, and Jutes. They were pagans, fierce in battle, but they also cultivated the ground. In their homeland, those who were relatives often clustered together in a tiny village. Each family had its house-lot and garden, but around the little village extended land known as the mark or boundary. This was divided into pasture, woodland, and tillage, and was used in common. The people were of 4 ranks: athels or nobles, ceorls or free landowners, lads or tenants who paid rent by service, and slaves who were generally captives taken in war. Each village had its governor and its council, the latter comprising all the freemen. Each hundred, or collection of villages, had also a governor and council, and the whole tribe had a king, and a council, Witan, who elected the king annually. These invaders soon pushed on from Thanet and conquered lands for themselves in the new country. Early in the 6th century they appear to have suffered a series of defeats at the hand of some British chief, perhaps the King Arthur of the later legends, which checked their advance for nearly 50 years, but by the close of the century all Britain was in their hands, and the former inhabitants were killed, enslaved, or driven into the mountains of Wales. In 827 the various small kingdoms formed by the invaders were united by Egbert, King of Wessex, and from this monarch every English king, except the 4 Normans, has traced his descent. End of section 12. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 13. Stories of King Arthur and his Court, 6th century. The legends of King Arthur and his court probably have this basis in fact, that in the 5th or 6th century there arose a brave British chieftain or general who defeated the Teutonic invaders in a number of pitched battles, was betrayed by his wife, and met his death in conflict with a near kinsman. The memory of this chieftain was kept alive by the Britons in their mountain fastnesses of Wales, and in the course of centuries spread to the continent, where the courtly poets of France and Germany remoulded the legends, making of the rude warrior chief an ideal knight of the Middle Ages, chivalrous, generous, and without fear. They reflect therefore the life and ideals of the 12th and 13th centuries, rather than of the time in which King Arthur is supposed to have lived. The Editor. King Arthur Receives the Round Table, by Thomas Malory. In the beginning of Arthur, after he was chosen king by adventure and by grace, most of the barons knew not that he was Uther Pendragon's son, until Merlin made it openly known. Then many kings and lords made great war against him for that cause, but Arthur overcame them all. For the most part of the days of his life he was ruled much by the counsel of Merlin. So it befell that King Arthur said unto Merlin, My barons will let me have no rest until I take a wife, and I will take none but by thy counsel and by thy advice. It is well, said Merlin, that you take a wife, for a man of your attainments and nobility should not be without a wife. Now is there any that you love more than another? Yea, said King Arthur. I love Guinevere, daughter of King Leodegrance of the land of Cameliard. This damsel is the most valiant and the fairest lady that I know living, or that ever I could find. Sir, said Merlin, as for her beauty and fairness, she is one of the fairest on earth. But if you did not love her so well as you do, I should find you a damsel of beauty and of goodness that should like you and please you. But when a man's heart is set, he is loath to change. That is truth, said King Arthur. Then Merlin sent forth unto King Leodegrance of Cameliard, and told him of the desire of King Arthur to have Guinevere for his wife. That is to me, said King Leodegrance, the best tidings that I ever heard, that so worthy a king of prowess and noblesse will wed my daughter. And as far as my lands, I would give him all if I thought it would please him, but he hath lands enough, and needeth none. But I shall send him a gift which shall please him much more, for I shall give him the Round Table, which his father Uther Pendragon gave me. When it is full complete, there are 150 knights. 100 good knights I have myself, but I lack 50, for so many have been slain in my days. And so Leodegrance delivered his daughter Guinevere unto Merlin, and the Round Table with the 100 knights. And they rode freshly with great royalty, till they came nigh unto London. When King Arthur heard of the coming of Guinevere and the 100 knights with the Round Table, he made great joy, and said openly, This fair lady is passing welcome unto me, for I have loved her long, and therefore there is nothing so much to my liking. And these knights with the Round Table please me more than great riches. And in all haste the king prepared for the marriage and the coronation in the most honourable fashion that could be devised. "Now, Merlin," said King Arthur, "go thou and find me in all this land 50 knights which are of most prowess and worship." Within a short time Merlin had found knights to fill 28 sieges, but no more he could find. Then the Bishop of Canterbury was fetched, and he blessed the sieges with great royalty and devotion, and there set the 28 knights. And when this was done, Merlin said, "Fair sirs, you must all arise and come to King Arthur to do him homage, for he will then have the better will to maintain you." And so they arose and did their homage. And when they were gone, Merlin found in every siege letters of gold that told the knight's name that had sat therein. But 2 sieges were void. "What is the cause," said King Arthur, "that there be 2 places void in the sieges?" "Sir," said Merlin, "there shall no man sit in those places, but him that shall be of most worship. But in the siege perilous, there shall no man sit but one, and if there be any other so hardy as to sit there, he shall be destroyed." And therewith Merlin took King Pellinore by the hand, and put him in the place next the 2 sieges and the siege perilous. And he said before them all, "This is your place, for you are most worthy to sit therein of all who are here." Thereat Sir Gawain was passing envious, and said to Gaheris his brother, "Yonder knight is put to great worship, and this grieveth me sore, for he slew our father King Lot. Therefore I will slay him." "You shall not do it," said Gaheris, "at this time, for I now am but a squire, but when I am made knight, I will be avenged on him. Therefore, brother, it is best that you suffer till another time, that we may have him out of the court, lest we should trouble this high feast." "I will do as you say," said Gawain. There the king established all his knights, and those that had no lands he made rich in lands. And he charged them never to do outrage or murder, and always to flee treason. Also by no means to be cruel, but to give mercy unto him that asked it, upon pain of forfeiture of their worship and lordship of King Arthur for evermore. And always to give succour unto ladies, damsels, and gentlewomen, upon pain of death. Also that no man make battle in a wrongful quarrel, either for any law or this world's goods. Unto this oath were all the knights of the Round Table sworn, both old and young. And every year were they sworn anew at the feast of Pentecost. And then when all this was done, the high feast was made ready, and King Arthur was wedded at Camelot unto Dame Guinevere in the church of St. Stephen's, with much solemnity. Galahad and the Quest of the Sangreal by Thomas Malory. Footnote: Sangreal, or Holy Grail, that is, Holy Cup. The cup from which Jesus Christ is supposed to have drunk at the Last Supper, and in which Joseph of Arimathea is said to have caught the blood that fell from Jesus' side when he was on the cross. End of footnote. Part 1. At the vigil of Pentecost, when all the fellowship of the Round Table were come again unto Camelot, and the tables were set ready to the meat, there entered into the hall a fair gentlewoman on horseback. She had ridden fast, for her horse was all besweated. There she alighted, and came before the king and saluted him. Then she straightway went unto Launcelot, and said, Sir Launcelot, I salute you, and require you to come with me into a forest near by. And though Sir Launcelot wist not why he should go with that lady, he bade his squire saddle his horse and bring his arms, and then departed he with the lady. And they rode until they came into a forest, where they saw an abbey of nuns. And they entered, and a fair company of nuns came and led Sir Launcelot into the abbess's chamber, and unarmed him. And presently therein came 12 nuns that brought with them Galahad, a youth so fair and so well made, that in all the world men might scarcely find his match, and all those ladies wept. Sir, said they all, we bring you here this child, whom we have nourished, and we pray you to make him a knight, for of a more worthy man's hand may he not receive the order of knighthood. And Sir Launcelot beheld the young squire, and saw him seemly and pure as a dove, and he thought he had never seen so fair a man. Then said Sir Launcelot, Cometh this desire of himself? He and all they said, Yea. Then shall he, said Sir Launcelot, receive the high order of knighthood tomorrow at the celebration of the high feast. And on the morrow at dawn he made him knight, and said, God make you a good man, for beauty faileth you not. Part 2. Now, fair sir, said Sir Launcelot, will ye come with me unto the court of King Arthur? Nay, answered Galahad, I will not go with you at this time. Then Launcelot departed from the abbey, and so he came unto Camelot in the forenoon on Whitsunday. And when the king and all the knights were come unto the round table, the barons espied in the sieges all about, written with golden letters, the names of those knights to whom the sieges appertained. And thus they went until they came to the Siege Perilous, where they found letters which said, 454 winters after our Lord Jesus Christ, ought this siege to be fulfilled. Then all they said, This is a marvellous thing. And Sir Launcelot said, It seemeth to me this siege ought to be fulfilled this same day. For this is the feast of Pentecost, after the 454th year. And if it would please all parties, I would rather that none of these letters were seen this day, till he is come that ought to achieve this adventure. Then ordained they that a cloth of silk be brought to cover these letters in the Siege Perilous. Then the king bade them hasten unto dinner. But at that time in came a squire, and said unto the king, Sir, I bring you marvellous tidings. There is beneath here at the river a great stone floating above the water, and therein I saw sticking a sword. The king said, I will see that marvel. So all the knights went with him to the river, and there they found a stone floating, and therein stuck a fair sword, and in the pommel thereof were precious stones skilfully set in letters of gold. Then the barons read the letters, which said, Never shall man take me hence, except him by whose side I ought to hang, and he shall be the best knight in the world. When the king had seen the letters, he said unto Sir Launcelot, Fair sir, this sword ought to be yours, for I am sure you are the best knight in the world. Then Sir Launcelot answered very soberly, Truly, sir, it is not my sword. Also, sir, wit ye well I have not the hardihood to set my hand to it, for it belongs not at my side. Also, he who essayeth to take the sword and faileth, shall receive such a wound by that sword, that he shall not be whole long afterward. And I tell you, that this same day shall the adventures of the Sangreal begin. Then King Arthur bade Sir Gawain essay to take the sword. And though Sir Gawain was loath to do so, yet because King Arthur commanded him, he took the sword by the handles, but he could not move it. Then there were no more that durst be so hardy as to set their hands thereto. So then Sir Kay, the steward, bade King Arthur and all the knights go in to dinner, and every knight knew his own place, and set him therein. And when all the sieges were fulfilled, save only the Siege Perilous, anon there befell a marvellous adventure. All the doors and windows of the palace shut by themselves, yet the hall was not greatly darkened, and thereupon they were all astonished. Then an old man came in, clothed all in white, and there was no knight knew whence he came. And with him he brought a young knight in red arms, without sword or shield, save a scabbard hanging by his side. And these words the old man said unto Arthur, Peace be with you, sir. I bring here a young knight, who is of king's lineage, and of the kindred of Joseph of Arimathea, whereby the marvels of this court and of strange realms shall be fully accomplished. Then the old man made the young man unarm himself, and anon he led him to the Siege Perilous, beside which sat Sir Launcelot. And the good man lifted up the cloth, and found there letters which said thus, This is the siege of Galahad the High Prince. Sir, said the old knight, wot you well, that place is yours. Then Galahad sat down in that place, and he said to the old man, Sir, you may go your way, for you have done all that which you were commanded to do. So the good man departed. Then all the knights of the Round Table marvelled greatly that Sir Galahad dare sit there in that Siege Perilous, when he was so tender of age. And they said, This is he by whom the Sangreal shall be achieved, for never before sat one in that siege, but that harm came to him. Then came King Arthur unto Galahad, and said, Sir, you are welcome, for you shall move many good knights unto the quest of the Sangreal. Then the king took him by the hand, and went down from the palace to show him the adventures of the stone. Sir, said the king unto Galahad, here is a great marvel as ever I saw, for right good knights have essayed and failed. Sir, said Galahad, that is no marvel, for this adventure is not theirs, but mine. For the surety that I should achieve this sword, I brought none with me, for here by my side hangeth the scabbard. And anon he laid his hand upon the sword, and lightly drew it out of the stone, and put it in the sheath. Sir, said the king, a shield God shall send you. Now, said Galahad, have I that sword that sometime was Balin's, and he was a passing good man of his hands. And with this sword he slew his brother Balan, and that was great pity, for he was a good knight, and either slew other. And with this sword Balin smote my grandfather, King Pelles, a dolorous stroke of which he is not yet whole, nor shall be till I heal him. Then the king espied a lady riding on a white palfrey toward them. And she saluted the king and queen, and said, Sir King, Nacien the hermit sendeth thee word, that to thee shall befall the greatest worship that ever befell king in Britain. And I say you wherefore, for this day the Sangreal shall appear in thy house, and feed thee and all thy fellowship of the Round Table. So she departed, and went the same way that she came. Now, said the king, I am sure shall all ye of the Round Table depart on this quest of the Sangreal, and never shall I see you again whole together. Therefore I will see you all together in the meadow of Camelot, to joust, that after your death men may tell how such good knights were wholly together such a day. So at the king's request they accorded all, and took on their harness and went to the jousting. And the queen was in a tower with all her ladies to behold that tournament. Now all this moving of the king was for this intent, that he might see Galahad proved. For the king deemed he should not lightly come again unto the court after his departing. So Galahad put upon him his helm, but shield would he take none for no prayer of the king. Then Galahad dressed him in the midst of the meadow, and began to break spears marvellously, so that all men wondered, for he there surmounted all other knights, and within a while he had defouled many good knights of the Round Table, save twain, that were Sir Launcelot and Sir Percival. Part 3. And then the king and all his estates went home unto Camelot, and so went to evensong in the great minster, and so after that to supper. Then anon they heard such cracking and crying of thunder, that they thought the place would fall apart. In the midst of this blast entered a sunbeam, clearer by 7 times than ever they saw day, and the grace of the Holy Ghost shone upon them all. And all those knights appeared fairer than ever they had before. And for a great while no knight could speak a word, and they looked at each other as though they were dumb. Then there entered into the hall the Holy Grail, covered with white samite, but none could see it, nor who bore it. And then was all the hall filled with good odours, and every knight had such meats and drinks as he best loved in this world. And when the Holy Grail had been borne through the hall, it departed so suddenly that they wist not what became of it. Then had they all breath to speak, and the king yielded thanks to God for his good grace that he had sent them. Now, said Sir Gawain, we have been served this day with what meats and drinks we liked best, but one thing disappointed us. We could not see the Holy Grail, it was so carefully covered. Wherefore I will make here my vow that tomorrow I shall begin the quest of the Sangreal, that I shall seek a 12-month and a day, or more if need be, and never shall I return again unto the court till I have seen it more openly than it hath been seen here, and if I may not succeed, I shall return again, knowing that it is not the will of our Lord that I see it. When those of the Round Table heard Sir Gawain say this, they arose for the most part, and made such vows as he had made. Anon as King Arthur heard this, he became very sad, for he wist well that they might not gainsay their vows. Alas, said King Arthur to Sir Gawain, ye have bereft me of the fairest fellowship and the truest of knighthood that were ever seen together in any realm of the world. For when they depart hence, I am sure they shall never all meet more in this world, for many shall die in the quest. I have loved them as well as my life, wherefore it grieves me right sore, the departing of this fellowship. And therewith the tears fell in his eyes. Part 4. When the queen, ladies, and gentlewomen wist these tidings, they had such sorrow and heaviness of heart, that no tongue might tell it. For those knights had held those ladies in honour and love. And many of these ladies that loved knights would have gone with their lovers, had not an old knight come among them in religious clothing, and he spake to all, and said, Fair lords, who have sworn in the quest of the Sangreal, thus sendeth Nasian the hermit word to you, that none lead lady nor gentlewoman with him in this quest. For I warn you plain, he that is not clean of his sins shall not see the mysteries of our Lord Jesus Christ. And for this cause they left those ladies and gentlewomen. And as soon as it was day, the king arose, for he had no rest all that night for sorrow. And he and the queen and all the fellowship of the Round Table went unto the minster to hear their service. Then after the service was done, the king would wit how many had undertaken the quest of the Holy Grail. Then they found by tale 150, and all were knights of the Round Table. And then they put on their helms and departed, and there was weeping and great sorrow. The Passing of Arthur, by Alfred Lord Tennyson. At length King Arthur was sorely wounded in battle, and he knew that the time had come for him to die. Cast my sword Excalibur into the water of the lake, he bade Sir Bedivere, his companion, and come again and tell me what you have seen. And when Sir Bedivere had thrown the sword, there rose from the water an arm, clad with white samite. The hand took the sword, and both sword and arm vanished beneath the waters. Then came close to the shore a barge, and in it was King Arthur's sister, with 2 other queens, and many fair ladies in waiting. The Editor. Then murmured Arthur, Place me in the barge. So to the barge they came. There those 3 queens put forth their hands, and took the king, and wept. But she that rose the tallest of them all, and fairest, laid his head upon her lap, and loosed the shattered casque, and chafed his hands, and called him by his name, complaining loud, and dropping bitter tears against a brow, striped with dark blood, for all his face was white, and colourless, and like the withered moon, smote by the fresh beam of the springing east. And all his greaves and cuisses dashed with drops of onset, and the light and lustrous curls, that made his forehead like a rising sun, high from the dais throne, were parched with dust, or clotted into points and hanging loose, mixed with the nightly growth that fringed his lips. So like a shattered column lay the king, not like that Arthur who, with lance and rest, from spur to plume a star of tournament, shot through the lists at Camelot, and charged before the eyes of ladies and of kings. Then loudly cried the bold Sir Bedivere, Ah, my lord Arthur, whither shall I go? Where shall I hide my forehead and my eyes? For now I see the true old times are dead, when every morning brought a noble chance, and every chance brought out a noble knight. Such times have been not since the light that led the holy elders with the gift of myrrh. But now the whole Round Table is dissolved, which was an image of the mighty world, and I, the last, go forth companionless, and the days darken round me, and the years, among new men, strange faces, other minds. And slowly answered Arthur from the barge, The old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Comfort thyself, what comfort is in me? I have lived my life, and that which I have done, may he within himself make pure. But thou, if thou shouldst never see my face again, pray for my soul. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Wherefore let thy voice rise like a fountain for me night and day. For what are men better than sheep or goats, that nourish a blind life within the brain, if knowing God they lift not hands of prayer, both for themselves and those who call them friend? For so the whole round earth is every way bound by gold chains about the feet of God. But now farewell, I am going a long way, with these thou seest, if indeed I go, for all my mind is clouded with a doubt, to the island valley of Avallon, where falls not hail or rain or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies deep-meadowed, happy, fair with orchard lawns, and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound. So said he, and the barge with oar and sail moved from the brink, like some full-breasted swan, that fluting a wild carol ere her death, ruffles her pure cold plume, and takes the flood with swarthy webs. Long stood Sir Bedivere, revolving many memories, till the hull looked one black dot against the verge of dawn, and on the mere the wailing died away. But when that moan had passed for evermore, the stillness of the dead world's winter dawn amazed him, and he groaned, "The king is gone." And therewithal came on him the weird rhyme, "From the great deep to the great deep he goes." Whereat he slowly turned and slowly clomb the last hard footstep of that iron crag, thence marked the black hull moving yet, and cried, "He passes to be king among the dead, and after healing of his grievous wound, he comes again, but if he come no more, O me, be yon dark queens in yon black boat, who shrieked and wailed, the three whereat we gazed on that high day, when clothed with living light they stood before his throne in silence, friends of Arthur, who should help him at his need? Then from the dawn it seemed there came but faint, as from beyond the limit of the world, like the last echo born of a great cry, sounds as if some fair city were one voice, around a king returning from his wars. Thereat once more he moved about and clomb, even to the highest he could climb, and saw, straining his eyes beneath an arch of hand, or thought he saw, the speck that bare the king, down that long water opening on the deep, somewhere far off, pass on, and go, from less to less, and vanish into light. And the new sun rose, bringing the new year. End of section 13.
Section 14 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcela Collado. The World Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 14. The Stolen Boys. About 590. By Sir Clements R. Markham. The interest which Pope Gregory the Great felt in Britain is said to have been due to his seeing some English captives in the Forum at Rome to be sold as slaves. According to the chronicler Edward, he had these boys baptized, and in later years, when St. Augustine was sent to England as a missionary, the boys were sent with him. Such is the foundation of the romance from which the following extract is taken. The Editor. Part 1. The three boys threw themselves on the grass, and in a minute they were fast asleep. They had not seen a long black boat, like some foul snake, creeping steadily down the wharf to its confluence. It was flat-bottomed and of unusual beam, but low in the water. The crew consisted of half a dozen villainous-looking ruffians, sent by a vessel anchored at the mouth of the Humber to Calcaria on pretence of selling some cloths, and the return cargo was to be stolen. They were sea thieves and cutthroats. As they descended the wharf, they saw Fordery and Siebel fishing on the bank and suspecting no evil. 4 of them sprang on shore, and in a minute the lads were bound hand and foot, gagged, and thrown into the bottom of the boat. A few minutes afterwards they came in sight of the confluence, just in time to see Colered, Porlour, and Hereric throw themselves on the grass by the opposite shore. Very stealthily the boat was brought under the bank. Colered and Hereric were overpowered and bound before they were half awake. Porlour, however, was aroused by the footsteps. He had time to draw his knife and make a desperate resistance, gashing the arm of one ruffian and stabbing another in the hand,
but he was quickly overpowered. His two companions were thrown into the bottom of the boat, where to their horror and astonishment they found Ford and little Sibyl in like plight. Poor Leir was put across a thwart and given an unmerciful beating with a thong of leather, which in the dialect of the cutthroats was called a lorum. His young friends were nearly mad with impotent rage as they heard the ferocious blows being showered on the child's body. At last he was thrown, bruised and bleeding, among the rest. But bound as they were, they could do nothing to console or help him. It all seemed like a horrible dream. They scarcely knew where they were, and could do nothing but sob as they were roused at intervals from a half-dozing state. Meanwhile the boat went swiftly down the Ouse with an ebb tide. The villains kept a sharp lookout on either bank, and when half a mile above Hemmingborough they saw a boy bathing and swimming out boldly as the tide had slackened. Thinking no harm, he caught hold of one of the boat's oars to rest. In an instant his wrists were seized, he was bound hand and foot, and thrown into the bottom of the boat with the others. It was Oswyth. He was quite naked, and one of the crew threw a coarse cloth over him. The grief of the rest of the kidnapped children was redoubled at the sight of their beloved friend, the fearless son of Guthlaf. He was as little able to understand what had really happened as they were, yet he tried to console them. He whispered that he would look out for chances of escape, and reminded them that at least they had the consolation of being together. All through the night the boat kept her course down the Humber, with the tide against them during the first watch, but with a fair wind. Off the mouth of the Trent the sea thieves stopped and made fast, until they were joined by another smaller boat coming down that river, which went alongside and passed another boy on board. In spite of their misery and discomfort, the kidnapped children were fast asleep while the boat was waiting in the mud, and they were aroused by another little boy being thrown amongst them. He said that he was Godric, the son of Ochil, a thegn of the Gainas. He seemed to be as small as Sibyl. After a time the 7 forlorn children went fast asleep as the boat was rowed down the Humber and finally came alongside the vessel whose leader had sent the thieves on their kidnapping errand. This vessel was small, but suited for sea voyages, and with much more beam than was allowed for an ordinary fighting ship. Her lines were indeed very unlike those of a dragon ship of the Vikings, for she was built primarily for trading, and in the second place for piracy whenever the opportunity offered, and she had a capacious hold, now half full of merchandise. She was lying off Ravenspur, the site of the Roman station of Praetorium under the shelter of Wakefield, the Ocellum Promontorium, now Spurnhead. The 7 boys were bundled out of the boat and into the ship's hold like so many bales of goods, and the boats were turned adrift. They had been stolen. The vessel then got under way and hoisted her single sail, shaping a southerly course with a strong breeze, which soon freshened into a gale. The stolen children nestled together and slept long, for they were quite worn out with anxiety and grief, to which 3 of them had added a day of intense excitement and fatigue. They awoke quite famished and were given some food, but throughout the voyage the poor children were treated with vile inhumanity, half starved, and exposed to the seas which washed into the vessel during the gale. They could not have survived many more days of such treatment. Fortunately the wind was fair, and the voyage had been a short, though a stormy one, when the piratical thieves anchored in the port of Umfleet. It is not known whence they came, nor what land was disgraced by having bred them, nor does it matter. They were paid and employed by a trader with more humanity, but as little conscience as themselves. Part 2. In his northern trade, Mistakon employed agents to bring him valuable furs and amber, and even unicorns' horns, from the countries bordering on the Baltic, tin from Cornwall, and occasionally he paid sea thieves to kidnap young children from the north, who fetched high prices in the markets of Rome and Constantinople. He had a shed at Umbleteuse, where he received his northern merchandise, preferring that little port to the neighboring harbor of Gesuriacum, Boulogne, because a Frankish officer, from whom his gifts had secured him favor and protection, was stationed there with a strong body of disciplined followers. Mistakon had been several days at Umbleteuse. his merchandise was stored in the shed, and his servants had packed horses ready to convey it southward along the old Roman road when the vessel from the Humber anchored off the port and landed its cargo. The crew was composed of such dangerous villains that the merchant induced the Queen Regent's officer to post armed men behind his shed before he ventured to confer with them. Besides a pile of beaver skins and other commodities, the 7 boys were put on shore. They stood on the sandy beach close together, the little ones clinging to the 3 bigger lads. All were wet through, and looked half-starved and miserable. Poor Lore and little Godric were clinging to Colered. Sybil had his arms round Fordery, and Ererit nestled under the sheltering arm of the son of Guthlaf. Oswyth the Fearless, who was nearly naked with only a bit of sackcloth round his loins, alone maintained a defiant look. There was no longer any sign or token of berserker rage among the rest. The wily Greek came forward to look at them. He saw their great beauty and their value, but he also saw from their appearance that they had been cruelly treated. The sea thieves demanded the payment he had promised, so much for each. "But they are not in good condition," he remonstrated. "The price must be reduced." A livid mark on Porlour's neck caught his quick searching eye. He pulled down the boy's shirt and saw that his back was covered with wheals, the effect of the cruel flogging he had received. "Damaged goods," he said. Then, turning to his servants, he told them to take the boys into the shed and to clothe and feed them. "I will only pay half price for damaged goods," he repeated, turning to the spokesman of the sea thieves. "That little white cat used his knife on one of us," the man answered, "and the flogging served him right." "What is that to me, my friend?" rejoined Mistakon in a low but irritating voice. "You can please yourselves about damaging your goods. That is your business, but you cannot expect to get the same price as if they were not damaged. If a heavy bale was to fall and hurt one of you, of course it is open to you to cut and slash it if you please, and it may serve the bale right. That I do not dispute. But you must not expect the same price in the market as if the bale had not been cut and slashed. I can only pay you half price for the boys." The kidnappers could not follow the subtle argument of the Greek, but they began to look dangerous. The merchant retreated back a few paces. "Pay us what you promised, thou cursed cheat, or we will kill thee and the boys too." He retreated rapidly back and cried out for help, as the villains drew their long knives and rushed towards him. In another minute they were all overpowered and thrown on the ground by the Frankish guard. The officer came forward and suggested capital punishment, offering to hang them in a row. "It is the just and proper treatment," said Mistakon, "of those who try to extort full price for damaged goods from unwary traders. As soon as your laudable proposal has been carried into effect, I shall have pleasure in requesting your lordship to accept the large sum which the criminals refused." Another hour had not passed before 20 bodies were hanging from the branches of the stunted pines round Ambleteuse, and before the Frankish officer had an additional reason for extending his protection to the wily merchant. Mistakon set out with his train of laden horses and attendants early next morning, following the old Roman road by Amiens, Soissons, and Autun to Lyon. The boys had been warmly clothed and fed, and had slept well, nor were they prevented from having a morning bath in the sea. 2 pack horses were allowed them, so that they could ride by turns, while the rest trotted along on the roadside. They found that they could understand much that was said to them by the servants, and when Mistakon spoke the Frank dialect slowly and clearly, they could comprehend the meaning of nearly every word, for in those days there was little difference between the Frankish and other Teutonic dialects. The journey across Picardy restored the health and strength and revived the spirits of the English lads. This limestone track, with its keen fresh air, arable surface, and well-watered meadows, reminded them of the country round Calcaria. At Samarobriva, or Amiens, they rested, and Mistakon was allowed to store his goods against the wall of the town, and to encamp there by the Roman Gate of the Twins, whereon was carved Romulus and Remus suckled by the wolf. This was the first opportunity the boys had found of collecting their thoughts and holding a serious consultation. Even now they scarcely understood what had happened or where they were. Their first words, as they sat among the bales, were words of grief at the sorrow and anxiety of their relations, who would search high and low through the woods, until at last they gave them up as dead. "Alka will give them hope and courage," said Colered. "She will know that we are together, and she knows that we shall return. For we are to die in battle, fighting for a righteous cause, and that cannot be anywhere but in England. She is praying now that the gods will watch over us, and her prayers are ever answered." These words, spoken with an air of conviction, comforted the rest. "We must suffer," said Oswyth, "but that does not signify when we have such good reason for hope. Poor Lord has already suffered more than the rest of us." "At that I rejoice," said poor Lord, whose little head had been teeming with ideas suggested by Mithras and the bull ever since he gazed on the sculpture at York. "Through suffering we shall all win the rewards prepared for the true and brave, and the tongue those niddering thieves call Lorum is no word of bane to me, but of good luck." "Nay, then," said Hereric, smiling, "we must fasten it to thy name, and call thee Poor Lord Lorum." "Let it be so," answered the imaginative child. "It will remind me and all of us, in the happy years that will surely come when this darkness has been turned to light, that we had to pass through suffering to happiness and home." Part 3. The Forum of Trajan was as yet uninjured. The noble row of buildings with colonnades, including the once well-stored library, still surrounded the large paved court, and in the center stood the beautiful column with its elaborate representation in bronze of the events of the Dacian War. Here important markets were held, and on one autumn morning of the year 588, several merchants who had lately arrived exposed many things for sale. Abundance of people resorted thither to buy. Mystacon had his wares arranged under a colonnade. He invited attention in a cringing attitude, seeking for purchasers. The English boys stood in a group quite naked, their eyes full of tears of shame and rage. Among the first people who stopped in front of them was a thin and emaciated ecclesiastic, accompanied by another who was younger and of stouter build. The older man had an aquiline nose and hollow cheeks, bright piercing eyes, which had assumed a gentle expression, and a somewhat commanding air. It was Gregory himself, then aged 44, and his secretary Peter. Mystacon bowed low before them. Gregory looked at the boys with admiration, and turning to the merchant, he remarked that their bodies were white, their countenances beautiful, and their hair very fine. Mystacon bowed still lower. "From what country or nation were they brought?" he asked. The reply was that they came from the island of Britain, whose inhabitants are of that personal appearance. "Are these islanders Christians, or are they still involved in the errors of paganism?" was the next inquiry. He was told that they were pagans. Fetching a deep sigh, he exclaimed, "Alas! What pity that the author of darkness is possessed of men of such fair countenances, and that being remarkable for such graceful aspects, their minds should be void of inward grace." "What," he demanded, "is the name of that nation?" The kidnapper replied that they were called Angles. "Right," said Gregory, "for they have angelic faces, and it becomes such to be co-heirs with the angels in heaven." "What is the name," he proceeded, "of the province from which they are brought?" The reply was that the name of the province was Deira. "Truly are they Deira," said he, "withdrawn from wrath, and called to the mercy of Christ." "How is the king of that province called?" Mystacon said that his name was Ella, and Gregory, alluding to it as he walked on, observed to Peter that Hallelujah, the praise of God the Creator, must be sung in those parts. Gregory was on his way to have an interview with the Pope, and on coming into his presence he proposed that ministers should be sent to the English, by whom they might be converted to Christ, and in his impulsive way he declared that he was ready to undertake that work himself, by the assistance of God. Pelagius replied that he was willing to grant his request, but that the people would never consent to his departure. Gregory then entrusted to Peter the business of purchasing some of these angles and sent him back to the market. The boys did not understand a word of the remarks made by Gregory and by other passers-by who stopped to question Mysticon. Presently, two patricians, advanced in years, followed by clients and attendants, walked into the forum and stopped at the colonnade where the lads were still exposed. After gazing upon them, Symmachus Boethius observed to his companion Pamphoronius that he had never seen such perfect symmetry and beauty except in ancient sculpture. The works of Praxiteles are looked upon with disapproval by our good friends the priests, so I would fain ornament my villa with living forms that would be worthy of the chisel of the most gifted sculptor of antiquity. Pamphoronius expressed his concurrence, and his desire to possess at least two of the young slaves. Calling Mysticon aside, they made various inquiries and concluded bargains by which Symmachus Boethius became the owner of Colred and Porlor, while Oswyd and Civil fell to Pamphoronius. Their clients were instructed to complete the arrangement and pay the purchase money, and the great men passed on. No sooner were they out of sight than Peter arrived breathless to carry out the instructions of his master. Mysticon was delighted, for his troubles and anxieties were fully repaid. Peter agreed to his terms, and the Atheling Ereric, Fordere, and Godric became the property of the deacon Gregory. The boys were thus relieved from their shameful and degrading position, which they had looked forward to with such horror and dismay. Their clothes were restored to them, and they were told by signs to accompany the servants of the patricians and Peter, the road of all being the same, namely, that leading to the Celian hill. Casting looks of vindictive hatred at Mysticon, they gladly accompanied their new acquaintances. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marcela Collado. Section 15 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcela Collado. The World Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 15. How King Edwin of Northumbria became a Christian, 627. By Mrs. Elizabeth Rundle Charles. The maiden Freydeswyde and her little brother Leofric, whose home was near the mouth of the Elbe, have been captured by the Britons and sold to the Saxons of Britain as slaves. It is Freydeswyde who is supposed to be telling the following story. The Editor. I was given to the Lady Ethelberga, the young queen of King Edwin of Northumbria, his second wife, but lately married and coming to the north from her royal home in Kent, to be her thrall. Leofric was still employed outside in tending the royal herds. I might have been considered fortunate. The young queen was not unkind to me, and some of the ladies admired my cleverness and my blue eyes and abundant flaxen hair. But it seemed to me they petted me as they would a bird or a favorite hound, and my pride revolted from their caresses more than from the blows and rough words to which I had been used before. Therefore, before long, I was allowed to pursue my duties unnoticed and unreproved. I learned to embroider and to play on the lyre, but no threats or persuasions could induce me to sing. Should I profane the ballads of my people learned from my mother's lips by singing them to divert these strangers? My worst care, however, began to be for Leofric. His disposition, always gentler than mine, seemed to me to be losing all its fire, and I feared his very soul was growing to be a slave's soul. Over this I shed many bitter tears. Again, at King Edwin's court, I came in contact with the Christian religion. There was a tall monk from Italy residing in the palace, Bishop Paulinus. He had come from Kent with the queen. He preached often concerning the faith, and also spoke in private to anyone who would listen. But at first he did not make many converts. And I, God forgive me, hated the very name of Christianity. Was it not the religion of my captors? Had not the treasures of which we, the widow and fatherless, had been robbed, been accepted on Christian altars? Moreover, the life of those monks seemed to me base and unmanly. I hated the sight of their smooth, long, foreign faces, and their shaven crowns. It seemed to me a miserable, slavish existence for a man to glide in and out of houses clothed in a long robe like a woman's, and droning out prayers and psalms. I thought the stern virtues of my people nobler than these. There was great pomp at King Edwin's court. The great hall and the queen's chamber were hung with tapestries. The floors were strewn every day with fresh rushes. The state dresses of the queen and her ladies were of silk from Asia, embroidered with gold, and both men and women wore jeweled necklaces and bracelets. The king, wherever he went, was preceded by standard bearers flaunting the royal banners, or the tufa, the globe fixed on the spear. We were seldom long in one residence, but traveled from one royal house to another for the king to administer justice and receive tribute. We, the attendants, commonly went before, and hung the walls with silken hangings, and strewed the floors with fresh rushes, and set the tables with the golden and silver cups and dishes, in readiness for the arrival of the court. Wherever we went, the Archbishop Paulinus had a Christian chapel, where he and the good deacon Jacob, the beautiful singer from Rome, chanted the church services. And Edwin the king made his offerings to the old Saxon gods of our fathers in the temples, to Thor, the thunderer, to Freya, the beautiful, and to Woden, the All-Father, our royal forefather, and chief of all the gods. At length, a change came over the court. We were living at the royal city on the Derwent, near the remains of an older city, Derventiona, built by the Romans. I liked to be there. It was a kind of bitter comfort to me to see the ruins of the old palaces and temples. I thought, why should we make such an ado? Not only men, but nations pass away. The palaces of yesterday will be folds for flocks tomorrow. It was the holy Eastertide, and Paulinus and the Christians had made such festival as they could in a heathen place. On that day the king also sat in all his pomp to receive an embassy from the king of the West Saxons. Suddenly we in the queen's apartment heard wild war cries and a confused shouting from the hall where the king sat. And soon after the king himself appeared at the door, white and silent, and then a body was borne out covered. And we were told that the supposed ambassador was an assassin, who had been sent armed with a poisoned dagger from the West Saxon king, and that to save his lord's life, Leir, the brave nobleman, had made a buckler of his own body, receiving the fatal thrust in his breast. Then all the men had fallen on the assassin, till he sunk pierced with many wounds. The king was saved, but Leir, the noblest, was slain. That night the young queen bore her first child, the Princess Eanfled. The king gave thanks to the gods of his fathers, to Freya and to Woden, but Paulinus rendered praise to Christ, and told the king how he had prayed to him for the queen's safety. The king was moved, and vowed that in case God would grant him victory over the perfidious West Saxon king, he would forsake his old gods, and thenceforth serve and worship none but Christ. The victory was given. King Edwin forsook Woden and Thor, but would not hastily adopt a faith of which he knew so little. But the babe Eanfled was baptized with 12 others of the royal family, and among those was the royal maiden Hilda, daughter of the king's nephew, who afterwards became the great Abbess Hilda. At that time Pope Boniface sent letters to the king exhorting him to become a Christian, and to his illustrious daughter, the Queen Ethelberga, admonishing her to labor for her husband's conversion. With the letters came presents. To the king a shirt, a golden ornament, and a garment of Ancira. To the queen a silver hand mirror and a gilt ivory comb. To me these seemed presents little suitable to the dignity of the Northumbrian royalty, But from many expressions dropped by the Italian monks, I gathered that at Rome they looked on us Saxons as a kind of rude and simple savages, as if not being able to read like the monks out of books made men to be children, or prevented their knowing the world and the wisdom of the aged. For I deem that men were before books, and that those who can speak wise words of their own are wiser than those who can read or copy the wise words of other men. It was not the Pope's letters which fixed King Edwin's purpose. It happened thus. Paulinus had been permitted to preach in public, and the deacon Jacob to chant his psalms. For many days the king had withdrawn much from his usual amusement and occupations, and had wandered moodily about the chambers, or sat alone, evidently pondering many things in his heart. At length his resolution was taken, and he summoned the Witenagemot, the great council of the wise men of his nation, to consider the great question of religion, to the end that if they were also of his opinion, they might altogether be cleansed in Christ, the fountain of life. Leofric was there among those that kept the door. What he saw and heard moved him much. The king sat there in his oaken chair of state, with the elders of his people gathered around him, and Paulinus beside him. Not one among them but had heard of the new doctrine. King Edwin asked them one by one what they thought of it. He sought not the clamorous consent of a crowd, but the counsel of each one. Coffey, the chief of the priests of the old Saxon gods, answered at once, "O king, consider what this is that is now preached to us. For I verily declare to you that the religion which we have hitherto professed has, as far as I can learn, no virtue in it. For none of your people has applied himself more diligently to the worship of the gods than I, and yet there are many that receive more favors from you, and are more preferred than I, and are more prosperous in all their undertakings. Now, if the gods were good for anything, they would rather forward me, who have been more careful to serve them. It remains therefore that if, upon examination, you find these new doctrines which are now preached to us better and more efficacious, we immediately receive them without any further delay." But another of the king's chief men spoke more nobly and said, "The present life of man, O king, seems to me in comparison of that time which is unknown to us, like to the swift flight of a sparrow through the room where you sit at supper in winter with your chief men and counsellors, and a good fire in the midst, whilst the storm of rain and snow prevail abroad. The sparrow flying in at one door and out at the other, while he is within is safe from the wintry storm, but after a short space of fair weather he straightway vanishes out of your sight into the dark winter whence he came. So this life of man appears for a short space, but of what went before, or what is to follow, we know nothing. If therefore this new doctrine contains something more sure, it seems justly to deserve to be followed." Then the Italian priest arose at the king's command and spoke. A strange contrast with his audience. They stalwart and large in form, with bearded faces and fair hair, with broad, open brows and honest, wondering blue eyes. He, tall and spare, with a slight stoop in his otherwise majestic figure, robed in a long black robe girded with a cord, his dark brilliant eyes flashing from the thin pallid face like a visible triumph of the spirit over the flesh. And the contrast in his speech yet greater. The easy flow of his persuasive eloquence bore the hearts of the wise men with him, and when he ceased, Coiffi the priest exclaimed that he had long known there was nothing in what they worshipped, but now he plainly saw that in this teaching were life and salvation and eternal happiness. Therefore he counselled that those unprofitable altars where he had so long served in vain should be destroyed with fire, and proposed that he himself should be the first to light the pile. This took place in the council hall, and not long afterwards, before we heard what had passed, to their amazement the people beheld Coiffi the priest violating all the customs of our race, armed with unpriestly arms and mounted on one of the king's war horses, right forth from the palace to the ancient temple of Woden the All-Father and Thor the Thunderer at Godmunham. There he launched the spear into the sacred precincts, desecrating them by the act. No vengeance followed, wherefore all the people said the gods were nothing, and Coifi and his men destroyed the temple and all its buildings with fire. The flames burnt on into the night. Leofric and I gazed on the dread unnatural glare from a field near the palace, while he told me what he had heard in the council hall. "See, Frides Wide," he said, "no avenging fire from heaven meets those fires of defiance from earth. Little cause have we to mourn the downfall of the gods who tempted my father on by false auguries, and then abandoned him to death and ass to bondage." "Yet," I said, "it seems to me ignoble to serve or to forsake the gods for such reasons. What king would care for loyalty such as this Coiph's, measured only by a calculation of his gifts? If the prince is good, and our prince, I deem we should follow him, not only to victory, but to exile. If Woden and Thor are true gods, and our gods, the fathers and lords of our race, though all the world abandon them, I would not. The life of the gods is long, and their eyes see far into the past and the future, and how should I dispute their wisdom or their will?" "But," answered Leofric, "if, as the other councillors said, any light is in this new faith which would show us what is beyond this life, it would be worth watching. For truly to us here this short space of life is no warmed and lighted hall of feasting, but cold and wintry as the world outside." "That may be," I said. "To me it matters little. What to me is any world beyond, unless our father and our mother are there? But as to the reasonings of this Coifi, I despise them in my heart. These are not the motives which move any brave man, any man with free blood in his veins. They are the wretched calculations of a hireling or a slave." Great changes followed. All the nobility, after being instructed, were baptized with the king, and many of the common sort, on Easter Day, in the spring over which has been built since then the church at York. The national temples were destroyed. The national religion was changed. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marcela Collado.
Section 16 of England, read for LibriVox.org. The Baptism of Edwin by Ford Madox Brown, English painter, 1821 to 1893. Painting, page 94. It is easy to imagine how the subjects of King Edwin regarded his conversion to the new religion, and the picture well illustrates their feelings. The scene is laid in a little wooden church, whose site is now marked by York Minster. The walls, evidently thrown up in haste to serve for the baptism, are made of unsmoothed boards, through which small windows have been roughly hewn. The Romans have long since left the country, but through these openings the remains of some of their beautiful architecture may be seen. The pavement, too, is a piece of Roman mosaic, contrasting oddly enough with the crudeness of the wooden church. Such is the setting. The central figure is that of King Edwin, kneeling in a baptismal font of stone. The priest stands by him and pours from a bottle the water of baptism. The Bishop Paulinus is raising his hand in benediction. The feelings of the surrounding group are reflected upon their faces. The Queen, to whose influence it is said the king's conversion is partly due, kneels in prayer, her waiting woman beside her. Her little daughter, clasping her mother's hand, gazes upon this strange scene with wondering eyes. It is easy to see that from those of his subjects who make up the little congregation, the king will receive small sympathy. His warriors will have nothing to do with the unknown God. A mother who is evidently amused by the proceeding is holding up her baby that it may not miss the sight. The little incense bearers are seizing the opportunity for a bit of merriment over the difficulty of making the incense burn. Save for the queen and her attendant, they all look upon this baptism either as a bit of folly or as a mere whim on the part of their lord, and yet with a shade of superstitious fear, lest after all there might be something in this strange new teaching. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of England, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmit. England, Part 3. The Coming of the Sea-Rovers. Historical Note. In the 9th century, England was harassed by wild bands of Viking sea-rovers, who came in their dragon-prowed ships, as the Saxons themselves had come 3 centuries before, looted the sea-coast towns, and made off with their plunder. Finding the booty plentiful and the danger slight, they returned again and again in ever-increasing numbers. These raiders came from Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and the islands of the Baltic, but the English called them all Danes. In 866-68, they overpowered East Anglia and the southern part of Northumbria. Convents, churches, and schools were swept away, the inhabitants were almost exterminated, and it began to seem probable, as many of the English thought, that the land would some day be given over to wild beasts. In 871, Alfred the Great came to the throne. After a desperate struggle with the invaders, he succeeded in checking their advance, and giving them the land they had already conquered, he set to work to upbuild and strengthen the remainder of his kingdom. In a few generations, the Danes had become loyal Englishmen, and by the middle of the 10th century, all England, Scotland, and Wales paid homage to Edgar, the Anglo-Saxon king. But evil times were ahead. The weak rule of Edgar's successor, Ethelred the Unready, tempted the Vikings to pay England another visit, and in 980 Olaf Tryggvason of Norway and Sweyn, Svend of the Forked Beard, of Denmark, invaded the country. After 34 years of alternate warfare and bribery, 10 to 48,000 pounds of silver a year were paid to the invaders, Sweyn was acknowledged King of England. He was succeeded by his son Knut, or Canute, a wise ruler who conciliated the English by his moderation. The mighty Scandinavian empire, which he had held together with a firm hand, fell to pieces after his death, and in 1042 the English crown reverted to the Anglo-Saxon line in the person of Edward the Confessor, who was succeeded in 1060 by Harold, Earl of Wessex. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 18 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 18. The Fall of the Monastery at Croyland, 870, by Eva March Tappan. The year 870 was a hard one for the Saxons. Then first they began to realize that the Danes had other plans in mind than the gathering of booty, however rich, and sudden onslaughts, however fierce. Early in the autumn the enemy fell upon eastern Mercia. Its king made no effort to protect it. It is possible that the Welsh on the eastern boundaries were keeping his hands more than full, but Algar, a brave young ealdorman, assembled the men of the district, some 300 in all. 200 more joined him, a great acquisition, for they were led by a monk named Tullius, who before entering the monastery of Croyland had been a famous soldier. More men came from the neighboring country, and they went out bravely to meet the foe. At first they were more successful than they had dared to hope, for 3 Danish kings were slain, the pagans fled, and the Saxons pursued them to their very camp. There was great rejoicing, for only the coming of night had prevented them from overpowering the invaders. Weary and happy, they returned to their own camp, but they were met by the report of the spies that many hundreds of the heathen, perhaps many thousands, were pouring into the camp of the enemy. It was hopeless. The battle in the morning would not be a victory, but a slaughter. Should they die for naught? When early morning came, 3/4 of Algar's enthusiastic army had fled in the darkness of the night. The others waited. What should they do? Who could blame them if they too had fled, for death only could lie before them? But no, in the earliest gray of the morning, Algar and Tullius went about from group to group of the weary men, many of them suffering from the wounds of the previous day, and tried as best they might to strengthen and encourage them. The cowards who were among us have stolen away in the darkness like foxes, said Algar. Shall we be like them? Shall your children tell to their children's children that their fathers were among those that dared not meet the foe? What will the heathen say? They will say, these runaways who slink out of sight at the very thought of a Dane. There is nothing in them to fear, and fiercer than ever before, they will fall upon our homes. We perish if we flee, we can but perish if we stay. Shall we stay? Shouts of renewed courage arose. Then there was quiet for the soldier monk. Tullius had raised his hand for silence. He stood erect with uncovered head, looking straight into the faces of his soldiers. "Do you see the tonsure?" said he. "That is in memory of the crown of thorns, of him who died for us. Will you refuse to die for him? You fight the destroyers of your homes, the murderers of your wives, but more than this, you fight the bands of the heathen for the Christian faith. The Lord of hosts is with us. Our God is a God that can work miracles. He will not desert his people. Trust in God and fight like demons," said the monk of many battlefields. The light grew less dim. A weird chanting was heard in the Danish camp. It was the song of glory of the dead kings, recounting their many victories, their joy in the fight, and the seats of honor that they would hold in the halls of Odin. All the long bright day they would find happiness in battle, sang the harpers, and when the night came, the Valkyries would heal their wounds, and they would feast with the gods. Then came a wild lamentation, for the bodies of the kings had been placed on the ground with their weapons and bracelets, and the first earth was being sprinkled upon them. Quickly a great mound was built up, and the Danes rode around it 7 times, slowly and with downcast faces. Then came again the weird chanting. Men should see this mound, and as long as there were any heroes or children of heroes on the earth, they would point out the burial place of the great kings and do them honor. Meanwhile the priests in the camp of the Saxons were praying at the altars that they had built, and the men who were that day to fight for their land and for their God were receiving the sacrament, most of them for the last time. "The peace of God be with you," said the priest as the men went forth to the battle that was to help to bring that peace. Algar showed himself a skillful commander. He arranged his little company of heroes in the shape of a wedge, Tullius at the right, the Sheriff of Lincoln at the left, while he and his men were in the center. The men on the outside held their shields so close together that they made a wall impenetrable to the spears of their foes. The men behind them held their spears pointed out far beyond the men on the outside, who could use only their swords and pikes to protect themselves. This was a new scheme. The Danes rushed upon the little phalanx with fearful war cries, but the Saxons stood firm. The horses were afraid of the bristling spear points. The swords of the Danes and their heavy battle axes were as harmless as feathers, for they could not come near enough to use them. They beat the air in their rage, but the little invincible phalanx, obedient to the word of the leader, turned now right, now left, and wherever it went there were wounds and there was death. The Danes were angry, the shadows were fast lengthening, and still the handful of Saxons drove them hither and thither as they would. The Danes made one more attack, then turned to flee as if routed. This was the supreme test of the Saxons, and they failed. They could fight like heroes, but when they saw their foes running from them, they ran after them like children. The commands and entreaties of their leaders were alike powerless. There was no more order or discipline. Every man was for himself. Madly they pursued. The enemies fled, but when the Saxons were crossing a little hollow, then in the flash of a sword the Danes came together, faced about, divided to the right, to the left. The brave little company was surrounded, and but 3 of the heroes of the morning survived. These 3 had hurriedly consulted almost between the blows of their adversaries. "Croyland," said they, "we can do nothing here. Let us warn the convent." And as the shadows grew darker, they fled. They took 3 different directions, that there might be 3 chances instead of 1 to warn the monks. Croyland was no common monastery. Its rich, fertile lands were separated from the country about them by 4 rivers. Given by a king, Ethelbald of Mercia, it had been a favorite of other kings, and many and rich were the gifts that had been showered upon it. One king had sent to it his purple coronation robe, to be made into priestly vestments, and the curtain that had hung at the door of his chamber, a marvelous piece of gold embroidery picturing the fall of Troy. Ethelbald of Mercia, in his persecuted youth, had been guarded and instructed by Saint Guthlac, and it was over his grave that the grateful pupil had reared this convent. A visit to his tomb would heal the sick, and it was so favorite a resort for the suffering that, according to the legend, more than 100 were often healed in one day. Pilgrims returning from Croyland were free from tolls and tribute throughout the Mercian kingdom. It was also a kind of city of refuge, and any accused man who had made his way to the monks of Croyland was safe from his pursuers as long as he remained within the space bounded by the farther shores of the 4 rivers. Jewels and golden vessels and other gifts, costly and rare, were brought to this convent by its visitors until it had become one of the richest spots in the land. It was the hour of matins, and the monks were assembled in the convent chapel when the door was thrown open, and there stood 3 young men, exhausted with hunger, wounds, and their toilsome journey through the forest, over the stony hills, and across soft, wet meadowland. Accustomed as the monks were to the coming of fugitives, they saw that this was something different. "The blessing of God be with us, and may God save us," murmured the abbot as he left the altar. What they had feared had come upon them. The abbot Theodore took command. The treasures of the convent must be saved. They were God's property, not theirs. With a burning eagerness to do what might be their last service, the monks set to work. Gold and silver and brazen vessels were dropped into the well. The table of the great altar was covered with plates of gold, and that, too, was sunk into the water. But it was too long to be hidden, and so it was returned to the chapel. Chalices of gold, hanging lamps set with precious stones, and hung with heavy chains of gold, jewels, muniments, charters, were piled into the boats, and then most reverently they bore to the landing place the embalmed body of Saint Guthlac and his little well-worn psalter. "Row to the south and hide yourselves and our treasures in the wood of Ancarig," said the abbot as quietly as if this were but an everyday proceeding. "We will return swiftly," said the rowers, seizing the oars. "You will not return," said the abbot in a tone of command. "Then we stay to die with you," they said firmly. The abbot stood unmoved. "I command you to go. The convent will be razed. You who are young and strong must rebuild it. The church needs you. The land needs you. Go." Not a man stirred. "I and the old and helpless and the little children of the choir will remain. Perchance the heathen will spare those who offer no defense," said the abbot with a faint smile. The young men only turned their steps toward the convent gate. "Back!" thundered the abbot. "I am your superior. Where are your vows of obedience? I command you to leave me. Do you dare to disobey?" Slowly, one by one, the young men entered the boats and grasped the oars. The abbot raised his hand in blessing. He gazed after them with one long, tender look as they rowed away silently and with downcast faces. Then he hid his face in his robe and sobbed, "My children, oh, my children!" It was only a moment that he could give to his grief, for much remained to be done. He and the old men and the little boys of the choir put on their vestments. The service of the day was completed. They had partaken of the consecrated bread. Then they sang, old men with faint, quavering voices, and little boys with their fearless treble. High rose the chant as the courage of God filled their hearts. "I will not be afraid for 10,000 of the people that have set themselves against me round about." And again, "I will lay me down in peace and take my rest, for it is thou, Lord only, that makest me dwell in safety." The safety was not the safety of this world, for long before the Psalter was ended, the Danes had burst in at the open doors. For a moment even they were awed by the calmness of the old men and the unearthly sweetness of the voices of the children, but it was only a moment. "Where are the jewels of the altar?" cried one. "They have hidden them from us. Kill them, torture them. Where are your treasures?" he shouted, striking down with one blow the abbot as he knelt at the altar. It seemed hardly the twinkling of an eye before every monk had fallen, and the marble floors were slippery with their blood. The little children were cut down as ruthlessly as the old men. Hubba, one of the sons of Lodbrog, had struck down the prior. Beside the dead man knelt one of the children of the convent, weeping bitterly. Jarl Sidroc raised his sword to kill the child, the only one in the convent that still lived. "Kill me if you will," said the boy, looking fearlessly up into his face. "You killed my prior." The Dane swept his sword within a hand's breadth of the boy's face, but the child did not flinch. "The Saxon cub is brave enough to be a Dane," muttered the Jarl. "Get out of that thing, and I'll make a Viking of you." And he tore off the boy's convent dress and threw over him his own tunic. "Stay by me, whatever happens," he whispered, "and keep out of that man's way." And he pointed to Hubba, who was fiercely swinging his axe around his head in a mad fury of slaughter. "There are no more living. Take the dead," shouted Hubba, and with bars and plowshares and mattocks they broke open the tombs of the saints, piled up their embalmed bodies, and set fire to them. Many days later, while the ruins of Croyland were still smoking, a half-famished child wearing a Danish tunic painfully climbed the hill from the river. The monks who had departed at the abbot's command had made their way back. They were toiling to extinguish the flames and searching for the maimed bodies of their friends, that they might bury them reverently as martyrs for their faith. They were too sadly busy to notice his approach until the child fell with a sob into the arms of the one that was nearest and fainted. The monks gathered around in wonder. "It is little brother Turgar," said one in amazement. "It is his spirit come back to help us and guide us," said another. "Could it be a wile of Satan?" whispered one fearfully. "The heathen have many dealings with evil spirits." The little boy opened his eyes. "I am brother Turgar," he said, and then he closed them in exhaustion. After he had eaten and rested, he told his story. The slaughter of Croyland had been repeated at the convents of Peterborough and Ely. Timidly the child had followed his captors, fearing them, but fearing the woods with their wild beasts. As the Danes were crossing the river that lay between them and the convent of Huntingdon, driving the great herds of cattle from the convents that they had already devastated 2 of the heavy wagons of spoils were overturned in a deep place in the stream. Jarl Sidroc was in command, and in the confusion his little captive softly crept away and hid in the reeds that bordered the river. Hardly daring to breathe, he lay there till even his straining ears could not hear a sound of the Danes on their march. Then he sprang up and ran to the woods. A day and a night the child of 10 years was alone in the forest with only the wild beasts about him. No wonder that the monks looked upon him reverently, as upon one to whom a miracle had been shown. Through the wilderness, over rough, stony ground, in the midst of briars and nettles, over long stretches of meadowland so soft that the water oozed out around his naked feet as he went on, the child ran. On, would it never end? Had he always been running? He hardly knew. It was like some terrible dream. At last he began to come to places that he recognized. It was his own river. It was not wide. He swam across. That was all. A sad confirmation of his story came a day later, when the hermits of Ancarig, with whom the monks of Croyland had taken refuge with their convent treasures, came to implore their aid in burying the dead of Peterborough. The wolves were upon them, they said. Would their brothers help to give them Christian burial? Never satiated with blood and pillage, the Danes pressed on into the land of East Anglia. Neither forests nor morasses delayed them in their terrible work. Soon they were in the very heart of the kingdom. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain. Section 19 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 19, King Edmund and the Wolf, 870, by the Abbot Aelfric, translated by Eva March Tappan. Edmund, the blessed king of the East Angles, was a man of wisdom and worth, and one who, by his constant practice of the most sterling virtues, was ever showing honor to God Almighty. He was of a humble disposition, but nevertheless so firm in the right that nothing would induce him to swerve from the path of duty. He was ever mindful of the precept, "If thou hast been made a ruler, do not exalt thyself, but abide among men as one of them." He was as a father to the poor and widowed, and with earnest desire he led his people in the ways of righteousness. He curbed the power of the wicked, and ever abode in the true faith. Now it came to pass that the Danes came with a fleet and ravaged the land and murdered the people, as their custom is. The leaders of this fleet were Hingwar and Hubba, brought together by the power of Satan himself. Hingwar went to the east with his ships, and Hubba remained in the north, overcoming the people with the utmost cruelty. It was in the year when Alfred, who afterwards became the famous king of the West Saxons, was 21 years of age, that Hingwar landed on the coast of the East Angles. And the aforesaid Hingwar stole upon the land like a wolf, and slew its people, men, women, and harmless little children, and brought disaster upon the innocent Christians. Then he sent an envoy to King Edmund with this message: "Hingwar, our leader, a brave man, and a winner of victories on land and sea, is already ruler of many tribes. He proposes to winter here with his army, and he bids you to divide with him straightway whatever treasure you may have hidden, and whatever your forefathers were possessed of, if you care for your life, for you have no power to resist him." King Edmund called the bishop who was nearest him, and they consulted together what reply they should make to the cruel Hingwar. The bishop was alarmed, and so feared for the life of the king that he advised yielding to Hingwar's demand. The king was silent and looked down at the ground. Then he turned to the bishop and gave to him a right royal answer. "Oh, my bishop," he said, "my poor people are maltreated, and if they may only enjoy their own country, I should rather fight together with them and fall in the fight." And the bishop said, "Oh, my beloved king, your people have been slain. You have no troops to lead into battle. The pirates are at hand, and unless you either yield to them or else save yourself by flight, you will soon be a dead man." Then said King Edmund, hero as he was, "My beloved people, together with their wives and children, are slain in their beds by these pirates. Never have I tried to save myself by flight, and now I would rather die for my country than flee. God knows that, whether I live or die, I will never cease to love and worship Him." Then he turned to the messenger and fearlessly said, "You deserve to be put to death, but I will not defile my hands with your foul blood. I am a follower of Christ, and if God decrees that I be slain by you, I am ready to obey His will in all gladness. Therefore do you go at once and say to your cruel leader, Edmund yields to Christ his Savior alone, and he will never yield to Hingwar, the leader of the heathen pirates." The messenger hastened on his way, and on the road he met the savage Hingwar with all his host. He gave him the answer of Edmund, and Hingwar turned straightway to his followers and said, "Do you let all else go and watch for this king who despises the command of your leader. Him do you seize and bind." And when Hingwar drew near to Edmund's hall, there stood the king. He had cast aside his weapons, for in his heart was the thought of Christ, who forbade Peter to take up arms. Then Edmund was bound fast, and insulted and beaten with rods, and after this he was tied to a tree by many cruel bonds. He was beaten again, but between the blows of the whips he called ever upon Christ to come to his aid. This made the anger of the heathen even more furious, and they began to hurl their spears at him, until his body, like that of Saint Sebastian, was as bristling with spears as is the body of a hedgehog with quills. When the wicked Hingwar saw that the noble king would not deny his Savior, he ordered that he should be beheaded, and even while he was calling upon Christ, they dragged him to his death. They cut off his head at a blow, but his soul went happily away to Christ. A man who was watching close by heard all this, and afterwards told it just as I have reported it here. The pirates took the head of the king with them, and threw it into the brambles, and then they went back to their vessels. And the people of the country came upon the body of their king, and they mourned for him, and they grieved because they could not find his head to place with his body. The men who in his hiding place had seen the cruel deeds of the pirates declared that they had cast the head away somewhere in the forest, and the people sought through briars and brambles in the hope that they might come upon the lost head of their Lord. Now through the goodness of God a great marvel had come to pass, for God had sent a wolf to guard the head day and night, and protect it from the other wild beasts of the forest. The followers of King Edmund knew nothing of this, but they sought through and through the wilderness, calling to one another every now and then, "Hallo, comrade, where are you?" Behold, the head of the king called in reply, "Here I am, here, here." Whenever any one called, the head answered, until by means of this the men who were searching came upon it. And then they saw a miracle indeed, for there lay a gray wolf, and between his forepaws lay the head. The wolf was fiercely hungry, but by the command of God he touched not the head, but defended it from all other beasts. The men gazed in wonder, and thanked Almighty God for his marvels. Then they took up the holy head of the king, and bore it home with them, and the wolf followed after, just as if he were tame, until they had come to the town. Then he turned back and returned to the woods again. End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20 of England, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 20, What the Boy Alfred Saw in London, by Eva March Tappan. In the year 853, Alfred, the young prince, then a lad of 5, was sent to Rome by his father, and, on his way, passed through London, which he had never before visited. The Editor. London was coming into view. They could see a great wall running along the river front, and going back from it up the gentle slope. Here and there was a building, tall enough to peer over the top of the wall. There were many boats anchored in front of the city. At the angles of the wall were turrets for the archers, and places of shelter for the sentinels, where they were always watching and fearing lest the Danes should return, for it was only 2 years since they had sacked and burned a part of that city. They came nearer and nearer, and soon the little company of boats left the Thames and went north up the Fleet, which was then a rapid stream, flowing down not far west of the city wall. It was not so easy now, for the strong current was against them, but the rowers were strong too, and it was not long before they were ready to land the prince and his followers near Ludgate, a massive door in the great wall that surrounded the city. There were many people waiting to receive them, the priests from St. Paul's Church that was not far away, the commanders of the soldiers who were in the various strongholds, and all the other great men of the city. Some came on foot, and some came on horseback, and a few came in heavy wagons with wide, clumsy wheels, and all of them, no matter how they had come, were eager to do honor to the son of the king. There were women whose eyes were full of tears as they looked at the tiny, blue-eyed, fair-haired child who was so far from his mother, and who was so soon to make the great journey by sea and by land. And there were crowds of boys swarming up the posts and on top of the low-roofed cottages. Every one of them wished that he was the son of the king, and was going to make a wonderful journey. Some of the ponderous wagons had been brought to convey the prince and his nobles to the palace, for Ethelwulf had a place in London, not far from St. Paul's Church. These were decorated with bright-colored cloth, and with flowers and green branches. The one in which Alfred was to go had a seat covered with cushions and drapings of bright blue, and built up so high that all the people could see him as he rode past. It made the boys more wildly envious than ever when they saw that he actually wore a coat of mail, and had a real sword hanging down by his side. They were a little stolid and slow in their thinking, these Englishmen of the 9th century, but there was something in the sight of this little child that appealed to them, and aroused all their loyalty and enthusiasm, and they shouted for Alfred, and for Ethelwulf, and for Bishop Swithin, until they were hoarse, and they followed the wagons until the prince and his retinue had gone into the palace. The bishop stood on the steps a minute and raised his hand and blessed them. Then he too went in, and the tired and excited little child could have the rest that he so much needed. The palace was a little west of St. Paul's Church, and not far from the river. Around it were fields and woods, and to the westward, beyond the last straggling houses, were pastures and forests and fens and moors and commons and low-lying hills. A beautiful, restful country for tired people to look upon. The city was made up of small houses, hardly larger than huts, that seemed to have been dropped down anywhere, of convents and churches and fortresses, of rough, tumble-down sheds and queer little dark shops in which were benches, a table, and some simple arrangements for cooking. Whatever there was to sell was put on a shelf that projected in front of the shop. Far to the east, just within the wall, one could see a fort that was higher and larger than the rest, for there the closest watch must be kept for the enemy, and there, too, if the enemy came, must the hardest fighting be done. The streets, so far as there were any streets, ran any way, and every building seemed to have been set down, without the least regard to any other building. Then, too, there were great vacant spaces, and these were gloomy enough, for here were blackened ruins of the city that used to be before the Danes had burned it. Under all this rubbish were fragments of beautiful mosaic pavement that the Romans had made centuries before. Even then there was enough in London to interest one for a long time. But the first duty of the prince after he was thoroughly rested was to go to St. Paul's Church with the gifts that his father had sent. The church was at the top of a hill that rose gently from the Thames River. It could hardly have been more than a very simple chapel, built perhaps of stones that may have been part of a heathen temple in the old Roman times. But now the bell rang 7 times a day for Christian prayer. This little church was very rich, for it possessed the bones of St. Erkenwald, and wonderful were the miracles that they were said to have wrought, and generous were the gifts that pilgrims, nobles, warriors, and kings had laid on his shrine. St. Paul's had had a hard struggle to get these relics, for St. Erkenwald had died when away from London, and both the clergy of St. Paul's and the monks of Chertsey, whose abbot he had been, contended for the bones. Both parties were very much in earnest. The Londoners seized the buyer and held on. The monks protested. A tempest suddenly came upon them, and there they all stood, drenched and dripping, but neither would yield. The river rose, and then they were obliged to stand still, for there was neither bridge nor boat. They might have been standing there yet, had not one of the monks begun to intone the litany, and as he sang, the river sank, and the Londoners crossed with the precious relics. The monks giving up, either because they were satisfied that Providence had settled the question, or because the Londoners were the stronger party. The story does not tell. At any rate, the bones were in St. Paul's, and there it was that Alfred must go to carry his father's gifts, and to kneel before the shrine of the saint to say the prayers that the bishop had taught him. And so Alfred and the bishop and the long train of followers set out for the church. The unwieldy wagons moved slowly, but Alfred would have liked to go even more slowly, for there was so much to see that was new to him. There were rough soldiers in leather tunics, or in a kind of coat or jacket covered with scales that would protect them in battle almost as well as a coat of mail. They had heavy axes and spears and shields. Their beards were long and shaggy. Then there were half-savage men from the country, bringing great, rough carts of timber from the forests, or driving herds of oxen or swine, or carrying rude baskets of vegetables or fruit. They were stout, red-faced men who looked strong and well and ready for a good-natured wrestling match or a downright fight, as the case might be. They wore tunics of the coarsest woolen, and would not stop with mouths wide open, and stare with wonder at the sight of the prince and his men with their finely wrought clothes and their jewels and banners. The royal train went up the hill to the church, and Alfred, taught by the bishop, presented the gifts that his father had sent, 7 golden vases, filled to the brim with roughly cut but bright and shining silver coins. On the side of each one of these vases was a red stone, and below it was the inscription, "Ethelwulf the king sent me." The service was ended. Alfred had said his prayer before St. Erkenwald's shrine, and had gazed half fearfully on the bones of the saint. The prince and his followers left the church. There were fragments of the old Roman pavement under their feet. "See the soldier," said Alfred suddenly, "but he isn't like my father's soldiers." The bishop looked, and there in the pavement was the figure of a soldier done in mosaic. "That is a Roman soldier," said the bishop, "and we shall start for Rome tomorrow. Look down to the river, and you will see the ships that are to take us." End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 21. King Alfred of Athelney, 878, by Thomas Hughes. From the beginning of Alfred's reign, in 871, he was greatly distressed by the ravages of the Danes. 7 years later, because of military weakness, exhaustion of the resources of the country, and perhaps by discouragement on the part of his subjects, the king ceased to make active resistance, and withdrew to the island of Athelney. Here he remained for several months, lost to both friends and foes. The Editor. The king, then, disappears in January 878, from the eyes of Saxons and Northmen, and we must follow him by such light as tradition throws upon these months, into the thickets and marshes of Selwood. It is at this point, as is natural enough, that romance has been most busy, and it has become impossible to disentangle the actual facts from monkish legend and Saxon ballad. In happier times, Alfred was in the habit himself of talking over the events of his wandering life pleasantly with his courtiers, and there is no reason to doubt that the foundation of most of the stories still current rests on those conversations of the truth-loving king noted down by Bishop Asser and others. The best known of these is, of course, the story of the cakes. In the depths of the Saxon forests there were always a few neat-herds and swineherds scattered up and down, living in rough huts enough, we may be sure, and occupied with the care of the cattle and herds of their masters. Amongst these, in Selwood, was a neat-herd of the king, a faithful man, to whom the secret of Alfred's disguise was entrusted, and who kept it even from his wife. To this man's hut the king came one day alone, and setting himself down by the burning logs on the hearth, began mending his bows and arrows. The neat-herd's wife had just finished her baking, and, having other household matters to attend to, confided her logs to the king, a poor tired-looking body who might be glad of the warmth and could make himself useful by turning the batch, and so earn his share while she got on with other business. But Alfred worked away at his weapons, thinking of anything but the good housewife's batch of loaves, which in due time were not only done, but rapidly burning to a cinder. At this moment the neat-herd's wife comes back, and, flying to the hearth to rescue the bread, cried out, "Drat the man! Never to turn the loaves when you see them burning! I'se warrant you ready enough to eat them when they're done." But besides the king's faithful neat-herd, whose name is not preserved, there are other churls in the forest who must be Alfred's comrades just now, if he will have any, and even here he has an eye for a good man, and will lose no opportunity to help one to the best of his power. Such a one he finds in a certain swineherd called Denwulf, whom he gets to know, a thoughtful Saxon man minding his charge there in the oak woods. The rough churl, or thrall, we know not which, has great capacity, as Alfred soon finds out, and desire to learn, so the king goes to work upon Denwulf under the oak trees when the swine will let him, and is well satisfied with the results of his teaching and the progress of his pupil, as will appear in the sequel. But in those days the commonest necessaries of life were hard enough to come by for the king and his few companions, and for his wife and family, who soon joined him in the forest, even if they were not with him from the first. The poor foresters cannot maintain them, nor are this band of exiles the men to live on the poor. So Alfred and his comrades are soon out foraging on the borders of the forest, and getting what subsistence they can from the pagans, or from the Christians who had submitted to their yoke. So we may imagine them dragging on life till near Easter, when a gleam of good news comes up from the west, to gladden the hearts and strengthen the arms of these poor men in the depths of Selwood. Soon after Guthrum and the main body of the pagans moved from Gloucester southwards, the Viking Hubba, as had been agreed, sailed with 30 ships of war from his water quarters on the south Welsh coast, and landed in Devon. The news of the catastrophe at Chippenham and of the disappearance of the king was no doubt already known in the west, and in the face of it Odda the alderman cannot gather strength to meet the pagan in the open field. But he is a brave and a true man, and will make no terms with the spoilers. So with other faithful thanes of King Alfred and their followers, he throws himself into a castle or fort called Sinwith, or Sinnet, there to abide whatever issue of this business God shall send them. Hubba, with the war flag Raven, and a host laden with the spoil of rich Devon vales, appear in due course before the place. It is not strong naturally, and has only walls in our own fashion, meaning probably rough earthworks, but there are resolute men behind them, and on the whole Hubba declines the assault, and sits down before the place. There is no spring of water, he hears, within the Saxon lines, and they are otherwise wholly unprepared for a siege. A few days will no doubt settle the matter, and the sword of slavery will be the portion of Odda and the rest of Alfred's men. Meantime there is spoil enough in the camp from Devonshire homesteads, which brave men can revel in round the war-flag Raven while they watch the Saxon ramparts. Odda, however, has quite other views than death from thirst or surrender. Before any stress comes, early one morning, he and his whole force sally out over the earthworks, and from the first cut down the pagans in great numbers. 840 warriors, some say 1,200, with Hubba himself, are slain before Sinnet fort. The rest, few in number, escape to their ships. The war-flag Raven is left in the hands of Odda and the men of Devon. This is the news which comes to Alfred, Ethelnoth, the alderman of Somerset, Denwulf, the swineherd, and the rest of the Selwood forest group, some time before Easter. These men of Devonshire, it seems, are still staunch and ready to peril their lives against the pagan. No doubt up and down Wessex, thrashed and trodden out as the nation is by this time, there are other good men and true, who will neither cross the sea or the Welsh marches, nor make terms with the pagan, some sprinkling of men who will yet set life at stake for faith in Christ and love of England. If these can only be rallied, who can say what may follow? So in the lengthening days of spring, council is held in Selwood, and there will have been Easter services in some chapel or hermitage in the forest, or at any rate in some quiet glade. The day of days will surely have had its voice of hope for this poor remnant. Christ is risen and reigns, and it is not in these heathen Danes, or in all the Northmen who ever sailed across the sea, to put back his kingdom, or enslave those whom he has freed. The result is that, far away from the eastern boundary of the forest, on a rising ground, hill it can scarcely be called, surrounded by dangerous marshes formed by the little rivers Thone and Parrett, fordable only in summer, and even then dangerous to all who have not the secret, a small fortified camp is thrown up under Alfred's eye by Ethelnoth and the Somersetshire men, where he can once again raise his standard. The spot has been chosen by the king with the utmost care, for it is his last throw. He names it the Etheling's Aig, or island, Athelney. Probably his young son, the Etheling of England, is there among the first, with his mother and his grandmother Eadburga, the widow of Ethelred Muchil, the venerable lady whom Assa saw in later years, and who has now no country but her daughters. There are, as has been reckoned, some 2 acres of hard ground on the island, and around vast brakes of alderbush, full of deer and other game. Here the Somersetshire men can keep up constant communication with him, and a small army grows together. They are soon strong enough to make forays into the open country, and in many skirmishes they cut off parties of the pagans and supplies. For even when overthrown and cast down, says Malmesbury, Alfred had always to be fought with, so that, when one would esteem him altogether worn down and broken, like a snake slipping from the hand of him who would grasp it, he would suddenly flash out again from his hiding-place, rising up to smite his foes in the height of their insolent confidence, and never more hard to beat than after a fight. But it was still a trying life at Athelney. Followers came in slowly, and provender and supplies are hard to wring from the pagan, and harder still to take from Christian men. One day, while it was yet so cold that the water was still frozen, the king's people had gone out to get them fish or fowl, or some such purveyance as they sustained themselves withal. No one was left in the royal hut for the moment, but himself and his mother-in-law Eadburga. The king, after his constant wont, whensoever he had the opportunity, was reading from the Psalms of David, out of the manual which he carried always in his bosom. At this moment a poor man appeared at the door, and begged for a morsel of bread, for Christ his sake, whereupon the king, receiving the stranger as a brother, called to his mother-in-law to give him to eat. Eadburga replied that there was but one loaf in their store, and a little wine in a pitcher, a provision wholly insufficient for his own family and people. But the king bade her, nevertheless, to give the stranger part of the last loaf, which she accordingly did. But when he had been served, the stranger was no more seen, and the loaf remained whole, and the pitcher full to the brim. Alfred, meantime, had turned to his reading, over which he fell asleep, and dreamt that St. Cuthbert of Lindisfarne stood by him, and told him it was he who had been his guest, and that God had seen his afflictions, and those of his people, which were now about to end, in token whereof his people would return that day from their expedition with a great take of fish. The king, awakening, and being much impressed with his dream, called to his mother-in-law, and recounted it to her, who thereupon assured him that she too had been overcome with sleep, and had had the same dream. And while they yet talked together on what had happened so strangely to them, their servants came in, bringing fish enough, as it seemed to them, to have fed an army. The monkish legend goes on to tell that on the next morning the king crossed the mainland in a boat, and wound his horn thrice, which drew to him before noon 500 men. What we may think of the story and the dream, as Sir John Spelman says, is not here very much material, seeing that whether we deem it natural or supernatural, the one as well as the other serves at God's appointment, by raising or dejecting of the mind with hopes or fears, to lead man to the resolution of those things whereupon he has ordained the event. Alfred, we may be sure, was ready to accept and be thankful for any help, let it come from whence it might, and soon after Easter it was becoming clear that the time is at hand for more skirmishing expeditions. Through all the neighbouring counties word is spreading that their hero king is alive and on foot again, and that there will be another chance for brave men ere long of meeting once more these scourges of the land under his leading. A popular legend is found in the later chroniclers, which relates that at this crisis of his fortunes, Alfred, not daring to rely on any evidence but that of his own senses, as to the numbers, disposition, and discipline of the pagan army, assumed the garb of a minstrel, and with one attendant visited the camp of Guthrum. Here he stayed, showing tricks and making sport, until he had penetrated to the king's tents, and learned all that he wished to know, and satisfying himself as to the chances of a sudden attack, he returns to Athelney, and the time having come for a great effort, if his people will but make it, sends round messengers to the aldermen and the king's thanes of neighbouring shires, giving them a tryst for the 7th week after Easter, the 2nd week in May. On or about the 12th of May, 878, King Alfred left his island in the great wood, and his wife and children and such household gods as he had gathered round him there, and came publicly forth among his people once more, riding to Egbert's Stone, probably Brixton, on the east of Selwood, a distance of 26 miles. Here met him the men of the neighbouring shires, and when they saw their king alive after such great tribulation, they received him, as he merited, with joy and acclamation. The gathering had been so carefully planned by Alfred and the nobles who had been in conference or correspondence with him at Athelney, that the Saxon host was organised and ready for immediate action on the very day of muster. Whether Alfred had been his own spy we cannot tell, but it is plain that he knew well what was passing in the pagan camp, and how necessary swiftness and secrecy were to the success of his attack. According to a Somersetshire tradition, the signal for the actual gathering of the West Saxons at Egbert's Stone was given by a beacon lighted on the top of Stourton Hill, where Alfred's tower now stands. Such a beacon would be hidden from the Danes, who must have been encamped about Westbury by the range of the Wiltshire hills, while it would be visible to the west over the Low Country towards the Bristol Channel, and to the south far into Dorsetshire. Not an hour was lost by Alfred at the place of muster. The bands which came together there were composed of men well used to arms, each band under its own alderman or reeve. The small army he had himself been disciplining at Athelney and training in skirmishes during the last few months would form a reliable centre on which the rest would have to form as best they could. So after one day's halt he breaks up his camp at Egbert Stone and marches to Aiglea, now called Clay Hill, an important height commanding the vale to the north of Westbury, which the Danish army were now occupying. The day's march of the army would be a short 5 miles. Here the annals record that St. Neot, his kinsman, appeared to him and promised that on the morrow his misfortunes would end. After resting one night on Clay Hill, Alfred led out his men in close order of battle against the pagan host, which lay at Ethandune. Guthrum fought to protect Chippenham, his base of operations, some 16 miles in his rear, and all the accumulated plunder of the busy months which had passed since Twelfth Night, and it is clear that his men behaved with the most desperate gallantry. The fight began at noon and lasted through the greater part of the day. Warned by many previous disasters, the Saxons never broke their close order, and so, though greatly outnumbered, hurled back again and again the onslaughts of the Northmen. At last Alfred and his Saxons prevailed, and smote his pagan foes with a very great slaughter, and pursued them up to their fortified camp on Bratton Hill or Edge, into which the great body of the fugitives threw themselves. All who were left outside were slain, and the great spoil was all recovered. The camp may still be seen, called Bratton Castle, with its double ditches and deep trenches, and barrow in the midst 60 yards long, and its 2 entrances guarded by mounds. It contains more than 20 acres, and commands the whole countryside. There can be little doubt that this camp, and not Chippenham, which is 16 miles away, was the last refuge of Guthrum and the great northern army on Saxon soil. So, in 3 days from the breaking up of his little camp at Athelney, Alfred was once more king of all England south of the Thames, for this army of pagans shut up within their earthworks on Bratton Edge are little better than a broken and disorderly rabble, with no supplies and no chance of succour from any quarter. Nevertheless, he will make sure of them, and so Bratton Camp is strictly besieged by Alfred with his whole power. It is a matter of a few days only, for food runs short at once in the besieged camp. At the end of 14 days he sends to Alfred suing humbly for terms of any kind, offering on the part of the army as many hostages as may be required, without asking for any in return, once again giving solemn pledges to quit Wessex for good, and above all declaring his own readiness to receive baptism. Alfred accepts Guthrum's proffered terms at once, rejoicing over the chance of adding these fierce heathen warriors to the church of his master by an act of mercy which even they must feel. The ceremony of baptism was performed at Wedmore, a royal residence which had probably escaped the fate of Chippenham, and still contained a church. Here Guthrum and his 30 nobles were sworn in, the soldiers of a greater than Woden, and the white linen cloth, the sign of their new faith, was bound round their heads. Alfred himself was godfather to the Viking, giving him the Christian name of Athelstan, and the chrism loosening or unbinding of the sacramental cloths was performed on the 8th day by Ethelnoth, the faithful alderman of Somersetshire. After the religious ceremony, there still remained the task of settling the terms upon which the victors and vanquished were hereafter to live together side by side in the same island. For Alfred had the wisdom, even in his enemy's humiliation, to accept the accomplished fact and to acknowledge East Anglia as a Danish kingdom. The Witan Agamot had been summoned to Wedmore, and was sitting there, and with their advice the treaty was then made, from which, according to some historians, English history begins. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain. Section 22 of England. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 22. One Rule for Angle and for Dane, about 1016, by Ottilie A. Lilienkrantz. Encircled by a martial throng, so massed and indistinct that they made a background like embroidered tapestry, three figures were the centre of attraction, the figure of the young king in his raised chair, and the forms of the Dane and the Angle, who fronted each other before his footstool. Shielded from the heat by his palm, Canute's face was in the shadow, and the giant shape of the son of Lodbrok was a blot against the flames. But the glare lay strong on Siebert of Iversdale, revealing a picture that caused one spectator to catch a breath in a sob. Equally aloof from English thane and Danish noble, the Atheling in the palace of his native king stood a stranger and alone, while his swordless sheath showed him to be also a prisoner. He bore himself proudly. One of his blood could scarcely have done otherwise, but his fine face was white with misery, and despair darkened his eyes, and they stared unseeingly before him. As well as though he had put his thoughts into words, the girl who loved him knew that his mind was back in the peaceful manor between the hills, foreseeing its desecration by barbarian hands, foretasting the ruin of those who looked to him for protection. From the twilight of the balcony she stretched out her arms to him in a passion of yearning pity, and all of selfishness that had been in her grief faded from it utterly as her heart sent forth a second prayer. "Oh, thou God, forget what I asked for myself. Think only of helping him, of comforting him, and I will love thee as though thou hadst done it to me. Help him, help him." Answering a question from the king, Hrothgar began to speak. His heavy voice seemed to fill all the space from floor to ceiling. "By all the laws of war, King Canute, the Odal of Iversdale, would come to me. The first son of Lodbrok took the land before ever this Angle's kin had seen it. He built the tower that stands on it, and the name it bears to this day is the name of his giving. Under Guthrum, a weak-kneed son of his lost it to the English Alfred, and we fell out of our fortunes with the tipping of the scales, and Angles have sat since then in the seat of Lodbrok's sons. But now the scales have risen again. Under Canute, Iversdale, with all other English property, comes back to Danish hands. By all the laws of war, my kinsman's inheritance should be my share of the spoil." Ending roundly, he drew himself up in an attitude of bold assurance. Wherever a group of scarlet cloaks made a bright patch upon the human arras, there was a flutter of approval. Even the braver of the English nobles, who for race pride alone might have supported Siebert in a valid claim, saw nothing to do now but to draw away, with a silent interchange of shrugs and headshakes, and leave him to his doom. In the shadow of his hand, Canute nodded slowly. "By all the laws of war," he affirmed, "your kinsman's inheritance should be your share of the spoil." Again an approving murmur rose from Danish throats, and Hrothgar was opening his lips to voice a grateful answer, when a gesture of the royal hand checked him. "Recollect, however, that just now I am not only a war chief, but also a lawman. I think it right, therefore, to hear what the Englishman has to say for his side. Siebert, Odwaldson, speak in your defence." Not even a draught appeared to stir the human tapestry about them. Siebert started like a man awakened from sleep when he realized that every eye was hanging upon him. Swiftly his glance passed around the circle, from the averted faces of his countrymen to the foreign master on the throne. Then bitterly he bent his head to his fate. "I have nothing to say. Your justice may most rightly be meted out." "Nothing to say?" The king's measured voice sounded sharply through the hush. For the first time he lowered his hand and bent forward where the fire-glow could touch him. As she caught sight of his face, Ælfgiva shrank and clutched at her woman. "Ah, saints, I am thankful now that it is dark," she murmured. Siebert sustained the look with proud steadiness. "Nothing that would be of use to me," he said, "and I do not choose to pleasure you by setting up a weak plea for you to knock down again. The right which gives Britain to the Saxons has given England to the Danes. It is not by words that such a right can be disputed. If your messengers had not taken me by surprise—" He paused, with an odd curl to his lips that could hardly be called a smile, but Canute gave him grim command to finish, and he obeyed with rising colour. "If your messengers had not come upon me as I was riding on the Watling Street, and brought me here a prisoner, I would have argued the matter with arrows, and you would needs have battered down the defence of stone walls to convince me." Mutters of mingled admiration and censure buzzed around, and one English noble, more daring and also more friendly than others, drew near and spoke a word of friendly warning in Siebert's ear. Through it all Canute sat motionless, studying the Atheling with his bright colourless eyes. At last he said unexpectedly, "If you would not obey my summons until my men had dealt with you by force, it cannot be said that you have much respect for my authority. Do you not then acknowledge me as King of the English?" Hrothgar betrayed impatience at this branching aside. Siebert showed surprise. He said hesitatingly, I cannot deny that. You have the same right that Cerdic had over the Britons. Nay, you have more, for you are the formal choice of the Witan. I cannot rightly deny that you are the king of the Angles." "If you acknowledge me to be that," Canute said, "I do not see why you have not an argument for your defence." While all stared at him, he rose slowly and stood before them, a dazzling figure as the light caught the steel of his ring-mail and turned his polished helm to a fiery dome. "Siebert Ostwaldson," he said slowly, "I did not feel much love toward you the first time I saw you, and it is hard for me not to hate you now when I see what you are going to be the cause of. If your case had come before Canute the man, you would receive the answer you expect. But it is your luck that Canute the man is dead, and you stand before Canute the king. Hear then my answer. By all the laws of war, the land belongs to Ivar's son, and had he regained it while war ruled, I had not taken it from him, though the Witan itself commanded me. But instead of regaining it, he lost it." He stretched a forbidding hand towards Hrothgar, feeling without seeing his angry impulse. "By what means matters not. Battles have turned on a smaller thing, and the loyalty of those we have protected is a lawful weapon to defend ourselves with. The kinsman of Ivar a second time lost his inheritance, and the opportunity passed for ever. For now it is time to remember that this is not war, but peace, and in times of peace it is not allowed to take a man's land from him unless he has broken the law or offended honour, which no one can say this Englishman has done. What concerns wartime is a thing by itself. As ruler over laws and land rights, I cannot give one man's lands to another, though the one may be a man I little care for, and the other is my foster-brother. Go back, therefore, unhindered, Lord of Ivarsdale, and live in peace henceforth. I do not think it probable that I shall ever call you to my friendship, but when the time comes that there is a need of a brave and honest man to serve the English people, in serving me, I shall send for you. Beware you that you do not neglect the summons of one whom you have acknowledged to be your rightful king. Orvar, I want you to restore to him his weapon, and see him on his way in safety. Your life shall answer for any harm that comes to him." With one hand he struck down the murmur that was rising. With the other he made an urgent gesture of haste, which Orvar seemed to understand. Even while he was returning to the Lord of Ivarsdale his sword, he seized him by the arm and hurried him down the room, the Atheling walking like a man in a dream. From the dusk of the rafters, the girl who loved him stretched out her hands to him in tender farewell, but there was no more of anguish in her gesture. Gazing after him, the tears rose slowly in her eyes and rolled slowly down her cheeks, but on her mouth was a little smile, whose wondering joy mounted to exultation. No need was there for her to hide either tear or smile, for no one of the women about her was so much conscious of her existence. The murmur below was growing, despite the king's restraining hand, and now, crashing through it in hideous discord, came a burst of jeering laughter from the Jotun. What words he also spoke they could not catch, but they heard the Danish cries sink and die, aghast, and they saw a score of English thanes spring upon him and drag him backwards. Above the noise of their scuffling, the king's voice sounded stern and cold. While I act as lawman in my judgment hall, I will hear no disputing of my judgments. Whoso comes to me in my private chamber, as friend to friend, may tell his mind, but now I speak as king, and what I have spoken shall stand. Struggling with those who would have forced him from the room, Hrothgar had no breath to retort with, but the words did not go unsaid because of that. Wherever scarlet cloaks made a bright patch, the human arras swayed and shook violently, and then fell apart into groups of angry men whose voices rose in resentful chorus. Such judgment by a Danish king is unexampled. King, are we all to expect this treatment? This is the third time you have ruled against your own men. Sven, you punished for the murder of an Englishman, because you forced Gorm to pay his debt to an Englishman. He has lost all the property he owns. Now, as before, we want to know what this means. You are our chief, whose kingship we have held up with our lives. What are these English to you? They are the thralls your sword has laid under, while we are of your own blood. It is the strong will of us warriors to know what you mean. Yes, tell it plainly. We speak as we have a right. Snarling more and more openly, they surged forward, closing around the dais in a fiery mass. In the cushions of the balcony, Leonora hid her face with a cry, "They will murder him!" And Elfgiver rose slowly from her chair, her eyes dark with horror, yet unable to tear themselves from the scene below. The mail-clad king no longer looked to her like a man of flesh and blood, but like a figure of iron and steel that the firelight was wrapping in unendurable brightness. His sword was no more brilliantly hard than his face, and his eyes were glittering points. The ring of steel was in his voice as he answered. "You speak as you have a right, but you speak as men who have swine's memories. Was it your support or your courage that won me the English crown? It may be that if I had waited until pyre and fire you would have done so, but it happened that before that time the English Witan gave it to me as a gift in return for my pledge to rule them justly. My meaning in this judgment, and the others you dislike, is that I am going to keep that pledge. You are my men, and as my men you have supported me, and as my men I have rewarded you. No chief was ever more open-handed with property toward his following, but if you think that on that account I will endure from you trouble and lawlessness, you would better part from me, and get into your boats, and go back to my other kingdom. For I tell you now, openly, and without deceit, that here henceforth there is to be but one rule for Angle and Dane alike, and I shall be as much their king as yours, and they shall share equally in my justice. You may like it or not, but that is what will take place." How they liked it was suggested by bursting roar and the scuffling of many feet as the English leapt forward to protect their new king and the Danes whirled to meet them. But the women in the gallery did not wait to see the outcome. In a frenzy of terror, Elfgiver dragged up the kneeling maids and herded them through the door. "Go, before they get into the ante-room," she gasped. "Do you not see that he is no longer human? We should be pleading with iron. Go, before they tear down the walls." So Siebert of Iversdale went back to his tower unhindered, and the rest of the winter nights, while the winds of the wolf month howled about the palisades, he listened undisturbed to his harper, and the rest of the winter days he trod in peace the homely routine of his lordship, in peace and in absent-eyed silence. The old ways are clean fallen out of England, and it becomes a man to consider diligently how he will order his future, he told Hildolitha and the old knight when they inquired the reason for his abstraction. End of section 22. Section 23 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 23. The Last Danish Invasion, 1066, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. After the death of Edward the Confessor, Harold, Earl of Wessex, was elected king. William of Normandy averred that Edward had promised him the crown, which in any case he had no right to do, and that he should defend his claim. His preparations, however, took many months, and in the meantime Harold's brother Tostig encouraged Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, to make an attack upon England. The Editor. At the news of this foe on the north side of the land, King Harold was compelled to withdraw all the forces at watch in the south against the tardy invasion of William. It was the middle of September. 8 months had elapsed since the Norman had launched forth his vaunting threat. Would he now dare to come? Come or not, that foe was afar, and this was in the heart of the country. Now, York having thus capitulated, all the land round was humbled and awed, and Hardrada and Tostig were blithe and gay, and many days, thought they, must pass ere Harold the King can come from the south to the north. The camp of the Norsemen was at Stamford Bridge, and that day it was settled that they should formally enter York. Their ships lay in the river beyond. A large portion of the armament was with the ships. The day was warm, and the men with Hardrada had laid aside their heavy mail, and were making merry, talking of the plunder of York, jeering at Saxon valour, and gloating over thoughts of the Saxon maids, whom Saxon men had failed to protect, when suddenly between them and the town rose and rolled a great cloud of dust. High it rode, and fast it rolled, and from the heart of the cloud shone the spear and the shield. "What army comes yonder?" said Harold Hardrada. "Surely," answered Tostig, "it comes from the town that we are to enter as conquerors, and can be but the friendly Northumbrians who have deserted Morcar for me." Nearer and nearer came the force, and the shine of the arms was like the glancing of ice. "Advance the world ravager!" cried Harold Hardrada. "Draw up and to arms!" Then picking out 3 of his briskest youths, he dispatched them to the force on the river, with orders to come up quick to the aid. For already through the cloud and amidst the spears was seen the flag of the English king. On the previous night King Harold had entered York, unknown to the invaders, appeased the mutiny, cheered the townsfolks, and now came, like the thunderbolt borne by the winds, to clear the air of England from the clouds of the north. Both armaments drew up in haste, and Hardrada formed his array in the form of a circle, the line long but not deep, its wings curving round till they met, shield to shield. Those who stood in the first rank set their spear shafts on the ground, the points level with the breast of a horseman, those in the second, with spears yet lower, level with the breast of a horse, thus forming a double palisade against the charge of cavalry. In the centre of this circle was placed the ravager of the world, and round it a rampart of shields. Behind that rampart was the accustomed post at the onset of battle for the king and his bodyguard, but Tostig was in front, with his own Northumbrian lion banner and his chosen men. While this army was thus being formed, the English king was marshalling his force in the far more formidable tactics which his military science had perfected from the warfare of the Danes. That form of battalion, invincible hitherto under his leadership, was in the manner of a wedge or triangle, so that, in attack, the men marched on the foe presenting the smallest possible surface to the missiles, and, in defence, all 3 lines faced the assailants. King Harold cast his eye over the closing lines, and then, turning to Gurth, who rode by his side, said, "Take 1 man from yon hostile army, and with what joy should we charge on the Northmen?" "I conceive thee," answered Gurth mournfully, "and the same thought of that 1 man makes my arm feel palsied." The king mused, and drew down the nasal bar of his helmet. "Thanes," he said suddenly, to the score of riders who grouped round him, "follow!" And shaking the rein of his horse, King Harold rode straight to that part of the hostile front from which rose, above the spears, the Northumbrian banner of Tostig. Wondering, but mute, the 20 thanes followed him. Before the grim array, and hard by Tostig's banner, the king checked his steed and cried, "Is Tostig, the son of Godwin and Githa, by the flag of the Northumbrian earldom?" With his helmet raised, and with his Norwegian mantle flowing over his mail, Earl Tostig rode forth at that voice and came up to the speaker. "What wouldst thou with me, daring foe?" The Saxon horseman paused. His deep voice trembled tenderly as he answered slowly, "Thy brother King Harold sends to salute thee. Let not the sons from the same womb wage unnatural war in the soil of their fathers. What will Harold the king give to his brother? Answered Tostig. Northumbria already hath been bestowed on the son of his house's foe. The Saxon hesitated, and a rider by his side took up the word. If the Northumbrians will receive thee again, Northumbria shalt thou have, and the king will bestow his late earldom of Wessex on Morcar. If the Northumbrians reject thee, thou shalt have all the lordships which King Harold hath promised to Gurth. This is well, answered Tostig, and he seemed to pause as in doubt. When made aware of this parley, King Harold Hardrada on his coal-black steed, with his helm all shining with gold, rode from the lines and came into hearing. Ha! said Tostig then, turning round, as the giant form of the Norse king threw its vast shadow over the ground. And if I take the offer, what will Harold, son of Godwin, give to my friend and ally, Hardrada of Norway? The Saxon rider reared his head at these words, and gazed on the large front of Hardrada, as he answered loud and distinct. 7 feet of land for a grave, or seeing that he is taller than other men, as much more as his course may demand. Then go back, and tell Harold my brother to get ready for battle, for never shall the Skalds and the warriors of Norway say that Tostig lured their king in his cause, to betray him to his foe. Here did he come, and here came I, to win as the brave win, or die as the brave die. A rider of younger and slighter form than the rest here whispered the Saxon king, Delay no more, or thy men's hearts will fear treason. The tie is rent from my heart, O Hako, answered the king, and the heart flies back to our England. He wavered his hand, turned his steed, and rode off. The eye of Hardrada followed the horseman. And who, he asked calmly, is that man who spoke so well? King Harold, answered Tostig briefly. How? Cried the Norseman, reddening. How was not that made known to me before? Never should he have gone back, never told hereafter the doom of this day. With all his ferocity, his envy, his grudge to Harold, and his treason to England, some rude notions of honour still lay confused in the breast of the Saxon, and he answered stoutly, Imprudent was Harold's coming, and great his danger, but he came to offer me peace and dominion. Had I betrayed him, I had not been his foe, but his murderer. The Norse king smiled approvingly, and turned to his chief, said dryly, That man was shorter than some of us, but he rode firm in his stirrups. And then this extraordinary person, who united in himself all the types of an age that vanished forever in his grave, and who is the more interesting, as in him we see the race from which the Normans sprung, began, in the rich, full voice that pealed deep as an organ, to chaunt his impromptu war-song. He halted in the midst, and with great composure said, That verse is but ill-tuned, I must try better. He passed his hand over his brow, mused an instant, and then, with his fair face all illumined, he burst forth as inspired. This time air, rhythm, words also chimed in with his own enthusiasm, and that of his men, that the effect was inexpressible. It was, indeed, like the charm of those runes, which are said to have maddened the berserker with the frenzy of war. Meanwhile the Saxon phalanx came on, slow and firm, and in a few minutes the battle began. It commenced first with the charge of the English cavalry, never numerous, led by Leofwine and Hako, but the double palisade of the Norman spears formed an impassable barrier, and the horsemen, recoiling from the frieze, rode round the iron circle without other damage than the spear and javelin could effect. Meanwhile, King Harold, who had dismounted, marched, as was his wont, with the body of footmen. He kept his post in the hollow of the triangular wedge, whence he could best issue his orders. Avoiding the side over which Tostig presided, he halted his array in the full centre of the enemy, where the ravager of the world, streaming high above the inner rampart of the shields, showed the presence of the giant Hardrada. The air was now literally darkened with the flights of arrows and spears, and in a war of missives the Saxons were less skilled than the Norsemen. Still, King Harold restrained the ardour of his men, who, sore harassed by the darts, yearned to close on the foe. He himself, standing on a little eminence, more exposed than his meanest soldier, deliberately eyed the sallies of the horse, and watched the moment he foresaw, when, encouraged by his own suspense and the feeble attacks of the cavalry, the Norsemen would lift their spears from the ground and advance themselves to the assault. That moment came, unable to withhold their own fiery zeal, stimulated by the tromp and the clash and the war hymns of their king and his choral skalds. The Norsemen broke ground and came on. "To your axes and charge!" cried Harold, and passing at once from the centre to the front, he led on the array. The impetus of that artful phalanx was tremendous. It pierced through the ring of the Norwegians, it clove into the ramparts of shields, and King Harold's battle-axe was the first that shivered that wall of steel. His step the first that strode to the innermost circle that guarded the ravager of the world. Then forth from under the shade of that great flag came, himself also on foot, Harold Hardrada, shouting and chaunting. He leapt with long strides into the thick of the onslaught. He had flung away his shield, and swaying with both hands his enormous sword, he hewed down man after man, till space grew clear before him, and the English, recoiling in awe before an image of height and strength that seemed superhuman, left but one form standing firm, and in front to oppose his way. At that moment the whole strife seemed not to belong to an age comparatively modern. It took a character of remotest eld, and Thor and Odin seemed to have returned to the earth. Behind this towering and Titan warrior, their wild hair streaming long under their helms, came his skalds, all singing their hymns, drunk with the madness of battle, and the ravager of the world tossed and flapped as it followed, so that the vast raiment depicted on its folds seemed horrid with life, and calm and alone, his eye watchful, his axe lifted, his foot ready for rush or for spring, but firm as an oak against flight, stood the last of the Saxon kings. Down bounded Hardrada, and down shore his sword. King Harold's shield was cloven in two, and the force of the blow brought himself to his knee. But as swift as the flash of that sword, he sprang to his feet, and while Hardrada still bowed his head, not recovered from the force of the blow, the axe of the Saxon came so full on his helmet that the giant reeled, dropped his sword, and staggered back. His skalds and his chiefs rushed around him. That gallant stand of King Harold saved his English from flight, and now, as they saw him almost lost in the throng, yet still cleaving his way, on, to the Raven standard, they rallied with one heart, and shouting forth, "Out, out, Holy Cross!" forced their way to his side, and the fight now raged hot and equal, hand to hand. Meanwhile Hardrada, borne a little apart, and relieved from his dinted helmet, recovered the shock of the weightiest blow that had ever dimmed his eye and numbed his hand. Tossing the helmet on the ground, his bright locks glittering like sunbeams, he rushed back to the melee. Again helm and mail went down before him. Again through the crowd he saw the arm that had smitten him. Again he sprang forward to finish the war with a blow, when a shaft from some distant bow pierced the throat which the casque now left bare. A sound like the wail of a death song murmured brokenly from his lips, which then gushed out with blood, and tossing up his arms wildly, he fell to the ground, a corpse. At that sight a yell of such terror and woe, and wrath all commingled, broke from the Norsemen, that it hushed the very war for the moment. "On!" cried the Saxon king. "Let our earth take its spoiler. On to the standard, and the day is our own." "On to the standard!" cried Hako, who, his horse slain under him, all bloody with wounds not his own, now came to the king's side. Grim and tall rose the standard, and the streamer shrieked and flapped in the wind as if the raven had voice, when right before Harold, right between him and the banner, stood Tostig, his brother, known by the splendour of his mail, the gold work on his mantle, known by the fierce laugh and defying voice. "What matters?" cried Hako. "Strike, O king, for thy crown!" Harold's hand gripped Hako's arm convulsively. He lowered his axe, turned around, and passed shudderingly away. Both armies now paused from the attack, for both were thrown into great disorder, and each gladly gave respite to the other to reform its own shattered array. The Norsemen were not soldiers to yield because their leader was slain, rather the more resolute to fight, since revenge was now added to valour. Yet But for the daring and promptness with which Tostig had cut his way to the standard, the day had already been decided. During the pause, Harold summoned Gurth and said to him in great emotion, "For the sake of nature, for the love of God, go, O Gurth, go to Tostig, urge him now, Hardrada is dead, urge him to peace. All that we can proffer with honour, proffer, quarter and free retreat to every Norseman. O save me, save us from a brother's blood." Gurth lifted his helmet, kissed the mail hand that grasped his own. "I go," said he, and so, bareheaded, and with a single trumpeter, he went to the hostile lines. Harold awaited him in great agitation, nor could any man have guessed what bitter and awful thoughts lay in that heart, from which, in the way to power, tie after tie had been wrenched away. He did not wait long, and even before Gurth rejoined him, he knew by a unanimous shout of fury, to which the clash of countless shields chimed in, that the mission had been in vain. Tostig had refused to hear Gurth, save in presence of the Norwegian chiefs, and when the message had been delivered, they all cried, "We would rather fall one across the corpse of the other than leave a field in which our king was slain." "Ye hear them," said Tostig. "As they speak, speak I." "Not mine this guilt too, O God," said Harold, solemnly lifting his hand on high. "Now then, to duty." By this time the Norwegian reinforcements had arrived from the ships, and this for a short time rendered the conflict that immediately ensued uncertain and critical. But Harold's generalship was now as consummate as his valour had been daring. He kept his men true to their irrefragable line. Even if fragments splintered off, each fragment threw itself into the form of the resistless wedge. One Norwegian standing on the bridge of Stamford long guarded that pass, and no less than 40 Saxons are said to have perished by his arm. To him the English king sent a generous pledge, not only of safety for the life, but honour for the valour. The Viking refused to surrender, and it fell at last by a javelin from the hand of Hako. As if in him had been embodied the unyielding war god of the Norsemen, in that death died the last hope of the Vikings. They fell literally where they stood. Many, from sheer exhaustion and the weight of their mail, died without a blow, and in the shades of nightfall Harold stood amidst the shattered rampart of shields, his foot on the corpse of the standard-bearer, his hand on the ravager of the world. "Thy brother's corpse is borne yonder," said Hako in the ear of the king, as, wiping the blood from his sword, he plunged it back into the sheath. Young Olaf, the son of Hardrada, had happily escaped the slaughter. A strong detachment of the Norwegians had still remained with the vessels, and amongst them some prudent old chiefs, who, foreseeing the probable results of the day, and knowing that Hardrada would never quit, save as a conqueror or a corpse, the field on which he had planted the ravager of the world, had detained the prince almost by force from sharing the fate of his father. But ere those vessels could put out to sea, the vigorous measures of the Saxon king had already intercepted the retreat of the vessels, and then, ranging their shields as a wall round their masts, the bold Vikings at least determined to die as men. But with the morning came King Harold himself to the banks of the river, and behind him, with trailed lances, a solemn procession that bore the body of the Skald king. They halted on the margin, and a boat was launched towards the Norwegian fleet, bearing a monk, who demanded the chiefs to send a deputation, headed by the young prince himself, to receive the corpse of their king and to hear the proposals of the Saxon. The Vikings, who had anticipated no preliminaries to the massacre they awaited, did not hesitate to accept these overtures. 12 of the most famous chiefs still surviving, and Olaf himself, entered the boat, and standing between his brothers Leofwine and Gurth, Harold thus accosted them. "Your king invaded a people that had given him no offence. He has paid the forfeit. We war not with the dead. Give to his remains the honours due to the brave. Without ransom or condition, we yield to you what can no longer harm us. And for thee, young prince," continued the king, with a tone of pity in his voice, as he contemplated the stately boyhood and proud but deep grief on the face of Olaf, "for thee, wilt thou not live to learn that the wars of Odin are treason to the faith of the cross? We have conquered, we dare not butcher. Take such ships as ye need for those that survive. 23 I offer for your transport. Return to your native shores, and guard them as we have guarded ours. Are ye contented?" Among those chiefs was a stern priest, the Bishop of the Orcades. He advanced and bent his knee to the king. "O Lord of England," said he, "yesterday thou didst conquer the form, today the soul, and never more may generous Northmen invade the coast of him who honours the dead and spares the living." "Amen," cried the chiefs, and they all knelt to Harold. The young prince stood a moment irresolute, for his dead father was on the bier before him, and revenge was yet a virtue in the heart of a sea-king. But lifting his eyes to Harold's, the mild and gentle majesty of the Saxon brow was irresistible in its benign command. And stretching his right hand to the king, he raised on high the other, and said aloud, "Faith and friendship with thee and England evermore." Then all the chiefs rising, they gathered round the bier, but no hand in the sight of the conquering foe lifted the cloth of gold that covered the corpse of the famous king. The bearers of the bier moved on slowly towards the boat. The Norwegians followed with measured, funereal steps, and not till the bier was placed on board the royal galley was there heard the wail of woe, but then it came loud and deep and dismal, and was followed by a burst of wild song from a surviving skald. The Norwegian preparations for departure were soon made, and the ships vouchsafed to their convoy raised anchor and sailed down the stream. Harold's eye watched the ships from the river banks. "And there," he said at last, "there glide the last sails that shall ever bear the devastating Raven to the shores of England." End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24 of England, read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Hale. England, Part 4, The Norman Conquest. Historical note. In 1066, the English king Edward the Confessor died. His mother was of Norman birth, and he himself had spent many years in Normandy. Among his friends in that country was his young cousin, Duke William, and to him Edward promised to bequeath his crown. But Earl Harold of England was the choice of the English people, and him they made their king. When William heard this, he at once prepared to invade England, and sent heralds the length and breadth of Europe, offering good fighting and a fair share in the plunder to whoso would aid him in wresting England for Earl Harold. In the meantime, England was in danger from another quarter, for Harold's brother Tostig persuaded King Harold Hardrada of Norway to lead a blundering expedition against her shores. At Stamford Bridge, the northern invaders were met and defeated by Harold, but in the meantime, William and his army of adventurers had crossed the Channel and landed in England. Hastening south with his battle-worn army, Harold met the Normans on the 14th day of October in the year 1066, on the fatal field of Hastings. By Christmas Day of the same year, the Saxon chiefs that were left alive had sullenly submitted to William the Conqueror, and he was crowned King of England. The first 5 years of William's reign were spent in stamping out the last embers of Saxon resistance. This done, he turned his attention to administrating the realm he had won, and before his death in 1087 he had remodeled the English church, cut away the power of the great nobles, completed a survey of all the states of England, and recorded their ownership in the famous Doomsday Book. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 25 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25. The Battle of Hastings, 1066, by Robert Wace. The English had built up a fence before them with their shields, and with ash and other wood, and had well joined and wattled in the whole work, so as not to leave even a crevice. And thus they had a barricade in their front, through which any Norman who would attack them must first pass. Being covered in this way by their shields and barricades, their aim was to defend themselves, and if they had remained steady for that purpose, they would not have been conquered that day. For every Norman who made his way in lost his life, either by hatchet or bill, by club or other weapon. They wore short and close hauberks, and helmets that hung over their garments. King Harold issued orders and made proclamation round, that all should be ranged with their faces towards the enemy, and that no one should move from where he was, so that whoever came might find them ready, and that whatever any one, be he Norman or other, should do, each should do his best to defend his own place. Then he ordered the men of Kent to go where the Normans were likely to make the attack, for they say that the men of Kent are entitled to strike first, and that whenever the king goes to battle, the first blow belongs to them. The right of the men of London is to guard the king's body, to place themselves around him, and to guard his standard, and they were accordingly placed by the standard to watch and defend it. When Harold had made his reply and given his orders, he came into the midst of the English, and dismounted by the side of the standard. Leofwine and Gurth, his brothers, were with him, and around him he had barons enough, as he stood by his standard, which was in truth a noble one, sparkling with gold and precious stones. After the victory, William sent it to the Pope, to prove and commemorate his great conquest and glory. The English stood in close ranks, ready and eager for the fight, and they, moreover, made a fosse, which went across the field, guarding one side of their army. Meanwhile the Normans appeared advancing over the ridge of a rising ground, and the first division of their troops moved onwards along the hill and across a valley. And presently another division, still larger, came in sight, close following upon the first, and they were led towards another part of the field, forming together as the first body had done. And while Harold saw and examined them, and was pointing them out to Gurth, a fresh company came in sight, covering all the plain, and in the midst of them was raised the standard that came from Rome. Near it was the Duke, and the best men and greatest strength of the army were there. The good knights, the good vassals, and brave warriors were there, and there were gathered together the gentle barons, the good archers, and the men at arms, whose duty it was to guard the Duke and range themselves around him. The youths and common herd of the camp, whose business was not to join in the battle but to take care of the harness and stores, moved off towards a rising ground. The priests and the clerks also ascended a hill, there to offer up prayers to God and watch the event of the battle. The English stood firm on foot in close ranks, and carried themselves right boldly. Each man had his hauberk on, with his sword girt and his shield at his neck. Great hatchets were also slung at their necks, with which they expected to strike heavy blows. The Normans brought on the three divisions of their army to attack at different places. They set out in 3 companies, and in 3 companies did they fight. The first and second had come up and then advanced the third, which was the greatest. With that came the Duke with his own men, and all moved boldly forward. As soon as the two armies were in full view of each other, great noise and tumult arose. You might hear the sound of many trumpets, of bugles, and of horns, and then you might see men ranging themselves in line, lifting their shields, raising their lances, bending their bows, handling their arrows, ready for assault and defense. The English stood steady to their post. The Normans still moved on, and when they drew near, the English were to be seen, stirring to and fro, were going and coming, troops ranging themselves in order, some with their color rising, others turning pale, some making ready their arms, others raising their shields, the brave man rousing himself to fight, the coward trembling at the approach of danger. Then Taillefer, who sang right well, rode mounted on a swift horse before the Duke, singing of Charlemagne, and of Roland, of Olivier, and the peers who died in Roncesvalles. And when they drew nigh to the English, "A boon, sire," cried Taillefer. "I have long served you, and you owe me for all such service. Today, so please you, you shall repay it. I ask as my guerdon, and beseech you for it earnestly, that you will allow me to strike the first blow in the battle." And the Duke answered, "I grant it." Then Taillefer put his horse to a gallop, charging before all the rest, and struck an Englishman dead, driving his lance below the breast into his body, and stretching him upon the ground. Then he drew his sword and struck another, crying out, "Come on, come on! What do ye, sirs? Lay on, lay on!" At the second blow he struck, the English pushed forward and surrounded and slew him. Forthwith arose the noise and cry of war, and on either side the people put themselves in motion. The Normans moved on to the assault, and the English defended themselves well. Some were striking, others urging onwards. All were bold and cast aside fear. And now behold, that battle was gathered, whereof the fame is yet mighty. Loud and far resounded the bray of the horns, and the shocks of the lances, the mighty strokes of maces, and the quick clashing of swords. One while the Englishmen rushed on, another while they fell back, one while the men from over sea charged onwards, and again at other times retreated. The Normans shouted, "Dexailles!" the English people out. Then came the cunning maneuvers, the rude shocks and strokes of the lances and blows of the swords among the sergeants and soldiers, both English and Norman. When the English fall, the Normans shout. Each side taunts and defies the other, yet neither knoweth what the other saith. And the Normans say the English bark, because they understand not their speech. Some wax strong, others weak, the brave exult, but the cowards tremble, as men who are sore dismayed. The Normans press on the assault, and the English defend their post well. They pierce the hauberks and cleave the shields, receive and return mighty blows. Again some press forwards, others yield, and thus in various ways the struggle proceeds. In the plain was a fosse, which the Normans had now behind them, having passed it in the fight without regarding it. But the English charged and drove the Normans before them till they made them fall back upon this fosse, overthrowing into it horses and men. Many were to be seen falling therein, rolling one over the other, with their faces to the earth, and unable to rise. Many of the English also, whom the Normans drew down along with them, died there. At no time during the day's battle did so many Normans die as perished in that fosse. So those said who saw the dead. The varlets who were set to guard the harness began to abandon it as they saw the loss of the Frenchmen when thrown back upon the fosse, without power to recover themselves. Being greatly alarmed at seeing the difficulty in restoring order, they began to quit the harness and sought around, not knowing where to find shelter. Then Duke William's brother, Odo, the good priest, the Bishop of Bayeux, galloped up and said to them, "Stand fast, be quiet, and move not, fear nothing, for if God please, we shall conquer yet. So they took courage and rested where they were, and Odo returned galloping back to where the battle was most fierce, and was of great service on that day. He had put a hauberk on, over a white alb wide in the body, with the sleeve tight, and sat on a white horse, so that all might recognize him. In his hand he held a mace, and wherever he saw most need he held up and stationed the knights, and often urged them on to assault and strike the enemy. From 9 o'clock in the morning, when the combat began, till 3 o'clock came, the battle was up and down, this way and that, and no one knew who would conquer and win the land. Both sides stood so firm and fought so well that no one could guess which would prevail. The Norman archers with their bows shot thickly upon the English, but they covered themselves with their shields, so that the arrows could not reach their bodies, nor do any mischief, how true soever was their aim, or however well they shot. Then the Normans determined to shoot their arrows upwards into the air, so that they might fall on their enemies' heads and strike their faces. The archers adopted this scheme, and shot up into the air towards the English, and the arrows in falling struck their heads and faces, and put out the eyes of many, and all feared to open their eyes or leave their faces unguarded. The arrows now flew thicker than rain before the wind. Fast sped the shafts that the English called wybets. Then it was that an arrow that had thus been shot upward struck Harold above his right eye, and put it out. In his agony he drew the arrow and threw it away, breaking it with his hands, and the pain to his head was so great that he leaned upon his shield. So the English were wont to say, and still say to the French, that the arrow was well shot which was so sent up against their king, and that the archer won them great glory, who thus put out Harold's eye. The Normans saw that the English defended themselves well, and were so strong in their position that they could do little against them. So they consulted together privily, and arranged to draw off and pretend to flee till the English should pursue and scatter themselves over the field, for they saw that if they could once get their enemies to break their ranks, they might be attacked and discomfited much more easily. As they had said, so they did. The Normans by little and little fled, the English following them. As the one fell back, the other pressed after, and when the Frenchmen retreated, the English thought and cried out that the men of France fled and would never return. Thus they were deceived by the pretended flight, and great mischief thereby befell them, for if they had not moved from their position, it is not likely that they would have been conquered at all, but like fools they broke their lines and pursued. The Normans were to be seen following up their stratagem, retreating slowly so as to draw the English further on. As they still flee, the English pursue. They push out their lances and stretch forth their hatchets, following the Normans as they go, rejoicing in the success of their scheme, and scattering themselves over the plain. And the English meantime jeered and insulted their foes with words. "Cowards," they cried, "you came hither in an evil hour, wanting our lands and seeking to seize our property. Fools that ye were to come! Normandy is too far off, and you will not easily reach it. It is of little use to run back, unless you can cross the sea at a leap, or can drink it dry. Your sons and daughters are lost to you." The Normans bore it all, but in fact they knew not what the English said. Their language seemed like the baying of dogs, which they could not understand. At length they stopped and turned round, determined to recover their ranks, and the barons might be heard crying "Dexailles" for a halt. Then the Normans resumed their former position, turning their faces towards the enemy, and their men were to be seen facing round and rushing onwards to a fresh melee. The one party assaulting the other, this man striking, another pressing onwards. One hits, another misses. One flies, another pursues. One is aiming a stroke, while another discharges his blow. Norman strives with Englishman again, and aims his blows afresh. One flies, another pursues swiftly. The combatants are many, the plain wide, the battle and the melee fierce. On every hand they fight hard, the blows are heavy, and the struggle becomes fierce. The Normans were playing their part well when an English knight came rushing up, having in his company 100 men furnished with various arms. He wielded a northern hatchet with the blade a full foot long, and was well armed after his manner, being tall, bold, and of noble carriage. In the front of the battle, where the Normans thronged most, he came bounding on swifter than the stag, many Normans falling before him and his company. He rushed straight upon a Norman who was armed and riding on a war horse, and tried with his hatchet of steel to cleave his helmet, but the blow miscarried, and the sharp blade glanced down before the saddle bow, driving through the horse's neck down to the ground, so that both horse and master fell together to the earth. I know not whether the Englishman struck another blow, but the Normans who saw the stroke were astonished, and about to abandon the assault, when Roger de Montgomery came galloping up with his lance set, and heeding not the long-handled axe which the Englishman wielded aloft, struck him down and left him stretched upon the ground. Then Roger cried out, "Frenchmen, strike, the day is ours!" And again a fierce melee was to be seen, with many a blow of lance and sword, the English still defending themselves, killing the horses and cleaving the shields. There was a French soldier of noble mien, who sat his horse gallantly. He spied two Englishmen, who were also carrying themselves boldly. They were both men of great worth, and had become companions in arms, and fought together, the one protecting the other. They bore two long and broad bills, and did great mischief to the Normans, killing both horses and men. The French soldier looked at them and their bills, and was sore alarmed, for he was afraid of losing his good horse, the best that he had, and would willingly have turned to some other quarter, if it would not have looked like cowardice. He soon, however, recovered his courage, and spurring his horse, gave him the bridle, and galloped swiftly forward. Fearing the two bills, he raised his shield and struck one of the Englishmen with his lance on the breast, so that the iron passed out at his back. At the moment that he fell, the lance broke, and the Frenchman seized the mace that hung at his right side, and struck the other Englishman a blow that completely broke his skull. On the other side was an Englishman who much annoyed the French, continually assaulting them with a keen-edged hatchet. He had a helmet made of wood, which he had fastened down to his coat and laced round his neck, so that no blows could reach his head. The ravage he was making was seen by a gallant Norman knight, who rode a horse that neither fire nor water could stop in its career when its master urged it on. The knight spurred, and his horse carried him on well, till he charged the Englishman, striking him over the helmet so that it fell down over his eyes, and as he stretched out his hand to raise it and uncover the face, the Norman cut off his right hand, so that his hatchet fell to the ground. Another Norman sprang forward and eagerly seized the prize with both his hands, but he kept it little space and paid dearly for it, for as he stooped to pick up the hatchet, the Englishman with his long-handled axe struck him over the back, breaking all his bones, so that his entrails and lungs gushed forth. The knight of the good horse meantime returned without injury, but on his way he met another Englishman, and bore him down under his horse, wounding him grievously, and trampling him altogether under foot. And now might be heard the loud clang and cry of battle, and the clashing of lances. The English stood firm in their barricades, and shivered the lances, beating them into pieces with their bills and maces. The Normans drew their swords and hewed down the barricades, and the English, in great trouble, fell back upon their standard, where were collected the maimed and wounded. There were many knights of Chaus who jousted and made attacks. The English knew not how to joust or bear arms on horseback, but fought with hatchets and bills. A man, when he wanted to strike with one of their hatchets, was obliged to hold it with both his hands, and could not at the same time, as it seems to me, both cover himself and strike with any freedom. The English fell back towards the standard, which was upon a rising ground, and the Normans followed them across the valley, attacking them on foot and horseback. Then Hugh de Mortimer, with the sires d'Auvilliers, Donnebac, and St. Clair, rode up, and charged, overthrowing many. Robert Fitzinaris fixed his lance, took his shield, and galloping towards the standard with his keen-edged sword, struck an Englishman who was in front, killed him, and then drawing back his sword, attacked many others, and pushed straight for the standard, trying to beat it down, but the English surrounded it and killed him with their bills. He was found on the spot, when they afterwards sought for him dead and lying at the standard's foot. Duke William pressed close upon the English with his lance, striving hard to reach the standard with the great troop he led, and seeking earnestly for Harold, on whose account the whole war was. The Normans follow their lord and press around him. They ply their blows upon the English, and these defend themselves stoutly, striving hard with their enemies, returning blow for blow. One of them was a man of great strength, a wrestler, who did great mischief to the Normans with his hatchet. All feared him, for he struck down a great many Normans. The Duke spurred on his horse and aimed a blow at him, but he stooped, and so escaped the stroke. Then jumping on one side, he lifted his hatchet aloft, and as the Duke bent to avoid the blow, the Englishman boldly struck him on the head and beat in his helmet, though without doing much injury. He was very near falling, however, but bearing on his stirrups, he recovered himself immediately, and when he thought to have revenged himself upon the churl by killing him, he had escaped, dreading the Duke's blow. He ran back in among the English, but he was not safe even there, for the Normans, seeing him, pursued and caught him, and having pierced him through and through with their lances, left him dead on the ground. Where the throng of the battle was greatest, the men of Kent and Essex fought wondrously well, and made the Normans again retreat, but without doing them much injury. And when the Duke saw his men fall back, and the English triumphing over them, his spirit rose high, and he seized his shield and his lance, which a vassal handed to him, and took his post by his standard. Then those who kept close guard by him, and rode where he rode, being about 1,000 armed men, came and rushed with closed ranks upon the English, and with the weight of their good horses and the blows the knights gave, broke the press of the enemy, and scattered the crowd before them, the good Duke leading them on in front. Many pursued and many fled. Many were the Englishmen who fell around, and were trampled under the horses, crawling upon the earth, and not able to rise. Many of the richest and noblest men fell in that rout, but the English still rallied in places, smote down those whom they reached, and maintained the combat the best they could, beating down the men and killing the horses. One Englishman watched the Duke and plotted to kill him. He would have struck him with his lance, but he could not, for the Duke struck him first and felled him to the earth. Loud was now the clamor and great the slaughter. Many a soul then quitted the body it inhabited. The living marched over the heaps of dead, and each side was weary of striking. He charged on who could, and he who could no longer strike still pushed forward. The strong struggled with the strong. Some failed, others triumphed. The cowards fell back, the brave pressed on. And sad was his fate who fell in the midst, for he had little chance of rising again, and many in truth fell who never rose at all, being crushed under the throng. And now the Normans pressed on so far that at last they had reached the standard. There Harold had remained, defending himself to the utmost, but he was sorely wounded in his eye by the arrow, and suffered grievous pain from the blow. An armed man came in the throng of the battle, and struck him on the ventalia of his helmet, and beat him to the ground. And as he sought to recover himself, a knight beat him down again, striking him on the thick of his thigh down to the bone. Gurth saw the English falling around, and that there was no remedy. He saw his race hastening to ruin, and despaired of any aid. He would have fled, but could not, for the throng continually increased, and the Duke pushed on till he reached him, and struck him with great force. Whether he died of that blow I know not, but it was said that he fell under it, and rose no more. The standard was beaten down, the golden standard was taken, and Harold and the best of his friends were slain. But there was so much eagerness, and throng of so many around seeking to kill him, that I know not who it was that slew him. The English were in great trouble at having lost their king, and at the Duke's having conquered and beat down the standard, but they still fought on, and defended themselves long, and in fact till the day drew to a close. Then it clearly appeared to all that the standard was lost, and the news had spread throughout the army that Harold for certain was dead, and all saw that there was no longer any hope, so they left the field, and those fled who could. End of section 25. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 26, How the Doomsday Book was Made, about 1086, by Edwin Lester Arnold. About 12 years after the battle where Harold had died, the Norman leader had, we heard, taken it into his head to pull us like cattle, to find the sum and total of our feas and lands, our serfs and orchards, and even our very selves. Now few of us Saxons but felt this was a certain scheme to tax and oppress us even more severely than the people had been oppressed in the time of St. Dunstan. Besides this, our free spirits rose in scorn of being counted and weighed and mulcted by plebeian emissaries of the usurper, so we murmured aloud and long. And those thanes who complained the bitterest were hanged by the derisive Normans on their own kitchen beams, on the very same hooks where they cured their mighty sides of pork, while those who complied but falsely with the assessor's commands were robbed of wife and heritage, children and lands, and shackled with the brass collar of serfdom, or turned out to beg their living on the wayside and soothe the charity of their own dependents. Whether we would thus be hanged or outcast, or whether we would humble us to this hateful need, writing ourselves and our serfs down in the great Doomsday Book, all had to choose. For my own part, after much debating, and for the sake of those who looked to me, I had determined to do what was required, and then, if it might be, to bring all the Saxon gentlemen together, to raise these English shires upon the Normans, and with fire and sword revoke our abominable indenture of thraldom. But alas! my hasty temper and my inability to stomach an affront in any guise undid my good resolutions. While this mighty book was being compiled far and wide, we heard in every shire there were some men of good standing base enough to countenance it, and taking the name of the king's justiciaries, they got together shorn monks, shaveling rascals who did the writing and computing, with reeves hungry for their masters' woodlands, and many other lean forsworn villains. This jury of miscreants went round from hall to hall, from manor to manor, with their scrips and pens and parchment, until all the land was being gathered into the avaricious Norman's tax roll. They cast their greedy eyes at last on our sunny and sleeping Vowood, though, indeed, I had implored every deity, old or new, I could recall that they might overlook it. And one day their hireling train of 20 pikemen came ambling down the glades with a fat abbot, a Norman rascal, at their head, and pulled up at our doorway. "Hullo!" says the monk. "Whose house is this?" "Mine," I said gruffly, with a secret fancy that there would be some heads broken before the census completed. "And who are you?" "The master of Vowood." "What else?" "Nothing else." "Well, you are not over-civil, anyhow, my Saxon churl," said the man of scrolls and goose-quills. "Frankly," I answered, "Sir Monk, the smaller civility you look for from me to-day, the less likely you are to be disappointed. Out with that infernal catechism of yours, and have done, and move your black shadows from my porch." At this the clerk shrugged his shoulders. No doubt he did not look to be a very welcome guest, and coughed and spit, and then unfurled in our free sunshine a great roll of questions, and forthwith proceeded to expound them in bastard Latin, smacking of mouldy cathedral cells and cloister pedantry. "Now mark me, Sir Vowood, and afterward answer truly in everything. Here first I will read you the declaration of your neighbour, the worthy Thane Swan, in order that you may see how the matters should go, and then afterward I will question you yourself." And taking a parchment from a junior, he began. "Here is what Swan told us. Rex tene in dominio Sohurst, de firma regis Edwardi fu. Tunc sid defendant pro septem decum hedus. Nihil gildervant terra e sedecem cercut. In dominio sunt tuae caracut effigente quattro por Valani, et decum Borgiaf cum vigente carucis. Ibi ecclesias quam Williamus tenent dic rege cum demedia hida in Elamodissa. Silva quadradinta porcorum, e ispe e in parco regis. But hardly had my friend got so far as this in displaying the domesticity of Sewin, the Thane, where there broke a loud uproar from the rear of Vowood, and the tripping Latin came to a sudden halt as there emerged in sight a rabble of Saxon peasants and Norman prickers, freely exchanging buffets. In the midst of them was our bailiff, a very stalwart fellow, hauling along and beating as he came a luckless soldier in the foreign garb, just then so detestable to our eyes. "Why," I said, "what may all this be about? What has the fellow done? Sven, that your Saxon cudgel, make such friends with his Norman cape?" "What?" "Why, the graceless yonker, not content with bursting open the buttery door, and setting all these scullion men-at-arms drinking my lady's ale and riding among her stores, must needs harry the maidens, scaring them out of their wits, and putting the whole place in an uproar. As I am an honest man, there has been more good ale spilled this half-hour, more pottery broken, more linen torn, more roasts upset, more maids set screaming, than since the Danes last came round this way and pillaged us from roof to cellar." "Why, you fat Saxon porker," cried the leader of the troops, pushing to the front, "what are you good for but pillage, drunken serf? And were it not for the politic heart of yonder king, I and mine would make you and yours sigh again for your Danish ravishers, looking back from our mastery to their red fury with sickly longing. Out on you! Unhand the youth, or by St. Bridget there will be a fat carcass for your crows to peck at. And he put his hand upon his dagger. Thereon I stepped between them, and touching my jewelled belt, said, Fair sir, I think the youth has had no less than his deserts, and as for Vowood crows, they like Norman carrion even better than Saxon flesh. The soldier frowned, as well he might, at my retort, but before we could draw, as assuredly we would have done, the monk pushed in between us, and the aethelings of the commission, who had orders to carry out their work with peace and dispatch as long as that were possible, quieted their unruly rabble, and presently a muttering, surly order was restored between the glowering crowds. Now, said the scribe propitiatingly, anxious to get through with his task, you have heard how amiably Sweyn answered. Of you I will ask a question or two in Saxon, since, likely enough, you do not know the blessed Latin. By the soul of Hengist, though, I knew it before the stones of that confessor's ancient monastery were hewn from their native rock. Answer truly, and all shall be well with you. First, then, how much land hast thou? But I could not stand it. My spleen was roused against these braggart bullies, and throwing discretion to the wind, I burst out, Just so much as serves to keep me and mine in summer and winter. And how many ploughs? So many as need to till our cornlands. Rude boar, said the monk, backing off into the group of his friends, and frowning from that vantage in his turn. How many serfs acknowledge your surly leadership? Just so many, I said, boiling over, as can work the ploughs and reap the corn, and keep the land from greedy foreign clutches. There, put up your scroll and be gone. I will not answer you. I will not say how many pigeons there are in our dovecotes, how many fowls roost upon their perches, how many earthen pots we have, or how many maids to scrub them. Get you back to the Conqueror. Tell him I deride and laugh at him for the second time. Say I have lived a longish life, and never yet saw the light when I profited by humility. Say I, the swart stranger, who stabbed his ruffian courtier, and galloped away with the white maid, Editha of Vowood, I who plucked that flower from the very saddle bow of his favourite, and thundered derisive through his first camp there on the eastern downs. Say, even I will find a way to keep and wear her, in scorn of all that he can do. Out with you, be gone. And they went, for I was clearly in no mood to be dallied with, while behind me the serfs and vassals were now mustering strongly, in angry array, armed with such weapons as they could snatch up in their haste, and wanting but a word or look to fall upon the little band of assessors and slay them as they stood. Thus we won that hour, and many a long day we had to regret the victory. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 27. What the English Thought of William the Conqueror, 1066-1087. From the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. If any would know what manner of man King William was, the glory that he obtained, and of how many lands he was lord, then will we describe him as we have known him, we who have looked upon him, and who once lived in his court. This King William, of whom we are speaking, was a very wise and a great man, and more honored and more powerful than any of his predecessors. He was mild to those good men who loved God, but severe beyond measure towards those who withstood his will. He founded a noble monastery on the spot where God permitted him to conquer England, and he established monks in it, and he made it very rich. In his days, the great monastery at Canterbury
was built, and many others also throughout England. Moreover, this land was filled with monks who lived after the rule of Saint Benedict, and such was the state of religion in his days, that all that would might observe that which was prescribed by their respective orders. King William was also held in much reverence. He wore his crown 3 times every year when he was in England. At Easter he wore it at Winchester, at Pentecost at Westminster, and at Christmas at Gloucester. And at these times all the men of England were with him, archbishops, bishops, abbots, and earls, thanes, and knights. So also was he a very stern and a wrathful man, so that none durst do anything against his will, and he kept in prison those earls who acted against his pleasure. He removed bishops from their sees, and abbots from their offices, and he imprisoned thanes, and at length he spared not his own brother Odo. This Odo was a very powerful bishop in Normandy. His see was that of Bayeux, and he was foremost to serve the king. He had an earldom in England, and when William was in Normandy, he was the first man in this country, and him did he cast into prison. Amongst other things, the good order that William established is not to be forgotten. It was such that any man who was himself aught might travel over the kingdom with a bosom full of gold unmolested, and no man durst kill another, however great the injury he might have received from him. He reigned over England, and being sharp-sighted to his own interest, he surveyed the kingdom so thoroughly that there was not a single hide of land throughout the whole of which he knew not the possessor and how much it was worth, and this he afterwards entered in his register. The land of the Britons, Welsh, was under his sway, and he built castles therein. Moreover, he had full dominion over the Isle of Man, Anglesey. Scotland also was subject to him from his great strength. The land of Normandy was his by inheritance, and he possessed the earldom of Maine, and had he lived 2 years longer, he would have subdued Ireland by his prowess, and that without a battle. Truly there was much trouble in these times, and very great distress. He caused castles to be built, and oppressed the poor. The king was also of great sternness, and he took from his subjects many marks of gold, and many 100 pounds of silver, and this either with or without right, and with little need. He was given to avarice, and greedily loved gain. He made large forests for the deer, and enacted laws therewith, so that whoever killed a hart or a hind should be blinded. As he forbade killing the deer, so also the boars, and he loved the tall stags, as if he were their father. He also appointed concerning the hares, that they should go free. The rich complained, and the poor murmured, but he was so sturdily that he recked naught of them. They must will all that the king willed, if they would live, or would keep their lands, or would hold their possessions, or would be maintained in their rights. Alas, that any man should so exalt himself, and carry himself in his pride over all. May Almighty God show mercy to his soul, and grant him the forgiveness of his sins. We have written concerning him these things, both good and bad, that virtuous men might follow after the good, and wholly avoid the evil, and might go in the way that leadeth to the kingdom of heaven. End of section 27. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 28 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 28, The Rescue of the Princess of Cornwall, by Charles Kingsley. Hereward the Wake, or Hereward the Watchful, headed in 1070 a revolt against the Norman rulers of the land. The Editor. Fat was the feasting and loud was the harping in the halls of Aelf, the Cornishman, king of Gweek. Savoury was the smell of fried pilchard and hake, more savoury still that of roast porpoise, most savoury of all that of 50 huge squab pies, built up of layers of apples, bacon, onions, and mutton, and at the bottom of each a squab or young cormorant, which diffused both through the pie and through the ambient air a delicate odour of mingled guano and polecat, and the occasion was worthy alike of the smell and of the noise. For King Aelf, finding that after the ogre's death the neighbouring kings were but too ready to make reprisals on him, for his champions' murders and robberies, had made a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with Hannibal the son of Grill, king of Marazion, and had confirmed the same by bestowing on him the hand of his fair daughter. Whether she approved of the match or not was asked neither by King Aelf nor by King Hannibal. Tonight was the bridal feast. Tomorrow morning the church was to hallow the union, and after that Hannibal Grill was to lead home his bride among a gallant company. And as they ate and drank and harped and piped, there came into the hall 4 shabbily dressed men, one of them a short, broad fellow with black elf locks and a red beard, and sat them down sneakingly at the lowest end of all the benches. In hospitable Cornwall, especially on such a day, every guest was welcome, and the strangers sat peaceably, but ate nothing, though there was both hake and pilchard within reach. Next to them by chance sat a great lurdan of a Dane, as honest, brave, and stupid a fellow as ever lugged at oar, and after a while they fell talking, till the strangers had heard the reason of this great feast, and all the news of the countryside. But whence did they come? Not to know it already, for all Cornwall was talking thereof. Oh, they came out of Devonshire, seeking service down west with some merchant or rover, being seafaring men. The stranger with the black hair had been, meanwhile, earnestly watching the princess, who sat at the board's head. He saw her watching him in return, and with a face sad enough, at last she burst into tears. What should the bride weep for at such a merry wedding? Asked he of his companions. Oh, cause enough, and he told bluntly enough the princess's story. And what is more, said he, the King of Waterford sent a ship over last week with 40 proper lads on board, and 2 gallant holders with them, to demand her. But for all answer they were put into the strong house, and there they lie, chained to a log at this minute. Pity it is, and shame I hold, for I am a Dane myself, and pity too that such a bonny lass should go to an unkempt Welshman like this, instead of a tight, smart Viking son like the Waterford lad. The stranger answered nothing, but kept his eyes upon the princess, till she looked at him steadfastly in return. She turned pale and red again, but after a while she spoke. There is a stranger there, and what his rank may be I know not, but he has been thrust down to the lowest seat in the house that used to honour strangers instead of treating them like slaves. Let him take this dish from my hand, and eat joyfully, lest when he goes home he may speak scorn of bridegroom and bride, and our Cornish weddings. The servant brought the dish down. He gave a look at the stranger's shabby dress, turned up his nose, and pretending to mistake put the dish into the hand of the Dane. "Hold, lads," quoth the stranger, "if I have ears, that was meant for me." He seized the platter with both hands, and therewith the hands both of the Cornishman and of the Dane. There was a struggle, but so bitter was the stranger's grip that, says the chronicler, the blood burst from the nails of both his opponents. He was called a savage, a devil in man's shape, and other dainty names, but he was left to eat his squab pie in peace. "Patience, lads," quoth he, as he filled his mouth. "Before I take my pleasure at this wedding, I will hand my own dish round as well as any of you." Whereat men wondered, but held their tongues, and when the eating was over and the drinking began, the princess rose and came round to drink the farewell health. With her maids behind her and her harper before her, so was the Cornish custom, she pledged one by one each of the guests, slave as well as free, while the harper played a tune. She came down at last to the strangers. Her face was pale and her eyes red with weeping. She filled a cup of wine, and one of her maids offered it to the stranger. He put it back courteously but firmly. "Not from your hand," said he. A growl about his bad manners arose straightway, and the minstrel, who, as often happened in those days, was jester likewise, made merry at his expense, and advised the company to turn the wild beast out of the hall. "Silence, fools!" said the princess. "Why should he know our west country ways? He may take it from my hand, if not from hers." And she held out the cup to him herself. He took it, looking her steadily in the face, and it seemed to the minstrel as if their hands lingered together round the cup handle, and that he saw the glitter of a ring. Like many another of his craft before and since, he was a vain, meddlesome vagabond, and must needs pry into a secret which certainly did not concern him. So he could not leave the stranger in peace, and knowing that his privileged calling protected him from that formidable fist, he never passed him by without a sneer or a jest as he wandered round the table, offering his harp in the Cornish fashion to any one who wished to play and sing. "But not to you, Sir Elflocks. He that is rude to a pretty girl when she offers him wine is too great a bore to understand my trade." "It is a fool's trick," answered the stranger at last, "to put off what you must do at last. If I had but the time, I would pay you for your tune with a better one than you ever heard." "Take the harp then, boor," said the minstrel with a laugh and a jest. The stranger took it and drew from it such music as made all heads turn toward him at once. Then he began to sing, sometimes by himself and sometimes his comrades, "More Gerviorum tripliciter Canentis," joined their voices in a three-man glee. In vain the minstrel, jealous for his own credit, tried to snatch the harp away. The stranger sang on till all hearts were softened, and the princess, taking the rich shawl from her shoulders, threw it over those of the stranger, saying that it was a gift too poor for such a skald. "Skald!" roared the bridegroom, now well in his cups, from the head of the table. "Ask what thou wilt, short of my bride and my kingdom, and it is thine. Give me, then, Hannibal Grills, king of Marazion, the Danes, who came from Ranald of Waterford. You shall have them. Pity that you have asked for nothing better than such tarry ruffians." A few minutes later the minstrel, bursting with jealousy and rage, was whispering in Hannibal's ear. The hot old Punic footnote. Hannibal, still a common name in Cornwall, is held, and not unlikely, to have been introduced there by the ancient Phoenician colonists. End of footnote. Blood flashed up in his cheeks, and his thin Punic lips curved into a snaky smile. Perhaps the old Punic treachery in his heart, for all that he was heard to reply was, "We must not disturb the good fellowship of a Cornish wedding." The stranger, nevertheless, and the princess likewise, had seen that bitter smile. Men drank hard and long that night, and when daylight came the strangers were gone. In the morning the marriage ceremony was performed, and then began the pageant of leading home the bride. The minstrels went first, harping and piping, then King Hannibal carrying his bride behind him on a pillion, and after them a string of servants and men-at-arms leading country ponies laden with the bride's dower. Along with them, unarmed, sulky, and suspicious, walked the 40 Danes, who were informed that they should go to Marazion and there be shipped off for Ireland. Now, as all men know, those parts of Cornwall, flat and open furze downs aloft, are cut for many miles inland by long branches of Tide River, walled in by woods and rocks, which rivers join at last in the great basin of Falmouth Harbour, and by crossing one or more of these, the bridal party would save many a mile on their road towards the west. So they had timed the journey by the tides, lest, finding low water in the rivers, they should have to wade to the ferry boats waist deep in mud, and going down the deep hillside through oak and ash and hazel copse, they entered, as many as could, a great flat-bottomed barge, and were rowed across some quarter of a mile to land under a jutting crag, and go up again by a similar path into the woods. So the first boatload went up, the minstrels in front, harping and piping till the green wood rang, King Hannibal next with his bride, and behind him spearsmen and axemen, with a Dane between every two. When they had risen some 200 feet and were in the heart of the forest, Hannibal turned and made a sign to the men behind him. Then each pair of them seized the Dane between them, and began to bind his hands behind his back. "What will you do with us?" "Send you back to Ireland. A king never breaks his word. But pick out your right eyes first, to show your master how much I care for him. Lucky for you that I leave you an eye apiece, to find your friend the harper, whom, if I catch, I flay alive." "You promised," cried the princess. "And so did you, traitress." And he gripped her arm, which was round his waist, till she screamed. "So did you promise, but not to me. And you shall pass your bridal night in my dog kennel, after my dog whip has taught you not to give rings again to wandering harpers." The wretched princess shuddered, for she knew too well that such an atrocity was easy and common enough. She knew it well. Why should she not? The story of the Cid's daughters and the Knights of Carrion, the far more authentic one of Robert of Bellusma, and many another ugly tale of the early Middle Age, will prove but too certainly that before the days of chivalry began, neither youth, beauty, nor the sacred ties of matrimony could protect women from the most horrible outrages at the hands of those who should have been their protectors. It was reserved for monks and inquisitors in the name of religion and the gospel to continue through after centuries those brutalities toward women of which gentlemen and knights had grown ashamed, save when, as in the case of the Albigenza Crusaders, monks and inquisitors bade them torture, mutilate, and burn in the name of him who died on the cross. But the words had hardly passed the lips of Hannibal ere he reeled in the saddle and fell to the ground, a javelin through his heart. A strong arm caught the princess. A voice which she knew bade her have no fear. "Bind your horse to a tree, for we shall want him, and wait." 3 well-armed men rushed on the nearest Cornishmen and hewed them down. A fourth unbound the Dane and bade him catch up a weapon and fight for his life. A second pair were dispatched, a second Dane freed, ere a minute was over. The Cornishmen, struggling up the narrow path toward the shouts above, were overpowered in detail by continually increasing numbers, and ere half an hour was over, the whole party were freed, mounted on the ponies, and making their way over the downs toward the west. "Noble, noble Hereward," said the princess as she sat behind him on Hannibal's horse, "I knew you from the first moment, and my nurse knew you too. Is she here? Is she safe?" "I have taken care of that. She has done us too good service to be left here and be hanged." I knew you in spite of your hair, by your eyes. Yes, said Hereward, it is not every man who carries one grey eye and one blue, the more difficult for me to go mumming when I need. But how came you hither, of all places in the world? When you sent your nurse to me last night to warn me that treason was abroad, it was easy for me to ask your road to Marazion, and easier too, when I found that you would go home the very way we came, to know that I must make my stand here or nowhere. The way you came? Then where are you going now? Beyond Marazion, to a little cove. I cannot tell its name. There lies Sigtryg, your betrothed, and 3 good ships of war. There? Why did he not come for me himself? Why? Because he knew nothing of what was toward. We meant to have sailed straight up your river to your father's town, and taken you out with a high hand. We had sworn with an oath, which, as you saw, I kept, neither to eat nor drink in your house, save out of your own hands. But the easterly winds would not let us round the Lizard, so we put into that cove, and there I and these 2 lads, my nephews, offered to go forward as spies, while Sigtryg threw up an earthwork and made a stand against the Cornish. We meant merely to go back to him and give him news. But when I found you as good as wedded, I had to do what I could while I could, and I have done it. You have, my noble and true champion, said she, kissing him. Humph, quoth Hereward, laughing, do not tempt me by being too grateful. It is hard enough to gather honey like the bees for other folks to eat. What if I kept you myself, now that I have got you? Hereward. Oh, there is no fear, pretty lady. I have other things to think of than making love to you, and one is how we are to get to our ships, and moreover past Marazion town. And hard work they had to get thither. The country was soon roused and up in arms, and it was only by wandering a 3-days' circuit through bogs and moors, till the ponies were utterly tired out and left behind, the bulkier part of the dowry being left behind with them, that they made their appearance on the shore of Mounts Bay, Hereward leading the princess in triumph upon Hannibal's horse. After which they all sailed away for Ireland, and there, like young Bacon, prepared another wedding, with all their hearts so full of glee. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 29 of England. Read for LibriVox.org by alanmapstone. England Part 5. From William the Red to John Lackland. Historical note. William the Conqueror left Normandy to his eldest living son Robert, and England to his second son William. The Norman barons, who held land in fief in both countries, strove to put the easygoing Robert upon the throne of England. But William was supported by the English, who thus practically adopted the line of Norman kings. At the death of William II, the Norman barons again attempted to make Robert their king in place of his brother Henry, and again were successfully opposed by the English people. Henry I, 1100 to 1135, was born in England, talked English, married Matilda or Maud, daughter of the English Queen of Scotland, and, of more weight than even this in winning the regard and allegiance of his subjects, he gave them a charter showing their rights and binding himself to respect them. His son was lost in the wreck of the White Ship, and Henry left the crown to his daughter Maud. It was seized, however, by his nephew Stephen of Blois, and civil war and anarchy followed. Henry II, 1154 to 1189, the first of the Plantagenet kings, put down the robber barons and instituted important reforms in favour of the people. His attempt to reduce the power of the Church led to a bitter but indecisive conflict with Thomas a Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury and leader of the Church party. Henry reigned supreme over England and the greater part of France. Scotland, Ireland, and Wales recognised his authority, but the hearts of his children he could not rule. One after another his sons revolted against him. In 1189 he was defeated by his two youngest, Richard and John, in alliance with Philip of France, and died soon after, broken-hearted. His successor, Richard the Lionheart, spent nearly all of his reign on a crusade and in fighting the French. He was succeeded in 1199 by John Lackland, the youngest son of Henry II. The reign of King John was marked by a tyranny so oppressive that the nobles at last joined in armed revolt and in 1215 forced the king to sign the Magna Carta, a written acknowledgement of the rights of the people. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 30, The Reign of the Red King, 1087 to 1100, by Charles Dickens. Where were the Conqueror's 3 sons, that they were not at their father's burial? Robert was lounging among minstrels, dancers, and gamesters in France or Germany. Henry was carrying his £5,000 safely away in a convenient chest he had got made. William the Red was hurrying to England to lay hands upon the royal treasure and the crown. He secured the 3 great forts of Dover, Pevensey, and Hastings, and made with hot speed for Winchester, where the royal treasury was kept. The treasurer delivering him the keys, he found that it amounted to £60,000 in silver, besides gold and jewels. Possessed of this wealth, he soon persuaded the Archbishop of Canterbury to crown him, and became William II, King of England. Rufus was no sooner on the throne than he ordered into prison again the unhappy state captives whom his father had set free, and directed a goldsmith to ornament his father's tomb profusely with gold and silver. It would have been more dutiful in him to have attended the sick conqueror when he was dying, but England itself, like this Red King who had once governed it, has sometimes made expensive tombs for dead men whom it treated shabbily when they were alive. The king's brother, Robert of Normandy, seeming quite content to be only duke of that country, and the king's other brother, fine scholar, being quiet enough with his £5,000 in a chest, the king flattered himself, we may suppose, with the hope of an easy reign. But easy reigns were difficult to have in those days. The turbulent Bishop Odo, who had blessed the Norman army at the Battle of Hastings, and who, I dare say, took all the credit of the victory to himself, soon began, in concert with some powerful Norman nobles, to trouble the Red King. The truth seems to be that this bishop and his friends, who had lands in England and lands in Normandy, wished to hold both under one sovereign, and greatly preferred a thoughtless, good-natured person, such as Robert was, to Rufus, who, though far from being an amiable man in any respect, was keen and not to be imposed upon. They declared in Robert's favour, and retired to their castles. Those castles were very troublesome to kings, in a sullen humour. The Red King, seeing the Normans thus falling from him, revenged himself upon them by appealing to the English, to whom he made a variety of promises, which he never meant to perform, in particular promises to soften the cruelty of the forest laws, and who, in return, so aided him with their valour that Odo was besieged in the castle of Rochester and forced to abandon it, and to depart from England for ever, whereupon the other rebellious Norman nobles were soon reduced and scattered. Then the Red King went over to Normandy, where the people suffered greatly under the loose rule of Duke Robert. The king's object was to seize upon the duke's dominions. This the duke, of course, prepared to resist, and miserable war between the two brothers seemed inevitable, when the powerful nobles on both sides, who had seen so much of war, interfered to prevent it. A treaty was made, Each of the two brothers agreed to give up something of his claims, and that the longer liver of the two should inherit all the dominions of the other. When they had come to this loving understanding, they embraced and joined their forces against Fine-Scholar, who had bought some territory of Robert with a part of his £5,000, and was considered a dangerous individual in consequence. St. Michael's Mount in Normandy (there is another St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall, wonderfully like it) was then, as it is now, a strong place perched upon the top of a high rock, around which, when the tide is in, the sea flows, leaving no road to the mainland. In this place Fine-Scholar shut himself up with his soldiers, and here he was closely besieged by his two brothers. At one time, when he was reduced to great distress for want of water, the generous Robert not only permitted his men to get water, but sent Fine-Scholar wine from his own table, and on being remonstrated with by the Red King, said, "What? Shall we let our own brother die of thirst? Where shall we get another when he is gone?" At another time, the Red King, riding alone on the shore of the bay, looking up at the castle, was taken by two of Fine-Scholar's men, one of whom was about to kill him when he cried out, "Hold, knave! I am the King of England!" The story says that the soldier raised him from the ground respectfully and humbly, and that the king took him into his service. The story may or may not be true, but at any rate it is true that Fine-Scholar could not hold out against his united brothers, and that he abandoned Mount St. Michael and wandered about, as poor and forlorn as other scholars have been sometimes known to do. The Scotch became unquiet in the Red King's time, and were twice defeated, the second time with the loss of their king Malcolm and his son. The Welsh became unquiet too. Against them Rufus was less successful, for they fought among their native mountains and did great execution on the king's troops. Robert of Normandy became unquiet too, and complaining that his brother the king did not faithfully perform his part of their agreement, took up arms and obtained assistance from the King of France, whom Rufus in the end bought off with vast sums of money. England became unquiet too. Lord Mowbray, the powerful Earl of Northumberland, headed a great conspiracy to depose the king and to place upon the throne Stephen, the Conqueror's near relative. The plot was discovered, all the chief conspirators were seized, some were fined, some were put in prison, some were put to death. The Earl of Northumberland himself was shut up in a dungeon beneath Windsor Castle, where he died, an old man, 30 long years afterwards. The priests in England were more unquiet than any other class or power, for the Red King treated them with such small ceremony that he refused to appoint new bishops or archbishops when the old ones died, but kept all the wealth belonging to those offices in his own hands. In return for this, the priests wrote his life when he was dead, and abused him well. I am inclined to think myself that there was little to choose between the priests and the Red King, that both sides were greedy and designing, and that they were fairly matched. The Red King was false of heart, selfish, covetous, and mean. He had a worthy minister in his favourite, Ralph, nicknamed, for almost every famous person had a nickname in those rough days, Flambard, or the Firebrand. Once the king, being ill, became penitent, and made Anselm, a foreign priest and a good man, Archbishop of Canterbury. But he no sooner got well again than he repented of his repentance, and persisted in wrongfully keeping to himself some of the wealth belonging to the archbishopric. This led to violent disputes, which were aggravated by there being in Rome at that time 2 rival popes, each of whom declared he was the only real original infallible pope who couldn't make a mistake. At last, Anselm, knowing the Red King's character, and not feeling himself safe in England, asked leave to return abroad. The Red King gladly gave it, for he knew that as soon as Anselm was gone, he could begin to store up all the Canterbury money again for his own use. By such means, and by taxing and oppressing the English people in every possible way, the Red King became very rich. When he wanted money for any purpose, he raised it by some means or other, and cared nothing for the injustice he did or the misery he caused. Having the opportunity of buying from Robert the whole duchy of Normandy for 5 years, he taxed the English people more than ever, and made the very convents sell their plate and valuables to supply him with the means to make the purchase. But he was as quick and eager in putting down revolt as he was in raising money, for, a part of the Norman people objecting, very naturally, I think, to being sold in this way, he headed an army against them with all the speed and energy of his father. He was so impatient that he embarked for Normandy in a great gale of wind, and when the soldiers told him it was dangerous to go to sea in such angry weather, he replied, "Hoist sail and away! Did you ever hear of a king who was drowned?" You will wonder how it was that even the careless Robert came to sell his dominions. It happened thus. It had long been the custom for many English people to make journeys to Jerusalem, which were called pilgrimages, in order that they might pray beside the tomb of our Saviour there. Jerusalem belonging to the Turks, and the Turks hating Christianity, these Christian travellers were often insulted and ill-used. The pilgrims bore it patiently for some time, but at length a remarkable man, of great earnestness and eloquence, called Peter the Hermit, began to preach in various places against the Turks, and to declare that it was the duty of good Christians to drive away those unbelievers from the tomb of our Saviour, and to take possession of it and protect it. An excitement such as the world had never known before was created. Thousands and thousands of men from all ranks and conditions departed for Jerusalem to make war against the Turks. The war is called in history the First Crusade, and every crusader wore a cross marked on his right shoulder. All the crusaders were not zealous Christians. Among them were vast numbers of the restless, idle, profligate, and adventurous spirits of the time. Some became crusaders for the love of change, some in the hope of plunder, some because they had nothing to do at home, some because they did what the priest told them, some because they liked to see foreign countries, some because they were fond of knocking men about, and would as soon knock a Turk about as a Christian. Robert of Normandy may have been influenced by all these motives, and by a kind desire, besides, to save the Christian pilgrims from bad treatment in future. He wanted to raise a number of armed men, and to go to the crusade. He could not do so without money. He had no money, and he sold his dominions to his brother the Red King for 5 years. With the large sum he thus obtained, he fitted out his crusaders gallantly, and went away to Jerusalem in martial state. The Red King, who made money out of everything, stayed at home, busily squeezing more money out of the Normans and English. After 3 years of great hardship and suffering, from shipwreck at sea, from travel in strange lands, from hunger, thirst, and fever upon the burning sands of the desert, and from the fury of the Turks, the valiant crusaders got possession of our Saviour's tomb. The Turks were still resisting and fighting bravely, but this success increased the general desire in Europe to join the crusade. Another great French duke was proposing to sell his dominions for a term to the rich Red King, when the Red King's reign came to a sudden and violent end. You have not forgotten the New Forest which the Conqueror made, and which the miserable people whose homes he had laid waste so hated? The cruelty of the forest laws, and the torture and death they brought upon the peasantry, increased this hatred. The poor persecuted country people believed that the New Forest was enchanted. They said that in thunderstorms and on dark nights demons appeared, moving beneath the branches of the gloomy trees. They said that a terrible spectre had foretold to Norman hunters that the Red King should be punished there. And now, in the pleasant season of May, when the Red King had reigned almost 13 years, and a second prince of the Conqueror's blood, another Richard, the son of Duke Robert, was killed by an arrow in this dreaded forest, the people said that the second time was not the last, and that there was another death to come. It was a lonely forest, accursed in the people's hearts for the wicked deeds that had been done to make it, and no man save the king and his courtiers and huntsmen liked to stray there. But in reality it was like any other forest. In the spring the green leaves broke out of the buds. In the summer flourished heartily and made deep shade. In the winter shriveled and blew down and lay in brown heaps on the moss. Some trees were stately and grew high and strong. Some had fallen of themselves. Some were felled by the forester's axe. Some were hollow, and the rabbits burrowed at their roots. Some few were struck by lightning and stood white and bare. There were hillsides covered with rich fern, on which the morning dew so beautifully sparkled. There were brooks, where the deer went down to drink, or over which the whole herd bounded, flying from the arrows of the huntsman. There were sunny glades and solemn places where but little light came through the rustling leaves. The songs of the birds of the New Forest were pleasanter to hear than the shouts of fighting men outside, and even when the Red King and his court came hunting through its solitudes, cursing loud and riding hard, with a jingling of stirrups and bridles and knives and daggers, they did much less harm there than among the English or Normans, and the stags died, as they lived, far easier than the people. On a day in August, the Red King, now reconciled to his brother, Fine-Scholar, came with a great train to hunt in the New Forest. Fine-Scholar was of the party. They were a merry party, and had lain all night at Malwood Keep, a hunting lodge in the forest, where they had made good cheer, both at supper and breakfast, and had drunk a deal of wine. The party dispersed in various directions, as the custom of hunters then was. The king took with him only Sir Walter Tyrrell, who was a famous sportsman, and to whom he had given, before they mounted horse that morning, 2 fine arrows. The last time the king was ever seen alive, he was riding with Sir Walter Tyrrell, and their dogs were hunting together. It was almost night, when a poor charcoal burner, passing through the forest with his cart, came upon the solitary body of a dead man, shot with an arrow in the breast and still bleeding. He got it into his cart. It was the body of the king. Shaken and tumbled, with his red beard all whitened with lime and clotted with blood, it was driven in the cart by the charcoal burner next day to Winchester Cathedral, where it was received and buried. Sir Walter Tyrrell, who escaped to Normandy and claimed the protection of the King of France, swore in France that the Red King was suddenly shot dead by an arrow from an unseen hand while they were hunting together, that he was fearful of being suspected as the king's murderer, and that he instantly set spurs to his horse and fled to the seashore. Others declared that the king and Sir Walter Tyrrell were hunting in company, a little before sunset, standing in bushes opposite one another when a stag came between them, that the king drew his bow and took aim, but the string broke, that the king then shouted, "Shoot, Walter, in the devil's name!" that Sir Walter shot, that the arrow glanced against a tree, was turned aside from the stag, and struck the king from his horse, dead. By whose hand the Red King really fell, and whether that hand dispatched the arrow to his breast by accident or by design, is only known to God. Some think his brother may have caused him to be killed, but the Red King had made so many enemies, both among priests and people, that suspicion may reasonably rest upon a less unnatural murderer. Men know no more than that he was found dead in the New Forest, which the suffering people had regarded as a doomed ground for his race. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Todd.
Section 31 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 31. The White Ship, 1120, by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Henry I, second living son of the Conqueror, became King of England in 1120, and he succeeded in also gaining possession of Normandy. He had made great plans for his only son William, who was to be his successor, but in 1120 the White Ship, on which this young Prince William was sailing from Normandy to England, was wrecked, and he, with all his fellowship, was lost. The Editor. By none but me can the tale be told, the butcher of Rouen, poor Barold. Lands are swayed by a king on a throne. 'Twas a royal train put forth to sea, yet the tale can be told by none but me. The sea hath no king but God alone. King Henry held it as life's whole gain, that after his death his son should reign. 'Twas so in my youth, I heard men say, and my old age calls it back to-day. King Henry of England's realm was he, and Henry Duke of Normandy. The times had changed, when on either coast Clerkly Harry was all his boast. Of ruthless strokes full many and one he had struck to crown himself and his son, and his elder brother's eyes were gone. And when to the chase his court would crowd, the poor flung plowshares on his road, and shrieked, "Our cry is from king to God." But all the chiefs of the English land had knelt and kissed the prince's hand, and next with his son he sailed to France to claim the Norman allegiance. And every baron in Normandy had taken the oath of fealty. 'Twas sworn and sealed, and the day had come when the king and the prince might journey home. For Christmas cheer is to home hearts dear, and Christmas now was drawing near. Stout Fitzstephen came to the king, a pilot famous in seafaring, and he held to the king in all men's sight a mark of gold for his tributes right. Liege lord, my father guided the ship from whose boat your father's foot did slip, when he caught the English soil in his grip, and cried, by this clasp I claim command o'er every rood of English land. He was born to the realm you rule o'er now, in that ship with the archer carved at her prow, and thither I'll bear, an it be my due, your father's son, and his grandson too. The famed white ship is mine in the bay, from Harfleur's harbor she sails to-day, with masts fair pennoned as Norman spears, and with 50 well-tried mariners. Quoth the king, my ships are chosen, each one, but I'll not say nay to Stephen's son. My son and daughter and fellowship shall cross the water in the white ship. The king set sail with the eve's south wind, and soon he left that coast behind. The prince and all his, a princely show, remained in the good white ship to go, with noble knights and with ladies fair, with courtiers and sailors gathered there. 300 living souls we were. And I, Berold, was the meanest hind in all that train to the prince assigned. The prince was a lawless, shameless youth, from his father's loins he sprang without ruth. 18 years till then he had seen, and the devil's dues in him were 18. And now he cried, bring wine from below, let the sailors revel ere yet they row. Our speed shall o'ertake my father's flight, though we sail from the harbor at midnight. The rowers made good cheer without check, the lords and ladies obeyed his beck. The night was light and they danced on the deck, but at midnight's stroke they cleared the bay, and the white ship furrowed the waterway. The sails were set and the oars kept tune to the double flight of the ship and the moon. Swifter and swifter the white ship sped, till she flew as the spirit flies from the dead. As white as a lily glimmered she, like a ship's fair ghost upon the sea. And the prince cried, friends, 'tis the hour to sing. Is a song-bird's course so swift on the wing? And under the winter stars still throng, from brown throats, white throats, merry and strong, the knights and the ladies raised a song. A song? Nay, a shriek that rent the sky, that leaped o'er the deep, the grievous cry of 300 living that now must die. An instant shriek that sprang to the shock as the ship's keel felt the sunken rock. 'Tis said that afar a shrill, strange sigh, the king's ships heard it and knew not why. Pale Fitzstephen stood by the helm, mid all those folk that the waves must whelm, a great king's heir for the waves to whelm, and the helpless pilot pale at the helm. The ship was eager and sucked athirst by the stealthy stab of the sharp reef pierced. And like the moil round a sinking cup, the waters against her crowded up. A moment the pilot's senses spin, the next he snatched the prince mid the din, cut the boat loose, and the youth leaped in. A few friends leaped with him, standing near. Row, the sea's smooth and the night is clear. What, none to be saved but these and I? Row, row, as you'd live, all here must die. Out of the churn of the choking ship, which the gulf grapples and the waves strip, they struck with the strained oars, flash and dip. 'Twas then o'er the splitting bulwarks' brim the prince's sister screamed to him. He gazed aloft, still rowing apace, and through the world's surf he knew her face. To the toppling decks clave one and all, as a fly cleaves to a chamber wall. I, Berold, was clinging anear. I prayed for myself and quaked with fear, but I saw his eyes as he looked at her. He knew her face, and he heard her cry, and he said, "Put back, she must not die." And back with the current's force they reel, like a leaf that's drawn to a water wheel. 'Neath the ship's travail they scarce might float, but he rose and stood in the rocking boat. Lo, the poor ship leaned on the tide, o'er the naked keel as she best might slide. The sister toiled to the brother's side. He reached an oar to her from below, and stiffened his arms to clutch her so. But now from the ship some spied the boat, and "Saved!" was the cry from many a throat. And down to the boat they leaped and fell. It turned as a bucket turns in a well, and nothing was there but the surge and swell. The prince that was, and the king to come, there in an instant gone to his doom, despite of all England's bended knee, and maugre the Norman fealty. He was a prince of lust and pride. He showed no grace till the hour he died. When he should be king, he oft would vow he'd yoke the peasant to his own plough, or him the ships score their furrows now. God only knows where his soul did wake, but I saw him die for his sister's sake. By none but me can the tale be told. The butcher of Rouen, poor Berold. Lands are swayed by a king on a throne. 'Twas a royal train put forth to sea. Yet the tale can be told by none but me. The sea hath no king but God alone. And now the end came o'er the water's womb, like the last great day that's yet to come. With prayers in vain and curses in vain, the white ship sundered on the mid-main. And what were men and what was a ship were toys and splinters in the sea's grip. I, Berold, was down in the sea, and passing strange though the thing may be, of dreams then known I remember me. Blithe is the shout on Harfleur's strand, when morning lights the sails to land, and blithe is Honfleur's echoing gloam, when mothers call the children home. And high do the bells of Rouen beat, when the body of Christ goes down the street. These things and the like were heard and shown in a moment's trance 'neath the sea alone. And when I rose, 'twas the sea did seem, and not these things, to be all a dream. The ship was gone, and the crowd was gone, and the deep shuddered, and the moon shone, and in a straight grasp my arms did span the main-yard rent from the mast where it ran, and on it with me was another man. Where lands were none 'neath the dim sea sky, we told our names, that man and I. "Oh, I am Godfrey de Ligel hight, and son am I to a belted knight. And I am Berold, the butcher's son, who slays the beasts in Rouen town." Then cried we upon God's name, as we did drift on the bitter winter sea. But lo, a third man rose o'er the wave, and we said, "Thank God, us three may he save." He clutched to the yard with panting stare, and we looked and knew Fitzstephen there. He clung, and "What of the prince?" quoth he. "Lost, lost," we cried. He cried, "Woe on me," and loosed his hold, and sank through the sea. And soul with soul again in that space, we two were together face to face, and each knew each as the moments sped, less for one living than for one dead. And every still star overhead seemed an eye that knew we were but dead. And the hours passed till the noble sun sighed, God be thy help, my strength's fordone. Oh, farewell, friend, for I can no more. Christ take thee, I moaned, and his life was o'er. 300 souls were all lost but one, and I drifted over the sea alone. At last the morning rose on the sea like an angel's wing that beat towards me. Sore numbed I was in my sheepskin coat, half dead I hung and might nothing note, till I woke sun-warmed in a fisher boat. The sun was high o'er the eastern brim, as I praised God and gave thanks to him. That day I told my tale to a priest, who charged me, till the shrift were released, that I should keep it in mine own breast. And with the priest I thence did fare to King Henry's court at Winchester. We spoke with the king's high chamberlain, and he wept and mourned again and again, as if his own son had been slain. And round as ever there crowded fast great men with faces all aghast, and who so bold that might tell the thing which now they knew to their lord the king. Much woe I learnt in their communing. The king had watched with a heart sore stirred for 2 whole days, and this was the 3rd. And still to all his court would he say, What keeps my son so long away? And they said, The ports lie far and wide, that skirt the swell of the English tide. And England's cliffs are not more white than her women are, and scarce so light her skies as their eyes are blue and bright. And in some port that he reached from France, the prince has lingered for his pleasaunce. But once the king asked, what distant cry was that we heard 'twixt the sea and sky? And one said, with such like shouts, Pardie, do the fishers fling their nets at sea? And one who knows not the shrieking quest, when the sea mew misses its young from the nest. 'Twas thus till now they had soothed his dread, albeit they knew not what they said. But who should speak to-day of the thing that all knew there except the king? Then pondering much they found a way, and met round the king's high seat that day. And the king sat with a heart sore stirred, and seldom he spoke, and seldom heard. 'Twas then through the hall the king was ware of a little boy with golden hair, as bright as the golden poppy is, that the beach breathes for the surf to kiss. Yet pale his cheek as the thorn in spring, and his garb black like the raven's wing. Nothing was heard but his foot through the hall, for now the lords were silent all. And the king wondered, and said, Alack, who sends me a fair boy dressed in black? Why, sweetheart, do you pace through the hall as though my court were a funeral? Then lowly knelt the child at the dais, and looked up weeping in the king's face. Oh, wherefore black, O king? Ye may say, for white is the hue of death to-day. Your son and all his fellowship lie low in the sea with the white ship. King Henry fell as a man struck dead, and speechless still he stared from his bed, when to him next day my rede I read. There's many an hour must needs beguile a king's high heart that he should smile, full many a lordly hour full fain of his realm's rule and pride of his reign, but this king never smiled again. By none but me can the tale be told, the butcher of Rouen, poor Barold. Lands are swayed by a king on a throne. 'Twas a royal train put forth to sea, yet the tale can be told by none but me. The sea hath no king but God alone. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 32. The Escape of Maud from the Castle at Oxford, about 1140, by A.D. Craik. After the loss of his son in the wreck of the White Ship, Henry I induced his chief men to swear that at his death they would make his daughter Matilda, or Maud, ruler of England. But Matilda married a Frenchman, and the chief men declared that this freed them from their oath. The crown was given to Stephen, a grandson of the Conqueror. He proved to be a weak sovereign, and Matilda made constant efforts to gain the throne. The scene of the following story is laid at her refuge, the castle at Oxford, which the forces of Stephen were besieging. The Editor. The castle of Oxford was one of the great strongholds of the Midlands. Its walls and bastions enclosed a large area whereon stood the church of St. George. On one side was the mound, thrown up in far earlier days than those of which we write, by Aelfric, sister of Alfred, and near it the huge tower of Robert Doyley, which still survives, a stern and silent witness of the unquiet past. In an upper chamber of that tower was the present apartment of the warlike lady, alike the descendant of Alfred and the Conqueror, and unlike daughter of the sainted Queen Margaret of Scotland. And there she sat, at the time when Osric met Availle at Iffley Church, impatiently awaiting the return of her favourite squire. For such was Alan. His youthful comeliness and gallant bearing had won her heart. "He tarries long, he cometh not," she said. "Tell me, my Edith, how long has he been gone?" "Scarce 3 hours, madam, and he has many dangers to encounter. Perchance he may never return." "Now the saints confound thy boding tongue, madam. Why, forsooth, should he be unfortunate, so active, so brave, so sharp of wit? I only mean that he is mortal." "So are we all. But dost thou therefore expect to die to-day?" "Father Herline says we should all live, as if we did, madam." "You'll wear my life out. Well, yes, a convent will be the best place for thee." "Nay, madam." "Hold thy peace if thou canst say naught but nay," said the irascible domina. Her temper, her irritability and impatience had alienated many from her cause. Perchance it would have alienated Alan, like the rest, only he was a favourite, and she was seldom sharp with him. How like her father she was in her bearing, even in her undress, for she wore only a thick woollen robe, stained by the art of the dyers, in colours as various as those of the robe Jacob made for Joseph. Sometimes it flew open, and displayed an inner vesture of rich texture, bound round with a golden zone or girdle, and around her head, confining her luxuriant hair, was a circlet of like precious metal, which did duty for a diadem. Little of her sainted mother was there in the Empress Queen, far more of her stern grandfather the Conqueror. The chamber, of irregular dimensions, was lighted by narrow loopholes. There was a hearth and a chimney, and a brazier of wood and charcoal burned brightly. Even then the air was cold, for it was many degrees below the freezing point. Not that they as yet know how to measure the temperature. She sat and glowered at the grate, as the light departed, and the winter night set in, dark and gloomy. More than once she approached the windows or loopholes, and looked upon the ruined city in the chill and intermittent moonlight. It was nearly all in ruins. Here and there a church tower rose intact, here and there a lordly dwelling, but fire and sword had swept it. Neither party regarded the sufferings of the poor. Sometimes the besiegers made a fire in sport, and warmed themselves by the blaze of a burgher's dwelling, nor recked how far it spread. Sometimes, as we have said, the besieged made a sally, and set fire to the buildings which sheltered their foes. Whichever prevailed, the citizens suffered, but little recked their oppressors. From her elevated chamber, Maud could see the watchfires of the foe in a wide circle around, but she was accustomed to the sight, tired of it, in fact, and her one desire was to escape to Wallingford, a far more commodious and stronger castle. In Friedesweide, of which she could discern the towers, which as yet had escaped the conflagration, were the headquarters of her rival, who was living there at ease on the fat of the land, such fat as was left, at the expense of the monastic community. And while she gazed, she clenched her dainty fist, and shook it at the unheeding Stephen, while she muttered unwomanly imprecations. And while she was thus engaged, they brought up her supper. It consisted of a stew of bones, which had already been well stripped of their flesh at the noon meat. "We are reduced to bones, and shall soon be naught but bones ourselves, but our gallant defenders, I fear, fare worse. Here, Edith, Hilda, bring your spoons and take your share." And with small wooden spoons they dipped into the royal dish. A step on the stairs, and the chamberlain knocked, and at her bidding entered. "Lady, the gallant page has returned. How he entered I know not. He is unharmed?" "Scatheless by the favour of God and St. Martin." "Let him enter at once." And Alan appeared. "My gallant squire, how hast thou fared? I feared for thee." "They keep bad watch. A rope lowered me to the stream. I crossed, and seeking covered ways gat me to Ottilie, and in like fashion returned. I bear good news, lady. Thy gallant brother of Gloucester and the prince thy son have landed in England, and will meet thee at Wallingford." "Thank God," said Maud. "My Henry, my royal boy, I shall see thee again. With such hope to cheer a mother's heart, I can dare anything. Well, hast thou earned our thanks, my Alan, my gallant squire?" "The Lord of Wallingford will send a troop of horse to scout on the road between Abingdon and Oxford tomorrow night, the eve of St. Thomas." "We will meet them, if possible, if it be in human power." "The river is free. All other roads are blocked." "But hast thou considered the difficulties of descent?" "They are great, lady. It was easy for me to descend by the rope, but for thee, alas, that my queen should need such expedients." "It's better than starvation. We are reduced to bones, as thou seest. But thou art hungry and faint. Let me order a basin of this savoury stew for thee. It is all we have to offer." "What is good enough for my empress and queen is good enough for her faithful servants, but I may not eat in thy presence." "Nay, scruple not. Famine effaces distinctions." Thus encouraged, Alan did not allow his scruples to interfere further with his appetite, and partook heartily of the stew of bones, in which, forsooth, the water and meal were in undue proportion to the meat. The meal dispatched, the Empress sent Alan to summon the Earl of Oxford, Robert Doyley, to her presence. He was informed of the arrival of the Earl and the Prince, and the plan of escape was discussed. All the ordinary avenues of the castle were watched so closely that extraordinary expedients were necessary, and the only feasible mode of escape appeared to be the difficult road which Alan had used successfully, both in leaving and returning to the beleaguered fortress. A branch of the Isis washed the walls of the tower. It was frozen hard. To descend by ropes upon it in the darkness and cross to the opposite side of the stream appeared to be the only mode of egress. But for a lady, the Lady of England, was it possible? Was it not utterly unworthy of her dignity? She put this objection aside like a cobweb. "Canst thou hold at the castle much longer?" "At most another week. Our provisions are nearly exhausted. This was our last meal of flesh, of which I see the bones before me," replied the Lord of Oxford. "Then if I remain, thou must still surrender?" "Surrender is inevitable, lady." "Then sooner would I infringe my dignity by dangling from a rope than become the prisoner of the foul usurper Stephen and the laughing-stock of his traitorous barons." "Sir Ingelrec of Huntercombe and 2 other knights, beside thy gallant page, volunteer to accompany thee, lady." "And for thyself?" "I must remain to the last and share the fortunes of my vassals. Without me they would find scant mercy from the usurpers." "Then tomorrow night, ere the moon rise, the attempt shall be made." And the conference broke up. It was a night of wildering snow, dark and gloomy. The soft, dry, powdery material found its way in at each crevice, and the wind made the tapestry which hung on the walls of the presence chamber of the Lady Maud oscillate to and fro with each blast. Robert D'Oyley was alone in deep consultation with his royal mistress. "Then, if I can escape, thou wilt surrender?" "Naught else is to be done. We are starving. They will burn the castle." "There is little to burn, and I hardly think they will attempt that. It will be useful to them when in their hands." "It is near the midnight hour. The attempt must be made. Now summon young Alan and my faithful knights." They entered at the summons, each clothed in fine mail, with a white tunic above it. The Empress bid adieu to her handmaidens, who had clad her in a thick white cloak to match. They wept and wailed, but she gently chid them. "We have suffered worse things. The coffin and hearse in which we left Devizes was more ghastly, and God will give an end to these troubles also. Fear not, we are prepared to go through with it." A small door was opened in the thickness of the wall. It led to the roof, over a lower portion of the buildings, beneath the shadow of the tower, and the knights, with Alan and their lady, stood on the snow-covered summit. Not long did they hesitate. The river beneath was frozen hard. It lay silent and still in its ice-bound sepulchre. The darkness was penetrated by the light of the watchfires in all directions. They surrounded the town on all sides, save the one they had not thought it necessary to guard against. There was a fire and doubtless a watch over the bridge, which stood near the actual site of the present Folly Bridge. There was a watch across Hythe Bridge. There was another on the ruins of the Castle Mill, which Earl Agar had held under the Doomsday Survey, another at the principal entrance of the castle which led from the city, but the extreme cold of the night had driven the majority of the besiegers to seek shelter in the half-ruined churches, which, long attuned to the sweet melody of bells and psalmody, had now become the bivouacs of profane soldiers. The Countess Edith, the wife of Robert D'Oyley, now appeared, shivering in the keen air, and took an affectionate leave of the Empress, while her teeth chattered the while. A true woman, she shared her husband's fortunes for weal or woe, and had endured the horrors of the siege. Ropes were brought. Alan glided down to the ice and held it firm. Another rope was passed beneath the armpits of the Lady Maud. She grasped another in her gloved hand to steady her descent. "Farewell, true and trusty friend," she said to Robert of Oxford. "Had all been as faithful as thou, I had never been brought to this pass. If they had hurt thy head, they shall pay with a life for every hair it contains." Then she stepped over the battlements. For one moment she gave a womanly shudder at the sight of the blackness below. Then, yielding herself to the care of her trusty knights, and shutting her eyes, she was lowered safely to the surface of the frozen stream, while young Alan steadied the rope below. At last her feet touched the ice. "Am I on the ground?" "On the ice, Domina." One after another the three knights followed her, and they descended the stream until it joined the main river at a farm called the Wick, which formerly belonged to one Ermengold, a citizen of Oxford, immortalised in the abbey records of Abingdon for his munificence to that community. Now that they had crossed the main channel in safety, not far below the present railway bridge and landing, struck out boldly for the outskirts of Bagley, where the promised escort was to have met them. But in the darkness and snow they lost their direction, and came at last over the frozen fields to Kennington, where they indistinctly saw 2 or 3 lights through the fast-falling snow, but dared not approach them, fearing foes. Vainly they strove to recover the track. The country was all alike, all buried beneath one ghastly winding-sheet. The snow still fell, the air was calm and keen, the breath froze on the mufflers of the lady. Onward they trudged, for to hesitate was death. Once or twice that ghastly inclination to lie down and sleep was felt. "If I could only lie down for 1/2 hour," said Maud. "You would never wake again, lady," said Bertram of Wallingford. "We must move on." "Nay, I must sleep." "For thy son's sake," whispered Alan, and she persevered. "Ah, here is the river. Take care." They had nearly fallen into a diversion of the stream at Sandford, but they followed the course of the river until they reached Radley, and then they heard the distant bell of the famous abbey ring for matins, which were said in the small hours of the night. Here they found some kind of track made by the passage of cattle, which had been driven towards the town, and followed it until they saw the lights of the abbey dimly through the gloom. Spent, exhausted by their toil, they entered the precincts of the monastery on the bed of the stream, which, diverging from the main course a mile above the town, turned the abbey mills and formed one of its boundaries. Thus they avoided detention at the gateway of the town, for they ascended from the stream within the monastery pleasaunce. The grand church loomed out of the darkness, its windows were dimly lighted. The matins of St. Thomas were being sung, and the solemn strains reached the ears of the weary travellers outside. The outer door of the nave was unfastened, for the benefit of the laity, who cared more for devotion than their beds, like the mother of the famous St. Edmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, a century later, who was used to attend these matins nightly. Our present party entered from a different motive. It was a welcome shelter, and they sank upon an oaken bench within the door, while the solemn sound of the Gregorian psalmody rolled on in the choir. Alan, meanwhile, hastened to the hospitium to seek aid for the royal guest, which he was told they would find in a hostel outside the gates, for although they allowed female attendance at worship, they could not entertain women. It was contrary to their rule, royal although the guest might be. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain. Section 33 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 33. The Castle Builders of the Reign of Stephen, 1135 to 1154, from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. When the traitors perceived that he was a mild man, and a soft and a good, and that he did not enforce justice, they did all wonder. They had done homage to him and sworn oaths, but they had no faith kept, or became forsworn, and broke their allegiance, for every rich man built his castles, and defended them against him, and they filled the land full of castles. They greatly oppressed the wretched peoples by making them work at these castles, and when the castles were finished, they filled them with devils and evil men. Then they took those whom they suspected to have any goods, by night and by day, seizing both men and women, and they put them in prison for their gold and silver, and tortured them with pains unspeakable, for never were any martyrs tormented as these were. They hung some up by their feet, and smoked them with foul smoke, some by their thumbs or by the head, and they hung burning things on their feet. They put a knotted string about their heads, and twisted it till it went into the brain. They put them into dungeons wherein were adders and snakes and toads, and thus wore them out. Some they put into a cruchet house, that is, into a chest which was short and narrow and not deep, and they put sharp stones in it, and crushed the man therein, so that they broke all his limbs. There were hateful and grim things called sachantiges in many of the castles, in which 2 or 3 men had enough to do to carry. The sachantige was made thus. It was fastened to a beam, having a sharp iron to go round a man's throat and neck, so that he might no ways sit, nor lie, nor sleep. But then he must bear all the iron. Many thousands they exhausted with hunger. I cannot and I may not tell of all the wounds and all the tortures that they inflicted upon the wretched men of this land. And this state of things lasted the 19 years that Stephen was king, and ever grew worse and worse. They were continually levying an exaction from the towns, which they called tensory, footnote, a payment to the superior lord for protection, end footnote. And when the miserable inhabitants had no more to give, then plundered they and burnt all of the towns, so that well thou mightest walk a whole day's journey, nor ever shouldst thou find a man seated in a town, or its lands tilled. Then was corn dear, and flesh, and cheese, and butter, for there was none in the land. Wretched men starved with hunger. Some lived on alms who had been erewhile rich. Some fled the country. Never was there more misery, and never acted heathens worse than these. At length they spared neither church nor churchyard, but they took all that was valuable therein, and they burned the church and all together. Neither did they spare the lands of bishops, nor of abbots, nor of priests, but they robbed the monks and the clergy, and every man plundered his neighbour as much as he could. If 2 or 3 men came riding to a town, all the township fled before them, and they thought that they were robbers. The bishops and clergy were ever cursing them, but this to them was nothing, for they were all accursed, and forsworn, and reprobate. The earth bare no corn. You might as well have tilled the sea, for the land was all ruined by such deeds, and it was said openly that Christ and his saints slept. These things, and more than we can say, did we suffer during 19 years. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain. Section 34 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 9, England. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 34. The Struggle Between the King and the Archbishop, 1162 to 1170, by John Lord. The reign of Henry II, during which Becket's memorable career took place, was an important one. He united through his mother Matilda the blood of the old Saxon kings with that of the Norman dukes. He was the first truly English sovereign who had sat on the throne since the Conquest. In his reign, 1154 to 1189, the blending of the Norman and Saxon races were effected. Villages and towns rose about the castles of great Norman nobles, and the cathedrals and abbeys of Norman ecclesiastics. Ultimately, these towns obtained freedom. London became a great city with more than 100 churches. The castles, built during the disastrous civil wars of Stephen's usurped reign, were demolished. Peace and order were restored by a legitimate central power. Between the young monarch of 22 and Tomas, as a favourite of Theobald and as Archdeacon of Canterbury, an intimacy sprang up. Henry II was the most powerful sovereign of Western Europe, since he was not only King of England, but had inherited in France Anjou and Touraine from his father, and Normandy and Maine from his mother. By his marriage with Eleanor of Aquitaine, he gained 7 other provinces as her dower. The dominions of Louis were not half so great as his, even in France, and Henry was not only a powerful sovereign by his great territorial possessions, but also for his tact and ability. He saw the genius of Becket and made him his chancellor, loading him with honours and perquisites and church benefices. The power of Becket as chancellor was very great, since he was prime minister, and the civil administration of the kingdom was chiefly entrusted to him, embracing nearly all the functions now performed by the various members of the cabinet. As chancellor he rendered great services. He effected a decided improvement in the state of the country. It was freed from robbers and bandits, and brought under dominion of the law. He depressed the power of the feudal nobles. He appointed the most deserving people to office. He repaired the royal palaces, increased the royal revenues, and promoted agricultural industry. He seems to have pursued a peace policy, but he was unscrupulous and grasping. His style of life when Chancellor was for that age magnificent. Wolsey, in after times, scarcely excelled him. His dress was as rich as barbaric taste could make it. For the more barbarous the age, the more gorgeous is the attire of great dignitaries. The hospitalities of the Chancellor were unbounded. He kept 700 horsemen completely armed. The harnesses of his horses were embossed with gold and silver. The most powerful nobles sent their sons to serve in his household as pages, and nobles and knights waited in his antechamber. There never passed a day when he did not make rich presents. His expenditure was enormous. He rivalled the king in magnificence. His sideboard was loaded with vessels of gold and silver. He was doubtless ostentatious, but his hospitality was free, and his person was as accessible as a primitive bishop. He is accused of being light and frivolous, but this I doubt. He had too many cares and duties for frivolity. He doubtless unbent. All men loaded down with labours must unbend somewhere. It was nothing against him that he told good stories at the royal table, or at his own, surrounded by earls and barons. These relaxations preserved in him elasticity of mind, without which the greatest genius soon becomes a hack, a plodding piece of mechanism, a stupid lump of learned dullness. But he was stained by no vices or excesses. He was a man of indefatigable activity, and all his labours were in the service of the crown, to which, as Chancellor, he was devoted, body and soul. Is it strange that such a man should have been offered the See of Canterbury on the death of Theobald? He had been devoted to his royal master and friend. He enjoyed rich livings, and was Archdeacon of Canterbury. He had shown no opposition to the royal will. Moreover, Henry wanted an able man for that exalted post, in order to carry out his schemes of making himself independent of priestly influence and papal interference. So Becket was made Archbishop and Primate of the English Church at the age of 44, the clergy of the province acquiescing, perhaps with secret complaints, for he was not even a priest, merely deacon, and the minister of an unscrupulous king. He was ordained priest only just before receiving the primacy, and for that purpose. Nothing in England could exceed the dignity of the See of Canterbury. Even the bishopric of York was subordinate. Becket, as Metropolitan of the English Church, was second in rank only to the king himself. He could depose any ecclesiastic in the realm. He had the exclusive privilege of crowning the king. His decisions were final, except on appeal to Rome. No one dared disobey his mandates, for the law of clerical obedience was one of the fundamental ideas of the age. Throughout his clergy, over whom his power was absolute, he controlled the people. His law courts had cognizance of questions which the royal courts could not interfere with. No ecclesiastical dignitary in Europe was his superior, except the Pope. Becket was no sooner ordained priest and consecrated as archbishop when he changed his habits. He became as austere as Lanfranc. He laid aside his former ostentation. He clothed himself in sackcloth. He mortified his body with fasts and laceration. He associated only with the pious and the learned. He frequented the cloisters and places of meditation. He received into his palace the needy and the miserable. He washed the feet of 13 beggars every day. He conformed to the standard of piety in his age. He called forth the admiration of his attendants by his devotion to clerical duties. He was, says Fitzstephen, a second Moses, entering the tabernacle at the accepted time for the contemplation of his God, and going out from it in order to perform some work of piety to his neighbour. He was like one of God's angels on the ladder, whose top reached the heavens, now descending to lighten the wants of men, now ascending to behold the divine majesty and the splendour of the heavenly one. His prime counsel was reason, which ruled his passions as a mistress guides her servants. Under her guidance he was conducted by virtue, which, wrapped up in itself and embracing everything within itself, never looks forward for anything additional. This is the testimony of his biographer, and has not been explained away or denied, although it is probably true that Becket did not purge the corruptions of the Church, or punish the disorders and vices of the clergy, as Hildebrand did. But I only speak of his private character. I admit that he was no reformer. He was simply the high churchman, aiming to secure the ascendance of the spiritual power. Becket is not immortal for his reforms, or his theological attainments, but for his intrepidity, his courage, his devotion to his cause, a hero and not a man of progress, a man who fought a fight. It should be the aim of an historian to show for what he was distinguished, to describe his warfare, not to abuse him because he was not a philosopher and reformer. He lived in the 12th century. One of the first things which opened the eyes of the king was the resignation of the Chancellor. The king doubtless made him primate of the English hierarchy in order that he might combine both offices, but they were incompatible unless Becket was willing to be the unscrupulous tool of the king in everything. Of course, Henry could not long remain the friend of the man who he thought had duped him. Before a year had passed, his friendship was turned to secret but bitter enmity. Nor was it long before an event occurred, a small matter, which brought the king and the prelate into open collision. The matter was this: a young nobleman, who held a clerical office, committed a murder. As an ecclesiastic he was brought before the court of the Bishop of Lincoln, and was sentenced to pay a small fine. But public justice was not satisfied, and the sheriff summoned the canon, who refused to plead before him. The matter was referred to the king, who insisted that the murderer should be tried in the civil court, that a sacred profession should not screen a man who had committed a crime against society. While the king had, as we think, justice on his side, yet in this matter he interfered with the jurisdiction of the spiritual courts, which had been in force since Constantine. Theodosius and Justinian had confirmed the privilege of the Church on the ground that the irregularities of a body of men devoted to the offices of religion should be veiled from the common eye, so that ecclesiastics were sometimes protected when they should be punished. But if the ecclesiastical courts had abuses, they were generally presided over by good and wise men, more learned than the officers of the civil courts, and very popular in the Middle Ages, and justice in them was generally administered. So much were they valued in a dark age, when the clergy were the most learned men of their times, that much business came gradually to be transacted in them, which previously had been settled in the civil courts, as tithes, testaments, breaches of contract, perjuries, and questions pertaining to marriage. But Henry did not like these courts, and was determined to weaken their jurisdiction and transfer their power to his own courts in order to strengthen his royal authority. Enlightened jurists and historians in our times here sympathize with Henry. High Church ecclesiastics defend the jurisdiction of the spiritual courts, since they upheld the power of the Church, so useful in the Middle Ages. The king began the attack where the spiritual courts were weakest. Protection afforded to clergymen accused of crime. So he assembled a council of bishops and barons to meet him at Westminster. The bishops at first were inclined to yield to the king, but Becket gained them over, and would make no concession. He stood up for the privileges of his order. It was neither justice nor right which he defended, but his church at all hazards, not her doctrines, but her prerogatives. He would present a barrier against royal encroachments, even if they were for the welfare of the realm. He would defend the independence of the clergy and their power, perhaps as an offset to royal power. In his rigid defence of the privileges of the clergy, we see the churchman, not the statesman. We see the antagonist, not the ally, of the king. Henry, of course, was enraged. Who can wonder? He was bearded by his former favourite, by one of his subjects. The contest continued. The king desired the bishops to sign the Constitution of Clarendon, resolutions which gave to the king, instead of the Church, the right to punish clergymen, forbade that any officer or tenant of the king should be excommunicated without his permission, and, in short, gave to the king much power that had previously been in the hands of the Church. Becket at first agreed to sign the constitutions, saving the honour of his order, but eventually refused. At length he left the kingdom. But Henry was weary with the struggle, and Becket was tired of exile, never pleasant, even if voluntary. Moreover, the prelate had gained the moral victory, even as Hildebrand did when the Emperor of Germany stooped as suppliant in the fortress of Canossa. The King of England had virtually yielded to the Archbishop of Canterbury. Perhaps Becket felt that his mission was accomplished, that he had done the work for which he was raised up. Wearied, sickened with the world, disgusted with the Pope, despising his bishops, perhaps he was willing to die. He had a presentiment that he should die as a martyr. So had the French king and his prelates. but Becket longed to return to his church and celebrate the festivities of Christmas, so he made up his mind to return to England. "Although I know of a truth," he said, "I shall meet my passion there." Before embarking he made a friendly and parting visit to the King of France, and then rode to the coast with an escort of 100 horsemen. As Dover was guarded by the king's retainers, who might harm him, he landed at Sandwich, his own town. The next day he set out for Canterbury, after an absence of 7 years. The whole population lined the road, strewed it with flowers, and rent the air with songs. Their beloved archbishop had returned. On reaching Canterbury, he went directly to his cathedral, and seated himself on his throne, and the monks came and kissed him, with tears in their eyes. One Herbert said, "Christ has conquered, Christ is now king." From Canterbury, Becket made a sort of triumphal progress throughout the kingdom, with the pretence of paying a visit to the young king at Woodstock, exciting rather than allaying the causes of discord, scattering his excommunications, still haughty, restless, implacable, so that the court became alarmed and ordered him to return to his diocese. He obeyed, as he wished to celebrate Christmas at home, and ascending his long-neglected pulpit, preached, according to Michelet, from this singular text, "I am come to die in the midst of you." Henry at this time was on the continent, and was greatly annoyed at the reports of Becket's conduct which reached him. Then there arrived 3 bishops from whom the primate had excommunicated, with renewed complaints and grievances, assuring him that there would be no peace so long as Becket lived. Henry was almost wild with rage and perplexity. What could he do? He dared not execute the archbishop, as Henry VIII would have done. In his age the prelate was almost as powerful as the king. Violence to his person was the last thing to do, for this would have involved the king in war with the adherents of the Pope, and would have entailed an excommunication. Still, the supremest desire of Henry's soul was to get Becket out of the way, so yielding to an impulse of passion, he said to his attendants, "Is there no one to relieve me of the insults of this low-born and turbulent priest?" Among these attendants were 4 courtiers or knights of high birth and large estates, who, hearing these reproachful words, left the court at once, crossed the Channel, and repaired to the castle of Sir Ranulph de Broc, the great enemy of Becket, who had molested him in innumerable ways. Some friendly person contrived to acquaint Becket with his danger, to whom he paid no heed, knowing it very well himself. He knew he was to die, and resolved to die bravely. The 4 armed knights, meanwhile, on the 29th of December, rode with an escort to Canterbury, dined at the Augustinian Abbey, and entered the courtyard of the Archbishop's palace as Becket had finished his midday meal and had retired to an inner room with his chaplain and a few intimate friends. They then entered the hall and sought the Archbishop, who received them in silence. Sir Reginald Fitzurse then broke the silence with these words, "We bring you the commands of the King beyond the sea, that you repair without delay to the young King's presence and swear allegiance, and further, he commands you to absolve the bishops you have excommunicated." On Becket's refusal, the knight continued, "Since you will not obey, the royal command is that you and your clergy forthwith depart from the realm, never more to return." Becket angrily declared he would never again leave England. The knights then sprung to their feet and departed, enjoining the attendants to prevent the escape of Becket, who exclaimed, "Do you think I shall fly then? Neither for the king nor any living man will I fly. You cannot be more ready to kill me than I am to die." He sought, however, the shelter of his cathedral, as the vesper bell summoned him to prayer, followed by the armed knights, with a company of men-at-arms, driving before them a crowd of monks. The Archbishop was standing on the steps of the choir beyond the central pillar which reached to the roof of the cathedral, in the dim light shed by the candles of the altars, so that only the outline of his noble figure could be seen, when the knights closed around him, and Fitzurse seized him, perhaps meaning to drag him away as a prisoner to the king, or outside the church before dispatching him. Becket cried, "Touch me not, thou abominable wretch!" At the same time hurling Tracy, another of the knights, to the ground, who, rising, wounded him in the head with his sword. The archbishop then bent his neck to the assassins, exclaiming, "I am prepared to die for Christ and his church." Such was the murder of Becket, a martyr as he has generally been regarded, for the liberties of the church, but according to some, justly punished for presumptuous opposition to his sovereign. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain. Section 35 of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World Story, Volume 9, England, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 35. The Story of John Lackland, 1199-1216, by Eva March Tappan. Richard had left no children, and now John, youngest son of Henry II, became king, though no one really wished to have him for a ruler. A brother older than John had left a boy named Arthur for King Arthur of the Round Table, but he was only 12 years old, and the chief men of England were afraid that there would be war if a child was on the throne. John was jealous of Arthur, and in 3 or 4 years the boy disappeared so suddenly that people felt sure that John had murdered him. It had long been the custom for the King of France to be a sort of overlord of the French lands of the Duke of Normandy, though sometimes the Duke was the more powerful of the two men. Philip now sent a formal summons to John, as Duke of Normandy, and therefore vassal of the French king, to appear before the French court, to answer for the murder of Arthur, and he did not come. Philip punished him by taking possession of more than half of the English king's lands in France. It is perhaps because of this that John received his nickname of Lackland. John's next trouble was with the church. The Archbishop of Canterbury had died, and it was a question whether the man that the king chose or the man that the Pope chose should have the position. The Pope's choice was Stephen Langton, an upright, learned man of sound judgment and utter fearlessness of spirit. John refused to receive him. The Pope placed the kingdom under an interdict. The churches were draped with black and their doors were closed. The dead could not be buried in consecrated ground, and no marriage could be solemnized within the walls of the church. This was the state of England for 4 years. Then the Pope excommunicated the king, and commissioned Philip to seize the English crown. At this John yielded, and was ready to make any promise and pay any amount, if only he might keep his position. Philip could have made very little trouble for John if the English king had not all this time been treating his subjects so badly that some of them began to think they would rather have Philip for a ruler, and no one knew whether they would stand by their king or not. The charters that had been given to London and to other cities John had refused to respect, and he had forced many of the barons to give him large sums of money. The Jews especially had suffered in his determination to get their wealth. There is a record that one of them had borne agonizing torture without yielding to the unjust demands of the king, and finally John ordered one of his victim's teeth to be knocked out every day until he should give up his gold. The poor man submitted after losing a tooth every morning for 7 days. John had been as rapacious with the poor as with the rich, for he would even take away a man's tools by which he earned his bread if the man could not pay the sum demanded. Men had been put into prison and refused a trial. Indeed, the only sure way to win a case was not to have a just cause, but to make the king a present of money, horses, a suit of clothes, or even poultry or fish, for this king, who would extort so great sums from the rich, did not scorn the smallest trifles if a man could be forced to give nothing more. In punishing any misdeed, he would demand as large a sum as could be forced from the man accused. He taxed people not by any regular law, but for as much as he could get. When Archbishop Langton came to England, John went to him to ask for absolution or the pardon of the church. The Archbishop had learned just how John's subjects were suffering from his cruel treatment. and he boldly refused pardon until the king should promise to obey the laws of his ancestors and treat his people justly. John promised without a moment's hesitation, but he soon showed that he had not the slightest idea of keeping his word. The fearless archbishop called together the clergy, barons, and other prominent men to meet in a church in London. When the other business of the meeting was ended, Langton told some of the barons that he had found the charter that Henry I had given to his people a century before. The barons seemed to have forgotten all about this charter, and they were delighted to find that they had so good a weapon. "When King John sees this," said they, "he will never dare to refuse what his great-grandfather promised so long ago." Then the charter was read aloud, and there before the altar the barons and the archbishop promised one another that they would stand by their rights. These barons were much more patient than those in the days of William the Conqueror, for they agreed to wait 1 year to see if the king would not improve. The year passed, and then they met again in a church, and took a solemn oath that if the king refused them justice, they would make war upon him. Even after this they waited until Christmas. Then they went to John and asked him to repeat before the nation the promises that he had made to Langton when he received absolution. John was badly frightened, but he contrived to put them off till Easter. He thought that there would be some way out of the trouble by that time, but at Easter he was in an even more hopeless condition than before, for now there was a great army all ready to fight against his tyranny. What could he do? A king who would treat his subjects so unjustly would not hesitate to deceive them. When John found that he must yield, he sent a polite message to the barons, saying that he was willing to meet them wherever they wished, and to promise them whatever they desired. The barons requested him to come to Runnymede, a meadow on the Thames near Windsor, and there, June the 15th, 1215, he signed his name and affixed his seal to a piece of parchment that is now brown, shrivelled, and torn in the British Museum. This is the famous Magna Carta, or Great Charter, and just as the charters of towns secured for them many rights, so this secured for the whole English nation the right that their ruler should treat them justly. The people were delighted, for they hoped that John would keep his word, and that England would now be happy and peaceful. But the king went into a perfect fury of rage. He threw the furniture about, and rolled over the floor like a madman, gnashing his teeth and biting at sticks and straws. What were these promises which John had to sign, and which, he said, made him no longer a king, but a slave? One was that he would not delay justice or take bribes, another that all fines for misdeeds should be fixed by law, another that he would impose no taxes without the consent of his council, another that he would give up his custom of seizing a large share of the property of any noble left when he died, for before this John had been in the habit of taking as much as he chose, and if there were young children he would take nearly all the income of the estate till the children were grown up. The most important pledge was that no free man should be imprisoned or punished in any way except by the lawful judgment of his equals. The barons, on their part, promised that they would treat their vassals just as they had made the king agree to treat them. The barons feared that John would not keep his promises, so they had drawn up another paper giving them the right to take his castles and lands and annoy him by every means in their power if he broke his word. And John had to sign this too. 25 overlords were specially appointed to keep watch of him. This charter was sent throughout the kingdom and was read aloud in all the churches. John was in a fury and went off to the Isle of Wight to think what he could do to revenge himself on the barons. No one in England would help him, so he sent to the continent and hired foreign soldiers to come over and fight for him. At first this plan seemed to be successful, for by their aid he took several strong castles from the barons, but it was worse for him in the end, for these soldiers were so cruel and wicked that the whole English nation hated John more than ever for bringing such people into the land. Again the barons met, and this time they were in such despair that they could think of nothing else to do but to invite the Dauphin, eldest son of King Philip of France, to be their ruler. He had married John's niece, so they tried their utmost to feel that he would really be an English king. The Dauphin was delighted to come, but he and his men behaved worse than the other foreign soldiers. They took possession of goods and castles, and even began to think of banishing the barons who had invited them to come. Between John and the Frenchmen, the barons hardly knew what to do. But just then John suddenly died. It is said that he was crossing a dangerous place on the seashore. A high tide swept away quantities of the treasure that he was carrying with him, and that even his crown went under the waves. John had not been in the least penitent for the wrong that he had done his people, but he was so sorry to lose his treasure that he fell into a fever and died. Wicked man as John was, it was an excellent thing for England that he had been its king, for if a man only half as bad had stood in his place, the barons would not have been aroused to make him sign the Great Charter. Several kings since the days of John have tried to deal unjustly with the nation, but in the end the English people have either driven them from the throne or made them yield and keep the promises of the Charter. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.